The phone rang for a long time. Just as Fu Hailin was about to hang up, the call was answered.
Hello, Fu Minghan answered coldly.
Did I need to talk to you? Fu Hailin's words stopped. His usual anger couldn't be expressed in his cold voice. Say what you need to say. If nothing, I'll hang up, Fu Minghan said bluntly. He was standing by the dark lake at night, watching Su Jiner and the child playing happily nearby. His eyes held a warmth that contrasted with his tone. His attempt to question him was blocked. After a few seconds of hesitation, Fu Hailin finally spoke. Are you getting married? He heard the sounds of women and children laughing on the other end, but he didn't pay much attention. Such sounds were common on the street. Yes, Fu Minghan replied coldly, without elaborating. Hearing his confirmation, Fu Hailin clenched his fists and widened his eyes. You unfilial son. Who are you marrying? Lu Yuqin beside him also frowned tightly, surprised that this was really happening. She patted Fu Hailin's chest and listened carefully to the sounds coming from the other side. Fu Minghan simply replied, It's none of your business, then hung up the phone without mercy. Her hand froze. Seeing Fu Hailin gasping with anger, she quickly comforted him. Hailin, are you okay? Be careful with your health. Minghan might be marrying Qingyao. You know, they grew up together as childhood sweethearts, and now they might get married again. Even though they are apart, there's still a chance for reconciliation. Maybe you should call Lu's family and ask. Lu Yuqin didn't dare mention Qiyuan because she had been very rude to her before, often mocking her. No one expected that the other person was the lost child of the Lu family. Now that she had regained her identity, Lu Yuqin felt embarrassed to face her again. So she changed the subject and mentioned the Lu family instead. Her words worked. Fu Hailin calmed down and took out his phone to call Lu Qinghai, the head of the Lu family. He was indeed Qiyuan's father. Hello, Hailin. Why are you calling so late? At the Lu family villa, everyone was gathered in the living room, chatting after a good meal. Their daughter, Lu Qingyao, who had been missing for over 10 years, had returned to the country and was working in Ming City. This was her first time back in Yuqing to reunite with her family in months. Everyone cherished this rare moment of closeness. Even Lu Yuan, who was busy, had come back early and was sitting beside Lu Qingyao, peeling an orange for her. When Lu Qinghai answered the call and called out, Hailin, Lu Qingyao, also known as Qiyuan, immediately looked over without showing any emotion. Since she parted ways with the resort and Fu Minghan, she hadn't contacted him. She didn't know how he was doing now, but her longing for him grew every night. Regret and a twinge of guilt often overwhelmed her. This visit to Lu's family was partly because of Fu Minghan being in Yuqing. She didn't expect Fu Hailin's call to reach her father. As her former father-in-law who didn't treat her kindly, she wasn't fond of him, but because of Fu's identity, she paid a little more attention. Old Lu, haha, it's getting late here. Am I bothering you? Fu Hailin said with a smile, showing he still had some social skills. Lia Chenghai is happily reunited with his family now. He smiles and says, It's not too late. After dinner, we can rest. Old Fu, if you need anything, just tell me. Do you need help? Okay. Fu Hailin hesitates for a few seconds, then asks nervously, I want to ask if Qingyao has been in contact with Minghan recently. Old Lu, you know the fate of these two kids. Even though they are divorced, if Qingyao comes back and is willing to accept Minghan, maybe they can get back together. He forces a smile to hide his awkwardness, but Lia Chenghai on the other end looks suspicious and says, Qingyao just returned to the country a few months ago. They probably haven't had much contact. After saying this, Lia Chenghai turns to Qiyuan and asks, Qingyao, you and that kid Minghan. Before he finishes, he notices Qiyuan's face turn pale. She opens her mouth slightly and says, Dad, I haven't been in touch with him much lately. We've only met a few times. Her expression clearly shows she feels down. Lu Yuyan, who has been watching him silently, gently pats her hand to comfort her. Having experienced their emotional struggles firsthand, and knowing that Fu Minghan recently found Su Jiner, he understands that Minghan and Su Jiner are no longer possible together. So he says, Dad, Qingyao and Minghan are divorced. They each have their own future, so they don't contact each other often, and probably won't in the future. He doesn't notice Chiyuan lowering her head more and more, and the slight smile he just forced drops completely. Lia Chenghai looks at Chiyuan, pauses, then turns back to his phone and says, Hailin, after Qingyao returned to the country, she hasn't contacted Minghan. They just bumped into each other a few times. Oh, right. Yes, you know about the kids. As adults, we shouldn't interfere too much. Let things take their course. Okay, next time we go out for tea. Okay. He quickly ends a call, mostly just catching up with Fu Hailin before hanging up. He glances worriedly at Chiyuan, whose face is pale, and hesitates. Qingyao, you, and Minghan. Dad, I haven't contacted him much since we divorced. I was abroad for 2 years and didn't reach out. Please don't trouble others, Chiyuan says with difficulty, feeling a tight pain in her heart. As she finishes, her voice becomes strained, and she stops herself from disturbing him further. Lu Yuan saw his sister's expression and couldn't understand. It was clear that Qi Yuan had voluntarily stopped contacting Fu Minghan at first. At that time, it didn't seem like she still cared about Fu Minghan, so why does she feel so upset now? Could this be how feelings can be controlled? Dad, Minghan has his own life now. He is a child. We shouldn't bother him anymore. It's better to face things quickly. Fu Minghan is a family-oriented person. Once he is a child, he won't be involved with others anymore. Now, he has fallen in love with the woman who gave him his child, and he probably won't turn back. To make Qi Yuan give up and to help the Liu family see the truth clearly, he openly stated the facts and made everything clear. What? Lu Qinghai was stunned for a moment. He instinctively looked toward Qi Yuan. She was smiling with a strange smile, clearly feeling reluctant. His wife, Su Feng, looked surprised with wide eyes. Seeing her daughter's expression, she didn't want to say much more. The living room was silent for a few seconds. Liu Yuan stood up and turned up the TV volume a little, easing the tense atmosphere. Mom, Dad, brother, I'm a bit tired. I will go rest now. Qi Yuan stood up, left a word, and then left. Liu Yuan watched her back silently, then sat back down, locking eyes with his father, Lu Qinghai, who looked serious. Yun, you and Minghan are close. You know more about Qingyao and him. How did they end up like this? Yes, they were childhood sweethearts. It was just some misunderstandings. We can't let Qingyao and Minghan miss out on each other. He's such a good young man. Fu Minghan, still young, had already taken over Fu Group, making a successful career. Among the younger generation, he was outstanding. He was a bit cold, but kind-hearted. He grew up watching people. After Qingyao disappeared, Fu Minghan also worked hard to find her. How could they just miss each other like this? Seeing their expressions, Liu Yuan knew his words weren't strong enough. He frowned and said, back then, Qingyao chose to divorce and go abroad. Minghan loved her and waited for her for over a year, but she didn't come back. Now, Minghan has another girl around him, and they have their own children. They will live happily in the future. He paused, then said between their tightly knit brows, Minghan and she are very compatible. I have seen that girl and he loves her very much. If he didn't love her, why would he search for over a year in a frantic way? Even if there was a child involved, it doesn't mean they lacked feelings. As a close friend who knows Fu Minghan well, he understood this very clearly. Uncle Fu didn't treat Qingyao well when she was in Yaoqi or Qiyuan. Why would you want Qingyao to go back to that nightmare? Once they are separated, it's truly over. He stood up, no longer explaining, and went straight back to his room. His mind drifted to the face of Su Jina, whom he had seen before. When she replaced Qingyao, he had a vague feeling that she was not Qingyao. So, when the truth came out, he wasn't surprised. He remembered the brief moments spent with Su Jina. Her gentle eyes held resilience. Her pupils showed that she had endured hardships, yet she faced the world with calmness, kindness, and strength. That feeling was different from Qingyao's, unforgettable at first glance. He snapped back to reality, glanced at the only photo on his phone taken in the hospital. The woman lay on the bed, her pale face showing a gentle, faint smile. Lu Yuan's fingertips moved, and with a firm press of his thumb, the phone screen went dark again. On the day they registered their marriage, Soo Jiner wore the red dress Minghan had given her the day before. Her hair was simply let down at her back, revealing her slender, graceful figure. The child was with the nanny. Fu Minghan drove a Maybach alone, having booked a time slot in advance through connections. It was a weekday, not a special day, so not many people were there. Soo Jiner sat in the passenger seat, adjusting the red and white veil at her chest. Her long, elegant neck was exposed, and her delicate face, lightly made up, had beautiful features and gentle, curved eyebrows. A unique fragrance filled the car. She sniffed, then stretched her leg forward and leaned back. This car is really nice. There was enough space for her to stretch comfortably. I like driving for you, Fu Minghan said, his long, fair fingers turning the steering wheel. He looked handsome in his newly tailored black suit. His hair was styled neatly with hair gel, giving him a mature, slightly old-fashioned look. Soo Jiner turned her head to look at him, her gaze falling on his sharp side profile. After a moment, she looked ahead again. Will you regret it? She suddenly asked, her expression slightly deep. Fu Minghan paused for a second before reaching out to touch her arm. No, I won't regret my choice unless you don't want me. As long as you want me, I won't regret. He knew very well that Soo Jiner didn't like him. Maybe it was out of habit, or to find a father for the child, or because of his own helplessness. Whatever the reason, as long as he could stay with her, he wouldn't give up. He wouldn't be so foolish again, making the same mistake and letting her go.
All right, Sujin Ismail.
She admitted that most of the time she had been using Fu Minghan, but if he insisted and she could complete her task, she was willing to stay. Fu Minghan's lips curled slightly, hiding his sadness. His dark eyes flicked over the woman's face reflected in the rear-view mirror. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Soo Jiner got out of the car. She took the initiative to hold Fu Minghan's arm, as if she was truly ready, and they walked inside together like a loving couple. In less than 10 minutes, the two came out holding 2 small red notebooks. The notebooks felt ordinary, but holding them gave Soo Jiner a sense of relief. She felt light and happy, listening to the system cheer loudly in her ear. Host. Success. The heroine is now your background. I can only see part of Chi Yuan's storyline. According to Fu Minghan's personality, after confirming their relationship, Chi Yuan's scenes with him would likely decrease. This was good for Soo Jiner. It meant she was within the protection of the male lead and wouldn't be targeted by the divine will for getting involved in the main plot. Fu Minghan also held a small red notebook. His right hand held Soo Jiner's left hand. His deep black eyes shone with a different light. Maybe he was too happy. While she was lost in thought, he suddenly pulled her into a tight embrace, locking her in his arms. Soo Jiner couldn't move, but she was in a good mood, so she didn't resist. She felt his warm breath near her ear. She touched her shawl and hair softly, then smiled and asked, Mr. Fu, are you a young kid? You have been here more than once, haven't you? The hand holding her waist tightened slightly. Fu Minghan's voice carried a hint of displeasure. Don't bring up what I don't want to talk about. Today is our wedding day. He was annoyed that Soo Jiner mentioned his past. Not because he wanted to forget it, but because he didn't want to see her act so indifferent toward him. It made him feel uneasy and sad. All his confidence seemed to vanish suddenly. All right, Soo Jiner replied with a smile. She gently freed herself from his grip and reached out to hold his wrist. Let's not talk about it. Once we're done here, let's go back. People around are watching. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. As they walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau together, many people quietly watched them. Some even took photos of the couple close together. Soo Jiner didn't like being the center of attention, especially when she gained nothing from it. She wore a gentle smile as she walked back to the car with Fu Minghan following obediently. As soon as she got into the car and closed the door, he said, I'm not going back. Huh? Soo Jiner, buckling her seatbelt, looked at him. He gave a faint smile. I said I won't go back. Today is just for us. I want to take you to the movies, just you and me, then go to the beach. Who says cold people can't be romantic? It's just that many times, they haven't met the right person. Su Jiner's gaze stayed fixed on his smiling face. Her hand gently touched his, but he caught her hand in his own. She raised her eyebrows, feeling the warmth of his fingers, just like the emotions he was now openly showing. It was surprising and made her feel soft-hearted. You look really good when you smile. Fu Minggen's looks were definitely not bad. He was only 29 but looked very young and handsome. However, his role as a CEO required him to wear formal clothes, and his personality made him seem cold and distant. These traits made others hesitant to question him easily. In a way, Fu Minggen's current personality was partly shaped by his work. His busy schedule left little time for rest and relaxation, which gradually made his heart numb. Fu Minggen's lips moved slightly as he quietly watched her faint smile. In the quiet, intimate atmosphere, he leaned in close, tilted his head, and kissed her cheek before pulling away with a sense of tenderness. Thank you. With you and the baby, I am very happy now. He likes children, especially the 3 little ones. They are young but easy to care for and are well looked after. One of the best things he has experienced in his life was meeting Su Jiner during a time of heartbreak after separating from Chi Yuan. He was devastated, but he managed to find her again after the truth was revealed. From then on, the family was never separated. The warm feeling left her face. Su Jiner listened to Fu Minggen's deep voice and watched his serious expression. His hand gently stroked her cheek. Let's go. Are we going to see a movie? That day was very special. Fu Minghan and Su Jiner got their marriage certificate, changed out of formal clothes, and wore casual clothes to watch a movie. They went shopping, played games, strolled around, and even went to the beach at night, spending a romantic evening there. Su Jiner was pushed down on the sand, with her head protected by big hands. The man's warm breath was on her neck, and his kisses moved upward from there, taking her breath away. Amid the crowd, the two of them forgot everything else, breathing in the air around them and relaxing completely. It was as if only they existed, holding each other tightly. It was late when they returned. Their clothes were damp and sandy, but they walked back in a relaxed, slightly messy state. The little babies missed their moms so much that they ran over, wanting to be held. Fu Minghan stepped forward, squatted down, and gently touched their faces. Mommy needs to take a shower first. I'll come to hold you later. Be good and play with your toys for a while, okay? His eyes and expression showed a rare tenderness, full of love for the children. Although the kids were young, they knew who was close to their mom and who treated them well. So now, they clung to Fu Minghan, holding his hand and eager to play. Su Jiner smiled and said, "You should stay with them in the room for a while. They missed you so much after not seeing you all day." She gently pinched Chingching's face. "Ching, do you want to go play with your brothers? Mom will take a shower first and come back to play with you later." "Shower?" "Shower." Chungchung clapped his hands and giggled at Su Jiner, showing he understood. In the past, when she took care of the children alone, she often used keywords, so Chungchung remembered this word well. Everything went smoothly. Fu Minghan took the children to play, and Su Jiner went upstairs to shower. The sand on her head was hard to wash out, so she washed her hair again, dried it herself, and after more than half an hour, she came downstairs. She held the 3 children, 2 on her sides and 1 sitting on her lap. The nanny had gone to rest temporarily. Fu Minghan went upstairs to shower. Listening to the sounds of Su Jiner playing with the children downstairs, he felt very relaxed. He finished wiping his body, came to the door, watched the interaction of the 4, and gently took a photo with his phone. The woman's gentle smile and the children's cute faces were clearly visible. Maybe out of impulse, he opened the chat app's Moments and posted a status visible only to friends. The picture was the one he just took of the woman and children. Chief Feiyu was working overtime at the company. His plan was not finished yet. He scrolled through his phone absent-mindedly and saw a notification of a new friend update. Seeing Fu Minggen's profile picture, he quickly clicked in and was surprised when he saw the photo. "Old Fu, are you planning to make this public?" He couldn't help but tease in the comments. Fu Minghan rarely posted anything, so this was unusual. It showed how happy and satisfied he was. He replied quickly, "Yes." Jeaner and I registered our marriage. Below the message was a new photo. 2 red books with photos of the man and woman neatly placed side by side. Their handsome and beautiful faces looked perfectly matched. Chi Feiyu paused, surprised at how fast Fu Minghan acted. But he still replied, "Congratulations. Are you planning a wedding? We must celebrate then. I miss the little baby. Yes, we will have one." Waiting for the invitation, Fu Minghan's fingers moved, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Jeaner Su turned around and saw him absorbed in his phone. She stood up, bent down, and took the baby to the living room, planning to do a few simple exercises before bed to help burn off the child's energy. She didn't care about what Fu Minghan had done. Although they were now a family, they still needed to give each other some space. She had no idea that their wedding photos had been posted on social media, and Fu Minghan even openly acknowledged their relationship, which caused many people to discuss and pay attention. At the Liu family, Liu Yiwen closely looked at the 2 photos on Fu Minghan's social media. One was a marriage certificate, and the other was a picture of Su Jeaner playing with the child. Each symbolized that Fu Minghan had started a new life. His gaze swept over the name of someone replying below, perhaps thinking about something or maybe nothing at all. A few minutes later, he closed the screen, washed up briefly, and went to sleep. There were quite a few people on Fu Minghan's social media, but only 2 could be called friends, Liu Yiwen and Chi Feiyu, who had been classmates since elementary school and continued to stay in touch through university. Although their personalities were different, they enjoyed hanging out together. As Fu Minghan inherited the family business, the other 2 also had their own busy careers, so they only met fewer than 10 times a year. Chi Feiyu was very social. In less than 2 days, during a gathering with friends, he accidentally mentioned Fu Minghan's marriage, which immediately caused a stir. But by the time Fu Hailan heard about it, a week had passed. He was abroad, dealing with time differences, so news didn't spread quickly to him. When he learned that Fu Minghan had registered a marriage with a stranger, he was so angry he jumped up and insisted on returning to China. Unable to get any benefits from Peng Chun and Fu Minghan, he secretly contacted people from the Liu family for help and quietly returned to China. Later, they obtained photos of Su Jeaner from others. Looking at her face in the photo, Liu Yuqin immediately frowned. "Look at this seductive face. How does it compare to Qing Yao? I don't know which mountain she came from, and can she compare to the Liu family's influence? Probably a woman who covets our Fu family's wealth. First, find out where this woman lives." Fu Minghan can't see her face clearly, so we'll help him see her clearly. Fu Hailan crossed his arms, with a proud and disdainful expression on his face. The 2 of them didn't delay, and went straight to the Liu family under the excuse of visiting an old friend, waiting personally for Liu Yiwen to return home. "Yiwen, I heard you also saw that woman. Do you know where they live?" Fu Hailan asked straightforwardly, smiling as he looked at Liu Qingyao sitting beside him. He no longer showed the critical attitude he once had toward her. Next to him, Liu Yuqin quietly sat, holding his arm without saying much to avoid annoyance. Hearing Fu Hailan's words, Liu Yiwen couldn't help but glance at Liu Qingyao. She was pursing her lips, seemingly lost in thought, sitting quietly, as if waiting to hear the end of the story. He thought for a moment, then turned to Fu Hailan. "Uncle Fu, why are you asking about this?" Fu Hailan was a bit angry. "Stop talking. That brat doesn't listen to me at all. He even registered his marriage with a stranger." He blurted out his words without thinking, only realizing it afterward. He looked at Liu Qingyao beside him again, and then sighed deeply, withdrawing his gaze. "This kid, although I didn't raise him from a young age, I am still his father. Not informing the family about the marriage and then kicking me out of the country to handle it alone, it's too much." He completely forgot that Liu Qingyao, formerly Qi Yuan, and Fu Minghan also married without informing the family first. His tone was full of disdain. For a moment, Liu Qingyao felt a suffocating sense of the past returning. She adjusted her sitting posture, turning her back to the others. Her face was pale and bloodless, her mind repeating over and over again, like a machine, "Fu Minghan is married. Fu Minghan was married, but this time, his partner was not her." A wave of bitterness flooded her heart, Her eyes gradually moistened, and everything in front of her blurred. Then came a faint sense of regret and a weak unwillingness. Fu Hailin's voice still echoed in her ears. He said his son was disobedient, that he was expelled from the country, and that the stranger woman was inferior to himself. But as a daughter of the Lu family, she received a completely different treatment. For a moment, Lu Qingyao didn't know whether to cry or laugh. The elders of the Lu family had been sitting silently in the living room. Hearing Fu Hailin's words, they also remained silent. Fu Minghan had already registered his marriage with another woman, so the possibility of her and Xingyao being together in the future was almost non-existent. After considering Lu Yiwen's earlier advice to intervene, they decided to stop trying to matchmake. Hailin, children and grandchildren have their own happiness. You shouldn't interfere with Minghan's choices. But it was wrong of him not to tell you about this. How about I call Minghan and ask him to come pick you up? Lu Qinghai offered, trying to mediate between the Fu family and the father and son. Fu Hailin quickly waved his hand and said with a forced smile, "No need, old Lu. We can handle it ourselves if there's something to discuss. No need to trouble you." They secretly returned to the country, mainly to see what the woman Minghan registered his marriage with looked like, and to try to drive her away. Marrying into the Lu family was also a way to match their social status. They didn't want anyone to leak their return plans, as Minghan would be cautious if he found out, and they might be forced to leave the country again. "We just want to know where that woman lives. Can't we check her out beforehand? What if she's after our Fu family's wealth?" "Don't you think so?" he explained, feeling quite justified. Lu Yuqin nodded repeatedly in agreement. Yes, Minghan is simple-minded. As elders, we should help by checking on her. Seeing the two elders like this, Lu Yiwen understood their past relationship with Minghan. Since they came back to the country without hesitation, he decided not to reveal Minghan's current address. "Uncle, Auntie, I don't have the address you're looking for. But I have seen that girl before. She's quite nice and Minghan's taste isn't bad. You can relax." He was practically saying, "You don't need to interfere much. Just go see her secretly." He glanced at his sister, thinking that if this couple also messed up Minghan's good fortune, they wouldn't have a good time either. As for the father and son, after Fu Hailin's wife died less than half a year ago, he remarried. Coupled with his reckless actions, Minghan could no longer tolerate Fu Hailin causing trouble in his life. Fu Hailin and Lu Yuqin, having learned nothing, returned empty-handed and stayed at a hotel that night. In the following days, they tried calling Peng Qin for information and also attempted to ask Minghan himself. However, Peng Qin dodged their questions, and Minghan paid them no attention. The situation remained at a standstill. Finally, they secretly followed Fu Minghan. After noticing his daily routine for several days, on a Thursday night, they found Fu Minghan's residence, number 101 Luan Villa. From behind the fence, Ruwa could see a faint silhouette of a woman inside. She's definitely a scheming woman. Her face is just here to attract men, Lu Yuqin snorted coldly, instinctively touching her own face. Once, she was a young girl like that who married Fu Hailin after his wife died. But time has taken away her youth. Now, she can only gently follow Fu Hailin and endure her stepson's attitude to stay in the Fu family. Because of her own experience, Lu Yuqin firmly believes that Su Jiner is just like her past self, trying to climb up the social ladder by attaching herself to Fu Minghan. Since she is now part of the Fu family, that woman is dreaming. She won't let her succeed easily. Lu Yuqin clenched her fist and pulled Fu Hailin aside. "Hailin, let's go back first. Minghan will be at work tomorrow during the day. We can come again then. We must make this woman look bad." "You're right," Fu Hailin nodded. He also didn't want to confront Fu Minghan directly. He just wanted to get rid of that woman. In the villa's living room, Su Jiner was doing some exercise. Her long hair was tied in a ponytail. Sweating from the workout, her tank top and back were damp. Next to her, Hanin, Chengcheng, and Xianxian, the three children, imitated her. When they got tired, they ran into Fu Minghan's arms, acting cute and spoiled. Calling him Dad made Fu Minghan's heart soften. Within a few weeks, the the children's language skills improved rapidly. Plus, Su Jiner often taught them basic knowledge at home, so their intelligence grew quickly. It was a normal evening, no overtime, no late nights. After washing up, she and Fu Minghan went to bed. The room was quiet and warm. They didn't do anything extra. After a few minutes, they fell asleep. The next morning, Fu Minghan left on time. During this period, he was very busy with work. Su Jiner would give him a kiss in the morning before seeing him off at the door. Following their routine, she would take the children out shopping or to the park in the morning. In the afternoon, she would go alone to an outside company to handle tasks like shipping and checking accounts. Recently, she took some nice photos at the resort. About 10 outfits she wore became very popular, especially the small clothes for children, which sold out quickly. Eventually, the manufacturer couldn't keep up with production, so Fu Minghan bought a clothing design and manufacturing factory for her. The original factory was also acquired and now operates under her name. This feeling of being protected by the male lead and benefiting from it is honestly very satisfying. However, Su Jiner no longer needs money, as she can't take it with her. She is simply looking for something to do and trying to learn more skills. So she remains calm and patient, preferring to take her time rather than make mistakes. The clothing factory keeps producing, and in less than 2 weeks, her small shop has earned over 1,000,000 yuan. The factory and shooting studio are also profitable, and everyone's income has increased significantly due to higher sales. That afternoon, Su Jiner followed her usual plan and went to her shop. She wore a green sun protection suit, fully covering herself from head to toe. As she reached the gate of the villa community and passed security, she suddenly heard a woman's shout. "Stop right there." The voice was sharp and full of disdain, making it feel unpleasant. Su Jiner hadn't made any enemies in this world, nor had she heard this woman's voice before. If she had any enemies, it might be the heroine who stole the male lead. She thought the woman might have mistaken her for someone else, so she didn't stop and continued walking to the right. Suddenly, a figure rushed out and blocked her path. It was a middle-aged woman wearing a sun hat and sunglasses, with yellow curly hair flowing down her back. She looked proud and haughty, dressed in a silk dress, clearly a wealthy woman living a good life. Su Jiner stopped and looked up at her, feeling a bit surprised. "Are you calling me? Who else would I be calling?" "Such a young girl with no manners," Lu Yuqin sneered, removing her glasses and looking at the woman in front of her with disdain and jealousy. She examined her from head to toe. Even without seeing her face, her slim figure was enough to make others jealous. "She's just a pretty woman with a good figure, nothing special." Lu Yuqin's contempt deepened. "Who are you?" Su Jiner confirmed that the woman was looking for her, but her attitude was really rude. Having lived in this world for so long, she was still seeing a woman with such high and lofty eyes for the first time. But she was not angry. She was just a stranger, and anger was not worth it. "Me? Ha! I am Fu Minghan's mother. And you, what's your name? Su Jiner, right? Let me tell you, don't even think about fooling my son. You'd better leave him immediately." Lu Yuqin spoke very confidently, standing tall and looking down at Su Jiner with a look of disdain. "Are you Lu Yuqin?" Su Jiner smiled gently, her beautiful eyes looking at the woman in front of her. Without needing any reminder from the system, she guessed her identity. The story had already started to unfold earlier. This was just a lack of foreshadowing. The plot would update after events happened. Calling her by her name made Lu Yuqin's face turn cold. "What did you just call me?" Her life of luxury for over 10 years meant she had never been spoken to disrespectfully outside. Even the children of the Lu family called her auntie. What kind of fox spirit was this, daring to call her by her name directly? The other person's angry stare didn't shake Su Jiner much. She took off the sunblock on her face, revealing her full face, and looked at Lu Yuqin with a slight smile. "Ms. Lu Yuqin, I don't think Fu Minghan and you are the mother and son you claim to be, right? By the way, since you're back, let me think, has Fu Hailin also returned?" Lu Yuqin's status and position in Fu Minghan's life made her dare to interfere directly in his affairs. Without Fu Hailin's support, it was impossible. The system had said that in the story, Fu Hailin and Lu Yuqin had been expelled from abroad by Fu Minghan some time ago. This was a simple statement, but it carried deep meaning. It showed that Fu Minghan's relationship with his family was not very close. Lu Yuqin was furious. She never expected this woman to know her and Fu Minghan's identities. Being a stepmother was not an easy position, especially since Fu Minghan was almost 9 when she married in, and he didn't respect her at all. She was also not allowed to have children for the Fu family. Now, she could only rely on Fu Hailin in the Fu household. Her false identity just now was exposed in an instant, making her face feel like it was burning with heat. Especially when she looked at that beautiful face and those calm eyes that seemed to see through everything, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous and scared. Because Su Jiner exposed their identities, Lu Yuqin was speechless for a moment. Then she turned around as if being watched by eyes behind her and looked straight toward Fu Hailin. "Is that your father, Fu Minghan? He looks very different from you. Since you are both abroad, you should stay there quietly. Otherwise, when Fu Minghan returns and finds out you've come back, he might send you even farther away." Fu Minghan was very harsh with Fu Hailin and Lu Yuqin. He cut off any close relationship with them and didn't give them a chance to cause trouble for him. He simply sent them abroad so he wouldn't have to see or think about them. But he wasn't too cruel, because he still sent money. He bought a house for them abroad and sent money every month. He didn't touch their own savings. The two people, who should have been enjoying a good life, now came back to cause trouble for themselves. Su Jiner turned around and looked at Lu Yuqin with pity, then added fuel to the fire. "Or maybe you came to attend my wedding with Minghan. If so, please prepare the gift money. Don't delay." This was a clear provocation, an outright challenge. Lu Yuqin immediately exploded. She tremblingly pointed at Su Jiner and shouted, You. You're dreaming." "What dreaming?" "I never dream," Su Jiner said with a smile, her eyes bright and beautiful. Lu Yuqin spat blood in anger. "You and Fu Minghan can't get married."
Impossible.
"He loves Qing Yao from the Lu family. Host, this Lu Yuqin seems to be here just to cause trouble. If this were another woman, she might already have doubts about Fu Minghan."
Who said otherwise?
Su Jiner's smile grew even brighter as she faced Lu Yuqin's anger. "You seem to have forgotten that Qing Yao and Fu Minghan divorced. Maybe it's because of you, the stepmother.
And
Fu Hailin, you two probably interfered, right? The family is broken, and now Fu Minghan and I are together. Don't you think you played a big part in that?" An invisible knife seemed to stab directly into Lu Yuqin's heart. More than 2 years ago, Fu Minghan had a falling out with them after divorcing Su Jiner. His attitude toward her, the stepmother, had also worsened. She had been very cautious because of this. But she never expected that Qiyuan was actually Lu Qingyao. Her position was already awkward, and now it was even more uncomfortable. Even Fu Hailin seemed to blame her for it. She originally planned for the two to remarry, hoping she wouldn't cause trouble anymore, wishing for a peaceful family life. But she never expected Fu Minghan to want to marry someone else. If she were to explain why she and Fu Hailin weren't involved, she wouldn't be able to. Lu Yuqin felt a bit guilty, her fingers trembling as she moved them, but she saw Su Jiner's brighter, more confident smile. "Besides, what right do you have to come here and make demands? Can you influence Fu Minghan's decisions? You can't, right? And Fu Hailin can't either." Of course, they couldn't. It was already good that Fu Minghan didn't give them any face. Lu Yuqin's face turned pale as she looked at the person in front of her with a fierce glare. Seeing Lu Yuqin's expression, Fu Hailin knew she had messed up this matter. He took the initiative to step outside, planning to talk to this woman. But when he saw her true face, he couldn't help but pause. Just by her appearance and demeanor, he could understand why Fu Minghan made her choice. Lu Yuqin looked at him and walked over, holding his arm. This made him quickly remember what he was supposed to do. "Miss Su, I think you should know who I am. It's true that family members don't need to marry into the same family." Fu Hailin and Fu Minghan not only looked different, but also had very different attitudes toward others. Fu Minghan was cold but friendly to strangers. In contrast, Fu Hailin and Liu Yuqin, being a married couple, shared a sense of superiority. Of course, Fu Hailin, Fu Minggen's father. Or should I call you uncle? Su Jiner wasn't angry with such a person, but her attitude wasn't very kind either. She's not someone who repays evil with kindness. Her slightly dismissive tone made Fu Hailin a bit angry. Do you even know what you're saying? You actually called me by my name. Names are meant to be called, Su Jiner replied with a smile, her eyebrows curved. She put her hands in her pockets, looking a bit carefree at the two.
Fu Hailin snorted coldly.
Forget it. I won't argue with you, little girl. Leave Fu Minghan immediately. Exactly. Probably uneducated at home. Trying to climb higher. Our Fu family won't accept someone like you, Liu Yuqin chimed in, taking the opportunity to speak. Their attitudes were quite confident. Su Jiner listened, her smile fading slightly. She glanced at Liu Yuqin and looked at Fu Hailin with a half-smile, half-frown. Mr. Fu, is this how you do things? Just talking and expecting others to do as you say? Do you think the world revolves around you? Or is it because the gossiping woman around you has promoted you to this position and now you can't step down? Although her voice was soft, her sarcasm was very strong. Both of them immediately changed their expressions.
You.
Who are you calling a gossiping woman? Liu Yuqin shouted angrily. Fu Hailin's face also darkened, but his presence was far weaker than Fu Minggen's, so he couldn't scare Su Jiner. Instead, she smiled, blinking her eyes and slightly pursed her lips with a playful look. Anyone without manners is just insulting others. When it comes to manners, Su Jiner didn't dare compare herself to Liu Yuqin in front of her. It made her feel like she was not a common vegetable, but a wild on the street. Su Jiner, Fu Hailin shouted loudly, trying to stop her from mocking, but he found she didn't seem to listen. The tricks he had successfully used many times with Qi Yuan failed here. Even his identity as Fu Minggen's father seemed powerless against Su Jiner. He frowned, tightening Liu Yuqin's fingers painfully. Liu Yuqin endured the pain and couldn't make a sound anymore. Seeing their reactions, Su Jiner raised an eyebrow. Want to compete with me in shouting? I can't compare with you guys. After all, I'm not a singer, so I don't need to perform to show off my voice. She sneered and put her sun protection mask back on. Turning away from them, she was about to leave. Although standing in the shade, the weather was unbearably hot. She wanted to go quickly to the air-conditioned place to cool down. But before she could take a few steps, Fu Hailin suddenly stepped in front of her, blocking her way with his tall figure. Is there something else? Finish your words and leave, or I won't mind calling Fu Minghan directly, he said. How much do you want? Fu Hailin asked directly. He believed that as Fu Minggen's father, he had the power to drive this stranger away from Fu Minghan. But after meeting her, he realized she was difficult to handle. Since he was here and wanted to settle things, paying a price was inevitable. After all, this cunning woman was after the Fu family's wealth. She wouldn't leave until she got what she wanted. Fu Hailin naturally thought this, with a hint of disdain on his face. Su Jiner clearly saw his expression and quietly chuckled to herself, chatting with the system. Now I understand what kind of parents Fu Minggen's parents are. They probably always hold back at the company, right? No wonder Qi Yuan couldn't help but divorce Fu Minghan after 2 years of marriage. It shows how strong Qi Yuan is. Hey, this is the official account of the Fu family's old master, and Fu Minghan is actually the younger account the old master trained. Fu Hailin doesn't even know the details of Fu's business. He used to just hold a fake position in the company. The system casually revealed what it had seen before, feeling a bit speechless about the two suddenly blocking their way. I can see that. With this attitude, who would want to do business with him? Su Jiner's smile was faint. If you ask me how much money I want, it depends on how much you think your son is worth, or how much you think the Fu family is worth. Liu Yuqin hurried over, angry. I knew you were after Minghan and the Fu family's wealth. You wicked fox. Su Jiner was tired of hearing the word fox, and didn't get angry. She just chuckled. Anyway, if you don't give it, Fu Minghan will give it to me himself. Forget it. I'll just call him now and tell him I want to buy a shop. He'll definitely be happy with that. She took out her phone, turned on the screen, and pretended to dial. Fu Hailin stopped her first. Wait. In Su Jiner's half-smile, he hesitated. I'll give you 1 million. If you leave Fu Minghan and divorce him, I'll transfer the money to your account immediately. Huh? Su Jiner burst out laughing. Old Master Fu, are you easy to fool, or am I? Of course, the money has to arrive first before I do anything. You don't seem very trustworthy. What if you change your mind later and I can't find anyone? She didn't hide her distrust of their character and continued, and 1 million isn't enough. I spent over 5 million to set up the clothing factory Fu Minghan bought me. Do you really think I'm easy to buy? 5 million? Fu Hailin was surprised and shouted out loud. He couldn't help but glare fiercely at the beautiful young woman in front of him. Even if she looked good, in his mind, she had now become a greedy demon. Once, Chi Yuan was at the Fu family's home. They only took care of her basic needs, and they never directly sent money to buy her things. She bought a few houses, but after the divorce, her ex-husband didn't want them and returned them to her. But that's not the main point. The real issue is that he thinks this woman is very greedy. She asked for 5 million yuan, showing her big ambitions. Su Jinu understood their thoughts. She looked at Lu Yuqin, who was full of jealousy, then looked up at the sky. Since you can't meet my price, I'll leave now. She was about to walk away, but Fu Hailin spoke again.
Wait.
I'll give you 5 million too. Hailin. Lu Yuqin couldn't help but speak out. 5 million is only a tenth of what the other family has. Giving so much makes her feel pain. She usually controls herself when buying jewelry. Su Jiner was happy to see this. She stopped and looked at Fu Hailin thoughtfully. He sensed something was wrong and heard her continue. All right, how about 1 million? 1 million transferred to my account, marked as a gift and not to be taken back. If you agree, I'll accept your terms. 1 million yuan is not a small amount for Fu Hailin. He kept track of his savings, and with Fu Minghan reducing their daily allowances, their money was getting less. He hesitated. Seeing Su Jiner refuse to back down and start to leave, he had no choice but to speak up and stop her, feeling helpless.
Wait. Okay.
Su Jiner was surprised and looked back at him. She didn't expect he would really agree.
Fine.
Tonight, I'll send you my bank account number. I want to see the money in 2 days. If not, the deal is off. Lu Yuqin was speechless. She looked at Fu Hailin and then glared at Su Jiner with hatred. She stayed silent. Fu Hailin frowned. Remember our phone number? No need. I'll just check Fu Minghan's phone when the time comes. After all, he's not very guarded against me. This deal is your gain, Su Jiner said playfully, winking at both of them. Then she turned around and left confidently. Her back was calm and composed, but she didn't realize how much psychological shadow she left behind for Fu Hailin and Lu Yuqin. What does it mean he's not very guarded against me? She's clearly a greedy woman coveting the Fu family's wealth. Looks like this money has to be paid. Fu Hailin felt a pang of pain. When he saw Lu Yuqin looking at him, he felt embarrassed because she had seen him embarrass himself in front of Su Jiner. His face was a little hard to hold, and he was also discouraged about losing 10 million. He shook his hand back and snorted coldly, then turned and walked away. Hailin. Lu Yuqin shrank a little, clenched her fingers, hesitated for a moment, then quickly followed. Fu Minghan still finished work on time that evening. He didn't really guard against Su Jiner, leaving his phone and computer where she could see them. While she was taking a shower, she naturally picked up his phone and smiled as she used Fu Minghan's phone to call Fu Hailin. Hello, she heard his cautious voice on the other end. He seemed genuinely a little afraid of his son. Su Jiner found it interesting and chuckled softly. Old Master Fu, I'm here to tell you the bank card number. You can find a notebook to write it down. Fu Hailin was surprised to hear her voice. For a moment, he thought she had told Fu Minghan, but when she mentioned the bank card, he quickly calmed down. Say it. Lu Yuqin sat beside him, scowling as she prepared to write down the information. Su Jiner efficiently told him her bank card number and reminded him he only had 2 days before the call ended. She didn't delete the call record. She simply exited the app to finish. She was curious whether Fu Minghan would notice the call record himself and what his reaction would be. Honestly, with the Fu family's couple, she suddenly found it quite fun to tease them. She didn't feel guilty or remorseful. In the coming decades, she would definitely have to deal with these two, so she needed to leave a good impression on them. After all, in their eyes, any achievements she made in the future might be seen as her using her body to exchange for them, or as the generous gift from the Fu family. Since they looked at her that way, she would show them what she could do. Her long-dormant heart suddenly became interested. Su Jiner went downstairs to the study to read for a while, and soon she heard a ding sound. She picked up her phone, looked at it, and slightly raised her eyebrows, a faint glow shining in her eyes. Wow, Fu Hailin is really generous. He just gave 10 million like that? The system was surprised and looked over the plot, discovering that it described Fu Hailin's intense hatred and helpless feelings towards the host. It couldn't help but laugh out loud. Host, Fu Hailin is planning to sue you for fraud once you leave Fu Minghan. When the system saw a certain line, it immediately warned. I don't know how good Fu Hailin is at doing proper work, but he sure has many tricks. However, Su Jiner chuckled softly, resting her right hand on her temple as she sat. Her black hair flowed like a waterfall down her back. She held a book in her left hand and said calmly, but I'm not bad either. Leaving Fu Minghan for a few days is still leaving, half a month is still leaving. Of course, the main point is to take the child away. She's worried that these two elders might really lose control and cause Fu Minghan to become furious again. When Fu Minghan found her, he saw her body trembling slightly, her beautiful smile like a flower. His black eyes instantly darkened, falling on her white, porcelain-like face. A pink flush spread across her cheeks, contrasting sharply with her black hair and white skin, making her look completely different from the rest of the world. What are you smiling at? He asked in a deep voice, then stepped closer. He reached out and touched her black hair, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her into his embrace. Su Jiner's forehead rested on his waist, and she looked up at him slightly. Nothing, just something funny I saw. You can rest after you finish washing up. I want to read a little longer. This had become her habit over the past few days, enriching herself while avoiding too much disturbance from someone. Fu Minghan didn't pay much attention. He simply responded with an and gently played with her soft black hair. His awkward posture made Su Jiner push him away forcefully. However, she didn't succeed. Instead, he leaned down and pushed a little further back, locking eyes with her. In that 1 second of eye contact, she saw the cold flames burning inside his eyes, as if they could burn her to ashes. Then his lips moved closer and kissed her softly and gently. Whenever Su Jiner struggled slightly, he held her tighter, his lips becoming more forceful. His hands forcibly controlled her shoulders, forcing her to tilt her head back and endure his slightly wild kiss. Having gained some experience, this time Su Jiner didn't forget to breathe properly. As their intimate moment slowed down, she panted heavily, allowing Fu Minghan's head to rest in her neck. Neither of them could see each other's faces. As her passion cooled, she pushed him away and looked at the door. You go rest first. I want to wait a little longer. Her face was slightly red, and Fu Minghan looked at her steadily. He nodded and left. The stuffy heat in the air dispersed. Su Jiner rubbed her face and quickly calmed down, then returned to her book. Maybe by chance, it seemed that there were no overly dramatic scenes or unexpected surprises between Fu Minghan and Su Jiner. After a meeting the next morning, Fu Minghan learned from Peng Chen that Fu Hailin and others had been asking about Su Jiner. He also confirmed from Lu Yuan that Fu Hailin and Lu Yuqin had secretly returned to the country at least half a month ago without telling him. Based on what Fu Minghan knew about these two, he was sure they came back to cause trouble for him or specifically to find Su Jiner. It was like when he was with Qiyuan before. Whenever he wasn't paying attention, they would find Qiyuan alone and look down on or humiliate her. Fu Minghan, who had never noticed this before, refused to let himself make the same mistake again. He frowned coldly, opened his phone in front of Peng Chen's curious gaze, and paused when he saw the call records in his contacts. He remembered that this was exactly the time he took a shower last night. Fu Hailin had already found Jiner. This realization made him tighten his brows and fill him with an inexplicable sense of fear. Without hesitation, he dialed Fu Hailin's number.
Mr. Fu?
About your father. Peng Chin didn't know that Fu Hailin had secretly returned to the country. He was just worried, recalling past lessons, and wanted to remind Fu Minghan. He saw Fu Minghan raise his eyebrows, showing a cold expression he hadn't seen in weeks. I'll handle it. The plan I gave you will be implemented as soon as possible. In a month, Jiner and I will hold our wedding. Okay, Mr. Fu. I'll check on the progress today. Seeing his attitude, Peng Chin knew Fu Minghan was taking Fu Hailin's matter seriously. He relaxed a little, but was also surprised at how urgent Fu Minghan was. The Fu Group is a well-known real estate company, and they often deal with the large hotel chain owned by the Liu family. The owners of both companies are even friends. On the second day after registering their marriage, Fu Minghan presented a draft plan for the wedding. The bride and groom were clearly Su Jiner and himself. According to this plan, the wedding was at least publicly known within the industry. This shows how much he valued this wedding. Originally, the wedding was scheduled for 3 months later, but Fu Minghan surprisingly moved the date up by 2 weeks, planning to hold it in a month. He probably did this to avoid delays. Of course, this also confirmed Su Jiner's status as the lady of the Fu family within the industry. No matter how many opinions Fu Hailin had, they were not part of his considerations. Almost as soon as Peng Chin left, Fu Hailin's call was answered. The other side sounded cautious. Hello, is this Minghan? Who else would I be? Who are you hoping for? Fu Minghan's voice was cold and deep. The person on the other end shivered and then yelled, You knew? I knew that woman around you wasn't easy to get along with. She broke her promise after taking the money. I want to report her. Let her go to jail. Money?
Fu Minghan frowned.
You better tell me clearly, did you go find Gina? Perhaps because of his cold tone, Fu Hailin quickly calmed down, hesitating before speaking. Yes, your mother and I did find her, but it was for your sake. Do you know that woman took my money and then left you? She's just a scammer. Next to him, Liu Yuqin kept agreeing. Yes, Minghan, that woman only came for your money and the Fu family's money. Don't marry her. I heard you've already registered the marriage? You should divorce her quickly. Again, it was the same misunderstanding. These two always thought they knew everything and never saw others' good points. They never considered his feelings and always interfered in his affairs in a rude and foolish way. Deep in Fu Minghan's dark eyes, anger flickered. He didn't respond to their accusations of her being a scammer. Instead, he asked, Tell me clearly, what is this about the money? Fu Hailin's temper flared, but he suppressed it and said, What do you think? Yesterday, we went to find that woman of yours and told her to leave you. She actually asked for 10 million. How could such a greedy woman enter our Fu family? Listen to me, divorce her quickly. Yes, Qingyao is such a good girl. I think she has feelings for you, and her family is a good match for ours. Minghan, when you marry her, you will surely be happy. Liu Yuqin interrupted excitedly. Fu Minghan knew they were scheming, but he didn't expect them to be so foolish and shameless. They were blind to reality and so brazen as to let Su Jiner leave him willingly. He remembered Jiner's smile in the study last night. He said she was laughing at something funny. Now he understood. It was a joke. Has the 10 million been transferred? Fu Minghan asked quietly, not wanting to say more. Liu Yuqin and Fu Hailin froze. Yes, it was transferred, with a note saying it was a voluntary gift. You and she better get that money back before you divorce. Even now, they still held unrealistic hopes. Did they really think they could outsmart Su Jiner with their limited intelligence? Fu Minghan sneered inwardly. I won't divorce her. As for the money, consider it a wedding gift from you. He looked at his watch, his expression cold. You have 1 day to leave the country. If you don't blame me for being rude. What rude meant. Fu Hailin and Liu Yuqin, who had once been driven abroad personally, shivered at the thought. They dared not imagine what that would entail. After hanging up, Fu Hailin's eyes turned red with anger. This rebellious son. Why has he become our enemy? Just for a woman? First Chi Yuan, now this liar. Lu Yuqin stood aside, shrinking back and not daring to speak. Fu Hailin, whose mind was blank, perhaps would never reflect on his own foolishness. He tried to control his son but failed to act in the family's best interest. Every foolish thing he did pushed him further away from Fu Minghan, until now they couldn't even see each other. Expelling him abroad was to keep him out of sight and maintain family harmony. As for his life abroad, he wouldn't have much money, but enough for food and clothing. No entertainment or parties, just a simple life, experiencing what it's like to be an ordinary person with daily chores. Fu Hailin and Lu Yuqin wanted to stay a few more days in the country. They tried to escape but were found the next day by Peng Chun, who personally bought their tickets and sent them abroad. The matter was resolved quietly and without anyone noticing. When Su Jiner found out, she was already on the plane, and the system had received the new storyline. Are you saying Fu Minghan knows his father came to find me and personally sent me back abroad? Yes, the male lead is still looking for a house. I guess you will be moving soon. Host, it looks like this mission is going smoothly. The system happily chuckled.
Sujin and Adith.
She sat on the sofa, holding hands with Henin, Chengcheng, and Xianxian, playing a fun interactive game. There was no sign she was about to leave. Fu Minghan looked at the scene on his phone screen. His tense heart gradually relaxed, and his expression softened. Mr. Fu, everything is done. Your father has boarded the plane, accompanied by 2 bodyguards. He won't be back for now. Peng Chun strode in happily and said with a smile. This time, Fu Minghan gave quick and clear instructions, and Peng Chun handled everything efficiently. Now that everything is settled, Mr. Fu is in a good mood, which makes his future work easier. Good, you can go now. Please help me follow up on the house renovation. I'll give you an extra month's bonus this month. Fu Minghan waved his hand and continued working on his computer. Peng Chen's assistant had already arrived to report. He had been helping him these past few days. He still needed some time to grow, so Peng Chen's workload was a bit heavier. Fu Minghan was generous and willing to reward his good assistant. That afternoon, the sky over Mingcheng suddenly darkened a bit. By evening, light rain started falling, quickly turning into a heavy downpour. There was some traffic on the road, and Fu Minghan arrived home later than usual. When he opened the door, his coat was mostly soaked. Sir, you're back. The housekeeper quickly approached and took his wetsuit jacket.
Fu Minghan nodded.
His eyes immediately fell on the graceful figure on the sofa. Su Jiner's long hair was loose, flowing down her shoulders. She wore a delicate white lace dress, beautifully decorated from her shoulders to her cuffs. Her face was lightly covered with foundation, porcelain white and smooth. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and her eyes curved into a lovely smile. She turned her head and looked back, smiling beautifully. You're back. It was as if nothing had happened. I didn't see Fu Hailin, nor did I intentionally call him and leave a record of the call. Dad. Han, wearing a diaper and cotton socks, ran over unsteadily. Chengcheng held a bottle and looked at him with big eyes, while Xianxian followed slowly behind, babbling, Dad, in a childish voice. The 3 babies had the same face, but showed some differences in personality. Fu Minghan watched them all with a gentle smile. He squatted down, opened his arms wide, and caught Han and Xianxian, then gave each a big kiss on the little faces. Good babies, are you happy at home today?
Happy. Mom, play. Hee.
Han was the most active, pulling at Fu Minghan's white shirt and climbing onto his lap. Xianxian spoke less but moved quickly, occupying the other thigh. Smelling the milk scent, Fu Minghan felt warm inside. He looked at Chengcheng, who was still standing beside Su Jiner. Chengcheng, come here. Daddy's here. Do you want a hug? Chengcheng took a sip of milk, looking calm. His big eyes blinked. Su Jiner patted his little head, as if lifting a spell. Chengcheng slowly put down the bottle and ran over with his little feet, then was directly embraced around the neck by Fu Minghan. The big one and the 3 little ones lingered at the door for a few minutes. Fu Minghan finally let go and took the children back to the sofa in the living room, sitting beside Su Jiner. Are you going to leave? His question was sudden. Su Jiner looked at his calm face, understanding where he was coming from. She smiled. Leave? I do have that plan. Did you see your dad's call records? Fu Minghan nodded and reached out to hold her hand. Yes, I saw. My dad isn't thinking clearly. I've sent him abroad, and he won't bother you and me anymore. Sorry, I made you suffer.
Suffer?
Where did that come from? Su Jiner's eyes showed doubt. She noticed his fingers tightening and pressed her lips, then held his hand back. I wouldn't say I suffered. I was just angry at your dad and stepmother. But since they're out of the country, our deal might no longer be valid? No, that money is the red envelope he gave you and me for our wedding. It is a gift from the elders to you as the daughter-in-law. Keep it, no need to return it. As for Fu Hailin's mention of legal action, Fu Minghan didn't take it seriously. Not only did he voluntarily thank them and decide not to repay the money, but his relationship with Su Jiner also made it not illegal to use this money. It was also a lesson for Fu Hailin and Lu Yuqin. Give it to me? 1 million yuan just given to me for free, Su Jiner smiled at him. I give it to you. I also arranged for a property notarization. From now on, except for the Fu Group, all my earnings and assets belong to you. Fu Minghan leaned over, holding her tightly with his left hand, burying his head in her neck, smelling the scent of her black hair. At his feet, 3 children held onto his legs, swaying left and right, seeming to sense his low mood. They just stood there watching him, not daring to move. Su Jiner was silent. She didn't expect Fu Minghan to really do this. Even ignoring the fact that the Fu Group is a large company across the country, his personal assets are worth at least hundreds of millions. To have everything notarized in her name, she didn't know whether to think he's foolish or just plain naive. Maybe he did the same for Qi Yuan before? Did you ever treat Qi Yuan like this before? She asked instinctively, feeling hesitant for some reason. His warm breath and muffled voice came from beside her. I bought her a few houses. I have to admit, I didn't think much back then. Maybe if we had gone to the end together, I would have done this. But there are no what-ifs. The past is the past. I love you now. I don't regret this decision. I hope you don't refuse me. This kind of unconditional giving seemed to be just to keep her close, which made Su Jiner feel a strange pain in her heart. She asked, if your father comes back in the future and I do something that puts you in a difficult position, what will you do? Fu Minghan didn't hesitate. Do what you think is right. Don't worry about me. And now, I hope you won't get hurt. If that day really comes, I just want you and the children to be safe. As long as Fu Hailin is alive, I won't blame you. His tone was calm, but very firm. Su Jiner felt his sincerity. She looked into his dark eyes and gently touched his face. Because of this, she chose to leave, right? Fu Minghan tightened his grip on her left hand. She said staying was unfair to her, and she didn't want to hurt herself. I understand her. She shouldn't have to take care of my feelings and stay in the Fu family, living in the twisted world of Fu Hailin and Lu Yuqin. Su Jiner saw hurt in his eyes, along with nervousness and caution. It was like he was afraid history might repeat itself. She lowered her eyes and looked at him again when he was stunned. We are adults. Our thoughts are deeply rooted. No one can change another's mind, and no one can control someone else's thoughts. You and Fu Hailin are 2 different people. Your views and ideas are different. I won't blame you for the mistakes they made. And in this matter, you've already done everything you could. Sending Fu Hailin and Lu Yuqin abroad was a clear sign of his attitude. She saw his eyes brighten a little, and he relaxed his grip. His eyes showed strong hope. She didn't want to disappoint him. Or rather, this is the path she would definitely take in the end, since you chose me and gave me the money, and considering you've done well so far. I'll reluctantly accept this trouble. Before she dies, she won't leave. Every day she spends, she will try to be better to him and let him know he made the right choice. People are always compatible, like shoe sizes. Some fit perfectly. Others need time to adjust. Whether they can stay together in the end depends on both efforts. It's not something that happens overnight. Su Jiner smiled warmly. Fu Minghan looked at her smile. His cold, trembling, nervous heart suddenly felt like spring had come, blooming into a sea of flowers. Only at this moment, after truly opening up, did he feel a sense of peace. He knew that as long as he didn't make mistakes in the future, Su Jiner would stay. She would stay forever, never leaving with the children again. That night, the child was not left with the nanny. Since Fu Minghan was rarely interested, he took the child to sleep in the same room. The bed was big enough, and the child slept quietly. After changing the diaper, the 3 children lay in the middle of the bed, with the 2 adults sleeping at each end. Fu Minghan read a few short stories, and the children fell asleep. They exchanged a glance. Su Jiner turned off the bedside lamp. In the quiet room, both of them soon fell asleep. Since returning, Su Jiner often slept in late for various reasons. Sometimes she couldn't get up, and other times she just didn't want to. In the room, the child was awakened by their biological clock at 7 a.m. He could only reluctantly get up and open his eyes. Fu Minghan's tall figure moved by the bed. He was quick and efficient, first taking the baby to the bathroom to wash and change the diaper, then dressing the child. His movements were professional and smooth. Su Jiner watched him, but couldn't help much. "Sleep a little longer if you want. The nanny will watch the kids later," Fu Minghan softly said. After putting socks on the child's small feet, he placed him on the floor, then naturally walked over to Su Jiner and kissed her on the forehead. A strand of black hair fell from his lips. He chuckled softly and got up, taking the child downstairs. Su Jiner lay back in bed, but couldn't fall asleep. She decided to check her shop sales on her phone. Recently, a few new outfits were added, but there were no photos of the children modeling them, so sales hadn't changed much. She planned to take some promotional photos soon. Around 9 a.m., Fu Minghan walked out of the company elevator, looking confident. He nodded to the employees he saw along the way. "Good morning, President Fu." Peng Chin followed behind him with some documents. He gently closed the door to the CEO's office. "These are the important files for today. There are meetings in the morning and afternoon. Also, the renovation team wants to know what kind of toys and decorations the children like. The related photos are in the files. When you have time, please take a look." Fu Minghan sat calmly in his chair. "Got it. You can go now." He seemed in a good mood. Peng Chan happily left, gently closing the door. He returned to his office with a cheerful smile, while everyone else watched curiously, leaving only the big office filled with onlookers. In the office, Fu Minghan didn't start working immediately. Instead, he first selected a photo of a children's room decoration style, then checked the surveillance camera in the living room on his phone. To his surprise, Su Jiner had already gotten up. She was dressed in a light-colored, loose-fitting suit that looked stylish and comfortable, not tight. She wore a white shirt under a loose blazer, with wide-leg black suit pants and pointed high heels on her feet. Apart from her outfit change, her black hair was styled into 2 buns on each side of her head, and she had a round face with big eyes, making her look cute and playful. He paused for a moment, couldn't help but take a screenshot of her and continued watching her movements. Su Jiner had just finished tidying up in the living room. Today's theme was a casual office look with suits. Her clothes included different colors of jackets and matching skirts. For convenience, she chose the loosest outfit. The children's clothes were also loose suits, not tight, but still had all the usual suit elements. She thought that in the future, the kids would also wear suits, so she started planning for that from a young age. "Come on, Hanin, wear your little suit." She gently touched the child's face and put a small white dress on him. Since it was hot in summer, the children wore breathable, soft fabrics. Underneath, they had on white t-shirts, which could be taken off when it was too hot. Because they wore diapers, the kids' pants were loose, wide-leg shorts that were a bit longer. She folded the pant legs a few times to show the chubby little feet wearing small cool mats. Hanin wore a white suit, Xian a light gray one, and Chengcheng a blue suit. Their fresh, tender faces looked even more adorable and bright.
Hat.
Chengcheng reached out his small hand to grab a hat on the sofa, matching the color to his clothes. He struggled a few times before finally putting it on himself. Sue Jenner found it funny. After all three kids were dressed, she asked the nanny to prepare their essentials and then set off. The children stood happily in a row beside her, their faces full of joy. Every morning, Sue Jenner took them out to play, and they looked forward to this time eagerly. The last few people each carried a small water bottle filled with plain water to quench their thirst. Everything was ready. Just as they were about to set off, the phone rang. Sue Jenner glanced at the contact note and answered, "President Fu, did you forget something?" Unknowingly, Fu Minghan had been idly browsing for half an hour. He cleared his throat. "No. Are you going out?" "Yes, today we plan to take photos." There are no promotional pictures in the shop anymore. Sue Jenner was the first to step outside the door, with the children following her, then two nannies accompanying them. Seeing the group, Fu Minghan looked at the adorable faces of the three little kids. He pursed his lips and said, "Come to the company. Let's take some photos." "Huh?" Sue Jenner was a bit surprised. This was the first time Fu Minghan invited her to the company. She looked up at the camera and understood. "All right, since President Fu invited me, I've never been there before. I'll go see." She smiled happily. The Fu Group's office building was so large, it fit the theme of her photo shoot perfectly. Fu Minghan, feeling satisfied, hung up the phone. He stayed silent for a moment, then calmly put away his phone. He worked quietly for half an hour. Just as his watch ticked to a certain moment, he immediately stood up, called Peng Chun, and told him to come downstairs with him. "President Fu, is something wrong?" Fu Minghan didn't look back. He walked straight into the elevator, tall and handsome. "Someone is coming to pick us up," he said simply. Seeing his expression, Peng Chun understood. He responded carefully, holding back a smile. So, the wife was checking on him. Looks like the baby was brought along too? Fu Minghan didn't delay. As he entered the elevator, he dialed Sue Jenner's number. After a brief ring, the call connected, and he heard the soft, babyish voice of the children. "Hello, hello." The children's voices sounded similar, and Fu Minghan couldn't tell which one was which. His expression softened. "Baby, where are you?" "President Fu, you're so precise with the time. We're in the basement. How do we get upstairs?" Sue Jenner had just parked the car. She got out, her high heels clicking loudly on the ground. "Basement? Which area?" "I'll come find you." Fu Minghan's voice came through the phone. She took the phone from Henin's hand, didn't hang up, and told Fu Minghan her location while standing still. Within a few minutes, two figures in suits appeared in the distance, moving swiftly and confidently, walking with long strides.
"Ah, Dad."
"Uncle." Xian ran a few steps and stopped on the ground, looking at the two people with pure black eyes. Fu Minghan walked over, bent down, and picked up the child dressed in a small suit, kissing his forehead. "Good boy, are you tired? Is it hot?" Xian hugged Fu Minghan's neck, sitting half on his arm, shaking his head and smiling at Peng Chun. Wan Meng's appearance softened Peng Chun's heart. He wasn't greedy and followed Fu Minghan forward, bending down to hold Ching Cheng, who was the least reserved among the children. The children were very familiar with Peng Chun and didn't refuse his hug. Xian called him, "Uncle," and then turned to look in the direction of Sue Jenner. "President Fu personally came to greet us, so we seem a bit grand." Sue Jenner held Henin, smiling as she walked in front of the two. Two nannies carried some extra clothes and items for the children, silently following, without disturbing. "It's nothing. From now on, madam, you can come anytime. The children are so cute. It's good for them to go out and see more people. After not seeing me for so long, I really miss them." Peng Chun spoke before Fu Minghan. He truly liked these three children. They were well-behaved, understanding, and inherited their parents' good looks, making them adorable from a young age. Since they were triplets, if he had these three children, his heart would probably melt. Fu Minghan glanced at him, then used his right hand to put his arm around Sue Jenner's shoulder. "Let's go upstairs. It's hot downstairs. We need to take photos in my office. I'll help you take some." His gaze swept over her slender figure as they stepped into the elevator. The light gradually brightened, and he finally saw her makeup. Her already delicate face was painted with different blue eyeshadow than usual. Her thick eyelashes framed bright eyes that seemed to see through everything, captivating and enchanting. Her eyebrows were thicker than the usual willow-shaped ones, drawn with a light brown color. Her lips, with a hint of red, were perfectly detailed, with a slight curve at the corners. Every part of her was flawless and impeccable. Even dressed in loose clothing, her unusual look was striking. He just wanted to quietly watch her and stay like this forever. Ahem, madam, would you like to stay for lunch in the cafeteria today? We have good lunch options here. Unable to tolerate the boss's infatuated look, Pungchin took the initiative to speak, breaking the quiet atmosphere in the elevator. He glanced at Fu Minghan, surprised to see that even the usually cold CEO had moments of being captivated by someone. It seemed she really liked him. However, it was clear that Su Jiner, who appeared again today, was different from before. She was more gentle and tolerant, with a touch of lively confidence. Her hair was in two buns, adding a playful charm, showing a completely different side of her. All right, since today you all are lucky, stay for lunch. Fu Minghan's gaze didn't make Su Jiner feel uncomfortable. She slightly smiled, exuding confidence naturally, with a unique and elegant aura. When the elevator stopped at the top floor and the doors opened, a large glass wall came into view. Yun Yun, Xian, sitting in Fu Minghan's arms, curiously pointed at the distance. Han and Cheng also looked forward, giggling happily. They kept looking outside. The Fu Group building was dozens of floors high, with the top reaching into the clouds. From there, they could see all the surrounding office buildings. Su Jiner looked around and kept her lips pressed, standing still. She thought she might have to stay away from this place in the future. Are you scared? Fu Minghan softly asked beside her, pausing her steps. She looked at her with admiration. I'm not afraid of a few meters, but hundreds of meters. That does take some time to get used to. Fu Minghan smiled, but didn't immediately take the children to see the clouds. Instead, she signaled Pungchin to go to her office. Let's sit in my office. It's better there. Secretary Pung, please arrange for the two ladies to rest. Got it, Pungchin replied, carrying the child ahead. He found an employee and signaled for someone to take the nannies to the lounge and to give good service. The employee was a woman who was surprised for a moment when she saw him holding the child. But seeing the CEO standing behind, she didn't ask more and quickly passed by the CEO with the child and the beautiful woman, heading to the lounge with the nannies. Inside, she felt a tickling sensation, like feathers brushing her skin, making her feel itchy. Just then, an employee coming out of the office saw the scene. He immediately recognized Fu Minghan holding the child and the stunning woman next to her also holding a child. Seeing Fu Minghan's gentle smile as he looks at the woman, he was so surprised that he almost tripped over his own feet by crossing them carelessly. Before anyone else could react, he quickly sprinted back to the office and started gossiping with everyone.
President Fu.
President Fu brought his wife here. And twins. No, triplets. He remembered the children Pungchan was holding earlier. Besides their different clothes, they all had the same small faces.
Nonsense.
President Fu was just about to get married, right? I haven't seen any wedding invitations, and now there are children. A female employee snorted, not really believing it. The witness immediately pointed at the door. Really? President Fu is holding a child, and he's about to walk over. I'm sure the beautiful woman next to him is his wife. You don't know. President Fu looks at her with such tenderness. Not cold at all. No, it can't be. Maybe she's his sister? Someone doubted. Where would President Fu's sister come from? I haven't heard anything about him having a child before, the witness said anxiously. Really, she's right at the door. Assistant Prung is also holding a child and heading to the CEO's office. The small group was talking quietly, but the crowd eager to see what was happening was listening in secretly. Before anyone could speak, Fu Minghan appeared, carrying a small boy dressed in a blue suit, who looked less than a year old. Next to him, a woman dressed in casual business attire, graceful and elegant, was walking while holding a small boy in a white suit. Their faces were identical, adorable and innocent. The office fell silent for a few seconds, then suddenly erupted into chaos. Even with Fu Minghan, the cold-faced CEO, present, everyone couldn't help but whisper and stare at him. The three children were not afraid of strangers, especially when their closest family was nearby. They were bolder.
Wow. Toys.
Toys. Xian clapped his hands, smiling as he looked at Fu Minghan. His chubby face showed no mischief.
Wow.
That's Mr. Fu's son. Triplets. So happy, the children are so cute. Wow, Mrs. Fu also looks so beautiful, I'm so jealous. I'm still single. Su Jiner listened to everyone's words, reached out to gently pull back Henin's small hand, and softly said in his ear, "This is big sister's thing. If Henin wants it after work today, Mom'll buy it for you." Big sisters. Henin withdrew her hand, hugged Su Jiner's neck, leaned on her, and didn't cry. She just looked at the people in the office with innocent eyes. Fu Minghan watched her and the children interact, his expression becoming even gentler. Xian too. "If you like it, Dad will buy it for you and your brother when he goes back, but after work." Dad is working." Xian nodded and giggled happily, looking very innocent and adorable. Hearing Fu Minghan call himself Dad almost confirmed his relationship with this unfamiliar woman. The office suddenly became noisy. But as Fu Minghan gave a cold look, everyone quieted down again. The female employee at the desk, surrounded by collectibles, looked at the three babies. She felt that her own collectibles couldn't compare to how cute the children were. Her heart softened, almost melting from their cuteness. She wanted to do something, but at this moment, Fu Minghan had already taken Su Jiner and walked toward the front, entering the CEO's office. Peng Chan was in the office watching Ching. When he saw them come in, he smiled and stepped out, giving space for the family of five. The door was gently closed, blocking the gossiping eyes outside. Fu Minghan first carried Ching, Henin, and Xian to the window to look down. Without exception, the children were all very excited. Those houses. They all look so tiny now. So pretty. Toys. Ha. Suddenly, the serious office was filled with children's laughter. Fu Minghan gently patted each child's head, nodded, and then placed them on the sofa one by one. Su Jiner stood beside the bookshelf, her eyes fixed on the books above. They were all very professional and complex books, not something she, as an outsider, could understand now. Footsteps sounded behind her. She turned around and met Fu Minghan's gaze. "Mr. Fu, you must have planned this long ago, right? Have you been looking forward to this day for a long time?" Fu Minghan did not deny it. His dark eyes looked at her, pinning her between the bookshelf and himself, as if they held her entire being. "You are my wife. Sooner or later, you will meet them." It wasn't exactly premeditated, but he felt it was very necessary. He lowered his head, and their faces drew closer. Suddenly, loud banging sounds interrupted them. Fu Minghan turned to look, seeing Henin and Xian climbing down from the sofa with bottles filled with white water, heading toward them. "Anyway, I forgot the main thing. You probably have work too. I'll take the photos of the kids, and when you're free, you can take pictures of me." Su Jiner squeezed past him with a smile and walked toward the children. Fu Minghan's office was large. She looked at the nearby lounge area, took the children over there, snapped a few photos on her phone, adjusted the angles, and finished taking pictures. There was no need for much editing. The only thing she did was hide some key logos and backgrounds of the Fu group behind her, only showing clouds and the large glass windows. The children, dressed in suits and holding bottles, stood by the window. They looked both city-smart and innocent, adorable in their own way. The mix of these elements softened everyone's hearts. Su Jiner was taking pictures of the children, while Fu Minghan watched her. Her eyes were deep and dark, and her lips gradually curved into a smile. She watched for a while, then saw her busy playing with the children, and finally focused on her work, continuing to handle today's documents. When Peng Chin left, many people gathered around him, asking questions about the boss's assistant, gossiping eagerly. The door was already closed, but they still remembered the cute faces of the triplets and that unfamiliar woman who clearly looked like a beautiful lady. Assistant Prung. Just tell us, how did the boss's wife and the boss meet? Yeah. Such a beautiful boss's wife. Did the boss chase her? Or did she chase the boss? The boss is so cold. It can't be him making the first move, right? I just remembered. More than a year ago, President Fu received another call. I remember. It was about a hospital and giving birth. Could it be from that time? The employees chattered excitedly, no longer interested in their work. Peng Chun had indeed been with Fu Minghan almost the entire time and knew most of the truth about this matter. The former Qi Yuan had never been to the company. Only her personal assistant knew she was the wife of the CEO. Now that Fu Minghan had remarried after divorce, the news caused quite a stir. He felt a bit emotional, knowing that this time Fu was bringing his children and wife to the company, probably to make the relationship public. He smiled and nodded, lowering his hand. All right, I don't know much, but I can tell you that Fu and his wife have known each other for over 2 years.
Back then,
Fu had some issues and was in a bad mood. Then he met his wife. Peng Chun paused, skipping over some private details that were hard to talk about, and said in front of everyone's attention, "You all know Fu is quite commanding and strong-willed, but our wife, she can stay calm and friendly around Fu." They just clicked, and soon they were together. He felt a bit emotional when he said this. It was so coincidental. When Fu Minghan was heartbroken after being rejected by Qi Yuan, he found his own salvation. Later, he learned that salvation was carrying his child. Isn't that fate? Did the wife and Fu register their marriage? Someone asked eagerly. She looks so nice. She must have many admirers. Huh. Who can compare to Fu? Peng Chun shot him a quick look and secretly glanced at the CEO's office. Seeing the door was closed, he shook his head. That's because Fu is quick to act. The wife is pregnant with 3 babies. No matter how many others pursue her, they can't beat our CEO's advantage of being first. That's true. Fu may seem scary, but he's actually very trustworthy. Being with him must make you feel safe. Fu is also quite good-looking. Look at those 3 adorable babies, great genes. Peng Chun chuckled and nodded. He really liked the 3 children. Someone asked, why haven't we heard about Fu's wedding? Is it a secret marriage? He looked at the person, who was full of curiosity. He replied, yes, but Fu will have a wedding soon. When that happens, you'll get wedding candies. Wow. That's great. I want to share the happiness. If Fu can find love, I definitely can too. I'm such a good person. I'll find a boyfriend this year. Everyone burst into laughter. Peng Chun shook his head and glanced at the time on his wrist. All right, go to work quickly. Perform well, and don't let the ladies see you slacking off. If she reports it to Mr. Fu, no one will be able to protect you. Director Liu, your report needs some improvements. The morning meeting will continue as usual. Do your best. After speaking, he returned to the assistant's office and focused on handling official duties. At 11 o'clock, Fu Minghan's meeting was held as usual. He looked up from his busy work and glanced toward his private lounge in the corner. Su Jiner and the children were laughing and playing, telling little stories filled with meaningful lessons. He stood up and walked over, squatting beside her. I'm going to a meeting now. It will last about half an hour. If you're bored, you can go downstairs for a walk. Most people here will recognize you. Fu Minghan knew very well how unpredictable his assistant's behavior could be. His gossip spread quickly, but he also used this to announce Su Jiner's identity and to confirm that he already had a family. Su Jiner's work was mostly finished. Only a few personal photos remained to be taken, so she wasn't in a hurry. She nodded and said, "Go ahead. We're going to have lunch later, right?" The nanny had no plans for today. Su Jiner took the initiative to give both nannies a day off. She would just go back to the villa in the evening. Of course, her salary would still be paid. The baby formula and other supplies were in the lounge. She could pick them up later. Fu Minghan left with some documents. The room felt a bit emptier. Su Jiner, holding her wobbly child, headed straight for the elevator used by the CEO. As Fu Minghan predicted, her identity was almost known throughout the building. Employees greeted her along the way. The children weren't shy. When they met friendly staff, they smiled at them. They also received some small toys and snacks, enough to fill their hands, until they couldn't hold any more. In the end, Su Jino ate the snacks herself. The child, just over a year old, had few teeth and wasn't ready for snacks. To save space, she ate everything herself. After going downstairs, they sat in the cafe on the first floor, drinking tea and playing on her phone. Chi Feiyu had recently returned from Mingqing to Yuqing, mainly for work. On the way, he saw Fu Group and thought he might have a chance to visit his good friend. There was also Chi Yuan with him. He tried to ask her to come along, but Chi Yuan naturally refused. She seemed lost in thought, her eyes a little red. He knew she was upset because Fu Minghan had already registered their marriage, but now it was too late to do anything about it. He couldn't help her reconnect with him, so he decided to walk into the Fu Group building alone. Before reaching the front desk, he saw a few familiar small figures running ahead. The children's happy laughter seemed out of place next to the grand building, but they were dressed in small suits, matching the atmosphere here. Even with their round hats, Chi Feiyu recognized that the three children were Fu Minggan's sons.
Henin.
Xian, Cheng. He called out immediately, squatting down with open arms, inviting them to come over. The three children hesitated for a moment, then laughed and ran toward him. Uncle Chi, hold me, uncle. Chi Feiyu was delighted to be surrounded by the three little ones. He gently ruffled their heads, then looked around the lobby. His eyes landed on Su Jiner, who was drinking tea nearby, and he caught her smiling at him. He paused for a moment, then instinctively glanced at his car outside. He picked up one of the children and headed toward her. Outside the Fu Group building, a black business car was parked near the glass window, clearly visible from where Chi Feiyu was. Chi Yuan sat in the back seat of the car, her eyes vacant as she watched the three children following Chi Feiyu. She couldn't help but tear up when they disappeared from her sight. The driver, noticing her expression, silently handed her a pack of tissues without saying a word. Soft, silent tears began to fall from her eyes. Her heart was complicated. Seeing those three children, she couldn't help but think of Fu Minghan. Recently, she kept dreaming of Fu Minghan as he was when he was with her. His every move so clear, his love in his eyes so deep. Back then, he belonged to her. But she had chosen to leave him first. Now, they were completely apart. No matter how much she regretted or felt conflicted, she had to accept reality. And she had to accept it. Chi Yuan is not someone who doesn't understand reason. She knows that missing someone is just missing, and the best way to forget is to give herself enough time. So she tries not to go back to Yuqing or think about the past with him. This period is extremely painful, just like how she feels now. She can only endure it. There is a saying that time heals everything. Maybe one day in the future, she'll be able to accept the fact that they are impossible to be together. Su Jiner and Chi Feiyu took the elevator upstairs. Listening to the system describing Chi Yuan's inner feelings, they couldn't help but sigh softly. Chi Yuan is a good girl. Facing such an outstanding man like Fu Minghan, they already have a big difference in status. Being together always brings many problems. Plus, Fu Hailin and Lu Yuqin are also causing trouble, and there's Lu Qingyao standing between them. Who would have thought that Chi Yuan is actually Lu Qingyao? Su Jiner stepped out of the elevator, looking at the blue sky outside. The vast white clouds drifted by like helpless floating plants. And the natural order always causes trouble and misunderstandings between them. If it were an ordinary person, they would have already gone separate ways. In the end, Fu Minghan and Chi Yuan are just controlled by invisible strings. But Chi Yuan truly loved Fu Minghan. However, now asking Su Jiner to leave is impossible because she has her own task and mission she must complete.
So, sorry,
she thought to herself, and soon Fu Minghan, who was waiting after the meeting, arrived. They exchanged a few warm words. Chi Feiyu didn't stay long because there was a suffering Chi Yuan sitting in the car. He turned around and left. Notify me early about the wedding banquet. I'll give you all a big red envelope then. Fu Minghan personally saw her down to the building. This was also the last time Chi Yuan saw him face to face within 100 meters. She saw that he noticed her too, but his eyes remained cold and indifferent. Without hesitation, he turned away. Qiyuan understood that everything was truly over. It was completely finished. The Fu Group's restaurant is operated by the company itself. Employees use prepaid cards to enjoy meals at half price. Currently, it is only for internal staff and not open to the public. However, there are always some unexpected visitors, like today when Su Jiner and her 3 children came to eat. Peng Chen also came along, occasionally helping by passing bottles or water. Since it was a rare visit, Su Jiner didn't leave her children waiting outside. Instead, she and the others went downstairs 10 minutes early. Each of them carried a child into the restaurant to choose food. As the company's CEO, Fu Minghan rarely shows special treatment in such places. He doesn't have a dedicated VIP dining area. Like all employees and executives, he eats the same food in the cafeteria. The cafeteria chefs are skilled, and the large pots of food are quite good. The ingredients are fresh and varied. Looking around, even seafood is available. Mr. Fu has arrived. Is this your wife? The children are very cute, the head chef cheerfully said to Fu Minghan. Since he often sees the CEO eating here, he can chat with him a few words each time. He has a good impression of him. The chef is older and doesn't judge people by appearances. He knows Fu Minghan is a good person, judging by his salary, treatment, and how he handles himself. Fu Minghan nodded at him and turned to Su Jiner. What would you like to eat? Anything is fine, just not too spicy. Su Jiner can't tolerate very spicy food. Eating too much makes her tear up easily. She held the children's hands and walked forward. She was a bit surprised to see the dishes Fu Minghan ordered, 2 vegetarian and 1 meat dish, all her favorites. The food was served quickly. There weren't many people around, so they found a seat by the window. They surrounded the children and ate together. All 3 babies sat in chairs, looking out through the glass at the busy street and scenery outside, while drinking the milk powder Fu Minghan had prepared earlier. They ate quietly, without talking. Su Jinu ate peacefully, and her plate had a piece of fish that Fu Minghan had selected for her. Make sure to get enough protein. After eating, I'll take you and the children for a walk. He spoke softly and calmly, with a gentle tone. The person next to them, Peng Chen, got goosebumps from the sweetness and kept staring at the couple, watching their loving moment. Su Jiner paused with her chopsticks, looked away from the fish, and thought for a moment before picking a piece of chicken from her plate to put on his tray. Eat more to build muscle, or you won't be able to carry the kids later. Peng Chen's eyes widened, but he saw Fu Minghan nod slightly, with a faint, almost subtle smile at the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself, indeed, some people are just meant for each other. These two are truly a perfect match. Some employees who came to eat also saw this scene. They immediately covered their mouths in surprise and couldn't help but glance back a few more times. As more people gathered around, Su Jiner finally put down her bowl and chopsticks, indicating she was full. Wait for me. Fu Minghan, waiting nearby, stood up and took 2 trays to the recycling area with both hands. After waving to Peng Chen, he grabbed Su Jiner's hand and led her outside. 3 chubby little kids trotted along unsteadily, not making any fuss, laughing and giggling as they ran. Su Jiner's fingers were squeezed a little tightly. She looked at the sky and the tall buildings around her, squinting as she felt the lively atmosphere of this happy city, full of energy, exciting, and full of longing. At noon, the children were arranged to sleep in the lounge. During this time, Fu Minghan personally took many promotional photos of Su Jiner dressed in suits and skirts. In the afternoon, Su Jiner didn't return. She borrowed a computer from Fu Group and, under system-guided tutorials, learned Photoshop skills. With some descriptive text, she quickly prepared new promotional images. After that, an assistant naturally took charge of uploading the products. 2 weeks later, Fu Minghan and Su Jiner moved to a single-story villa closer to Fu Group's tall building. It only took about 20 minutes to walk to work, giving them more time to relax at home and more frequent visits. The children were happy. This was a time when they needed family company. Sometimes, they would fuss to go play upstairs in the building, and Fu Minghan would spoil them by taking them there. When they learned they would try on wedding dresses, it was already half a month later. However, at this time, Soo Jiner also received some unfortunate news from the system. She had once again become pregnant. That's not right. We used protection, and I even took medicine that time. Soo Jiner found it strange, touching her belly and frowning. Host, this is good for both you and me. We will definitely gain more luck now. The system is a bit happy. It doesn't understand that humans are complex beings, like not knowing what Soo Jiner is thinking right now. I want luck, but that doesn't mean I want to keep giving birth like a sow. System, your joke isn't funny. Soo Jiner personally experienced the entire process from pregnancy to childbirth. It wasn't a virtual game. She knew well how painful and exhausting it was to wait for the baby to be born. Moreover, having Hanin, Chengcheng, and Xianxian already is enough. Out of some worry, she didn't want to absorb too much luck from this small world. Host, do you still want the child in your belly? The system asked, respecting her opinion. Soo Jiner hesitated. A girl or maybe two. Soo Jiner said nothing, gently touching her belly as she sat quietly by the window, gradually lost in thought. Behind her, a man in a suit approached. The tall, slender figure moved slowly and calmly, exuding a cold aura, yet gently and tenderly holding the woman in a wedding dress. Fu Minghan looked at Soo Jiner through the reflection in the glass and softly asked, "What's wrong? What are you thinking?" The warm body heat from behind made Soo Jiner come back to herself. She smiled normally and said, "Nothing, I just feel that reaching this point is a bit strange. Suddenly, I'm wearing a wedding dress. I never thought about getting married before." Fu Minghan embraced her, sniffing her fresh scent. "Even if you regret, it's too late now. I won't let you go." His voice was deep and as commanding as ever. Soo Jiner turned to look at him with a smile, holding his shoulders. Her gaze swept over his handsome face. "You're overthinking. In the future, I probably won't let you go even if you want to." Fu Minghan's assets had been legally divided, most of them under her name. But Soo Jiner didn't care much about the money, because she couldn't take it with her. However, as she said, leaving was impossible. In the storyline the system provided, she had completely replaced the heroine. It was easy to imagine that if she played along and created a plot where a delicate wife runs away, her future life would be chaotic and full of surprises. Unless necessary, she prefers not to bother anymore. Fu Minghan and Soo Jiner's wedding was very grand. The ceremony was held at one of Ming City's most famous tourist spots, and he paid a lot to rent the place exclusively. Many guests were either wealthy or important, including close friends Fu Minghan knew, his high school homeroom teacher, and several classmates. Qi Yuan did not come. She asked Lu Yuan to send money, then went abroad for further studies. As the daughter of the Lu family, she had plenty of internship opportunities. But she chose to study abroad, and everyone understood the reason, without questioning. "Old Fu, among the three of us, you're the first to get married and have children. You're really ahead of us." Qi Feiyu, dressed as a best man, watched Fu Minghan and Soo Jiner hugging on the stage and sighed. Lu Yuan smiled slightly. "Are you jealous? I heard some of your college friends like you. Maybe you should think about it." "Come on, I was just saying. Being single is pretty good. I'm not done having fun yet. As for you, Lu Yuan, you're about the same age as old Fu. Maybe it's time for you to think about it too," Qi Feiyu teased. Lu Yuan's smile paused. He looked up at the stage. Soo Jiner was dressed in a white lace gown, her face as white and smooth as porcelain, smiling beautifully. Such a lovely woman was now someone else's bride, and she had 3 children with him. He lowered his eyes, hiding a strange feeling in his gaze, and shook his head with a smile. "I'm not in a rush. Let's see what fate brings." The wedding was very grand. Today, the 3 little babies also wore tiny black suits, personally presenting flowers and rings to Soo Jiner. Amid loud applause, Fu Minghan and Soo Jiner embraced and kissed, then gently kissed the cheeks of the 3 babies. Fu Hailin and Lu Yuqin were not invited to attend. Perhaps because of past experiences, Fu Minghan only allowed them to watch remotely, worried they might cause trouble at his wedding. Sometimes, there are delays in online connections between China and abroad. Fu Hailin and Lu Yuqin were initially very angry that their son insisted on marrying Su Jiner, a woman they saw as a troublemaker, and that he openly revealed her identity in the circle. They were also upset that he married without letting them return to China to participate, which made others question their standing. Until she saw 3 identical babies dressed in small black suits, Fu Hailin's gaze froze. He wanted to see the faces of the 3 children clearly, but unfortunately, the screen froze just at that moment. When the signal was restored, the children's faces were already blocked by Fu Minghan and Su Jinu. Even so, through Fu Minghan's eyes, he confirmed that these were indeed the 3 babies. Goodness, you little brat. I have grandchildren now, and you're hiding it from me. You're really going to make your dad angry. He cried out, but he didn't move his feet. He just watched the 3 babies' actions on the screen. Maybe as he got older, his love for the younger generation grew stronger. He liked these 3 children very much, and even the frustration he felt earlier from being upset with Su Jinu eased a lot. Look at that, such good genes. They must have inherited the best traits from their parents. That 10 million can be considered a gift for his grandchildren. Fu Hailin was very focused. He never thought that when he was young, he didn't even look at Fu Minghan with such affection, which is why he now appeared so cold. Of course, Fu Hailin was not a person who liked to reflect. When he liked someone, he was very intense. When he disliked someone, he was aloof and demanding, almost as if he wanted others to slap him. Lu Yuqin sitting beside him saw his expression and felt a sinking feeling in her heart. She clearly understood that Fu Hailin was gradually accepting Su Jiner. But unlike her, Su Jiner didn't have children of her own after marrying in as a stepmother. Yet, Su Jiner had given the Fu family 3 children, triplets, all identical. No matter how jealous or envious she felt, it was useless. Moreover, Su Jiner was not someone to be easily provoked. In the future, she could only be obedient. The days of teasing her like before were gone forever. On the wedding day, Su Jiner accompanied Fu Minghan to meet many senior leaders and elders from big companies. She was a little nervous, but she didn't make any mistakes. She kept a gentle smile throughout, her stunning face soft and kind, earning praise from everyone. Even if some people were reluctant or worried about Fu Minghan's status, they didn't show it. Su Jiner thought openly. She was not materialistic and didn't need everyone's approval. Her destination is not this world either. There is no need to focus only on the present. The busy wedding ended in the early hours of the morning. Guests were sent off by Peng Chun, Qi Feiyu, and Lu Yuan, the 2 groomsmen. Fu Minghan returned home with the 3 sleeping babies and Su Jinu, who had changed into new clothes. The single-story villa was decorated very festively. The 2 nannies also came back with them and took the children to rest in the neighboring villa. Tonight, no one would bother them. The late-night wind was quite strong. Su Jiner, wearing a camisole and a shawl, stood on the balcony listening to the wind, feeling a bit tired. Her face and head still had colorful sequins, and her black hair was half draped down her back. A butterfly hairpin that looked like it was about to fly fluttered. Fu Minghan walked over and stood beside her on the balcony, together watching the street view and the twinkling stars in the sky. Just like many nights over a year ago when he felt his heart flutter countless times, quiet and warm, giving him a sense of peace.
Phew.
It's late. Let's go back. Su Jiner was the first to speak. Her hands were a little cold. Seeing Fu Minghan come over, she voluntarily placed her hand in his. They went upstairs together. As usual, Fu Minghan's movements were excited and eager, making their breathing and gasps fill the room all night. The Fu group was on maternity leave, and Fu Minghan had also taken leave. He wouldn't go to the company for the next few days, only handling some urgent matters at home. The next day, they both slept in lazily. Su Jiner refused his request for intimacy, sat up holding her stomach, and frowned at him. My stomach doesn't feel well. Fu Minghan, shirtless, immediately hugged her upon hearing this, gently massaging her belly. What's wrong? Did I move too roughly? Compared to usual concern, his gaze and actions now were incredibly tender, unlike his usual self. Su Jiner naturally knew the reason but couldn't say it. The specific system prompt indicated it was less than a week ago. So she shook her head. It's fine. It's probably the time for the baby to come. Get up first, Henin, and the others are coming over.
Fu Mingyan frowned.
Your due date should be in about 10 days. It doesn't hurt now. Let's get up.
Su Jiner felt helpless.
Most details about herself and the child had been remembered by Fu Minghan. Sometimes it was really hard to even trick him. She got out of bed, washed up simply, and put on her clothes. Fu Minghan had already gone ahead to prepare breakfast, acting like a stay-at-home cook. When the nanny came over with the baby, they had already finished eating. Apart from their own room, the living room and other areas had been tidied up by the nanny. The two of them took the child out for a walk and enjoyed some rare family time. Just as they got into the car, Su Jiner, holding Fu Mingyan's phone, was a bit surprised. Your dad called you last night, but you didn't answer. Fu Minghan turned the steering wheel slowly as the car moved along the road. Hearing this, he pressed a button, showing little emotion. Probably just causing trouble.
No need to respond, he said.
In Fu Mingyan's mind, Fu Hailin and Lu Yuqin had only a small amount of trust left.
Oh, Su Jiner smilet.
They took the child to the museum. During the visit, the other person called again. This time, Fu Minghan didn't hang up but answered directly. Hello, what's the matter? His voice was cold, but he gently wiped the corner of Xian's mouth with a tissue. The person on the other end hesitated, then lowered his voice. You that child. Fu Minghan pretended not to understand. Fu Hailin got anxious. The child. My grandson. Do I have 3 grandchildren now? You mean this, Fu Minghan said calmly. So what? You. Fu Hailin was excited. I'm coming back to the country. That's my grandson. I want to see him. You can't take that right away from me. Fu Mingyan's expression stayed the same. He didn't soften because of his excitement and simply refused. Don't even think about it. You should know yourself clearly. The child doesn't like you. Your past behavior makes it hard for me to trust you. Fu Hailin's eyes widened in frustration. A sour feeling rose in his heart. He never thought he was wrong, or that he was only trying to do what was best for the Fu family. But now, being rejected again, he couldn't help but wonder if he had really done something wrong before. Why was he left all alone now? He was far away abroad and couldn't even see his grandson. Lu Yuqin, who had been secretly listening nearby, couldn't hold back. Minghan, how can you talk like that? Although that woman gave birth to your 3 sons, you shouldn't treat your father like this. And we didn't say anything wrong back then. Wasn't she just after your family's wealth and assets? Her words revealed her jealousy. In the past, Fu Hailin might not have stopped her, and might have even agreed, but now. He looked at Lu Yuqin with a complex, distracted expression, as her face had changed. Fu Mingyan's expression remained calm. She gently kissed her daughter Henin's small face, then stood up and walked to the side, her reflection visible in the glass. Aunt Lu, calling you aunt is out of respect. Please recognize your place. My family's affairs are not your business. Lu Yuqin's face changed dramatically. Her elegant face tightened with veins bulging. She glanced at Fu Hailin, who remained silent and did not help her. Silence spread between the two. No one responded to Fu Mingyan's words. She continued in a cold voice. Whether Jiner is after my assets or not, you have no right to interfere in my and her affairs. Actually, over a month ago, I officially notarized my assets and 90% of them are now in her name. Think carefully before you speak or act. The call was disconnected. Fu Hailin and Lu Yuqin stood there stunned, still processing what they had just heard. After a long while, Fu Hailin stood up, his face cold as he took his phone and left. Almost all of Fu Mingyan's assets, worth at least hundreds of millions, were handed over to others in this way. As Fu Minghan said, no matter how much Fu Hailin disagreed before, he now had to accept Su Jiner's identity. Otherwise, he would give up his grandson? His hundreds of millions in family wealth? Now, Fu Hailin seemed to age about 10 years in an instant. He didn't even look at Lu Yuqin, whose face was pale, and disappeared into the distance. All the employees of the Fu Group received the wedding candies personally ordered by Fu Minghan. From that day on, they occasionally saw the CEO's wife come to the company, then leave together with Fu. The family of 5, with their children, looked very happy. Even Fu's expression softened a lot. A month later, Su Jiner chose to announce her pregnancy when she took her children for a checkup. Fu Minghan was very happy, knowing that the baby had been inside her for a month and a half, which made her more careful about her life. Actually, there was no need to be so cautious. With a system helping to monitor her health, unless she ignored her health and worsened her illness, or if there was intentional harm from fate, her health wouldn't have major problems. Even so, Fu Minghan still took good care of her every month and also helped with the daily care of the 3 babies. As for the online store, business had been good and the factory's orders were increasing. Fu Minghan focused more on this, expanding the physical business twice as much, mainly producing products for babies and pregnant women. Su Jiner understood his idea, probably because he didn't trust using other people's things, so she decided to take action herself. This pregnancy was much easier than before. The 2 of them went to the hospital for checkups, and after confirming they were expecting twins, she rested carefully. Until the babies were born, Su Jiner had not experienced the dangerous, heavy bleeding she had before. Congratulations! It's 2 girls, the medical staff said happily as they brought the babies out. Fu Minghan gently took the babies wrapped in blankets and placed them in the ready crib. Nearby, Chi Feiyu and Lu Yuan watched carefully, both feeling jealous.
Double happiness, Lao Fu.
This time, 2 little princesses. Jiner looks so beautiful, and the babies will surely be pretty little girls too. Why didn't you find a girlfriend yourself? Now you're just jealous of Lao Fu. Lu Yuan chuckled softly. Fu Minghan looked at them and shook his head, pushing the stroller toward the maternity ward. Su Jiner was lying pale on the bed. Next to her, her 2-year-old children, Hanin, Chengcheng, and Xianxian, were passing her water and food. After she took a sip, they carefully looked at her from the bed, touching her arm with concern. "Mommy, does it hurt?" Xuanxuan's round face showed caring innocence, his voice soft and clear, much better than before. "It doesn't hurt. Thank you, Xianxian." Su Jiner smiled and touched his sweaty forehead, tucking her damp hair aside. "Mommy, don't stay in the hospital anymore. Chengcheng doesn't like it here." Mommy looks very weak. Chengcheng was lying by the bed, watching her. "Xianxian is right. Mommy, don't get sick again. Daddy will be angry," Hanin pouted. When Fu Minghan pushed the stroller inside, he happened to hear the children talking. He pursed his lips and walked in calmly, as if nothing was wrong. Hanin and Xianxian ran ahead, leaning over the stroller out of curiosity to look inside. "Daddy, is this my little sister?" "1, 2. 2 little sisters. 2 little sisters." Xianxian clapped his hands. The newborn baby hadn't opened her eyes yet and was startled by his loud movements, almost pouting and crying. Fu Minghan bent down, picked up one of the babies, and handed her to Chi Feiyu, who had practiced holding babies before. He gently comforted the other little one in his arms, softly watching Xianxian and saying, "The little sister needs to sleep now. Xianxian, be quiet or she will cry." Xianxian covered his mouth with his hands, looked at him with big eyes, and nodded. Chengcheng also ran over from the bed, pulling on Fu Minghan's pants and looking up at the white blanket. He whispered softly, "Daddy, was I like this when I was born? Always crying?" All children cry when they're young. As they grow older, they'll become more sensible, just like you. But they need enough sleep first.
Fu Minghan explained gently.
After he released his hold, he walked to the bed, bent down, and let Su Jiner look at the babies. "They're very cute. When they grow up, they'll be as beautiful as you." Su Jiner smiled and asked, "If they're ugly, you won't like them?" "Of course not." Fu Minghan shook his head, his dark eyes gentle as he looked at her. He never thought he would have children, let alone a complete family. For Su Jiner to give him children, his life felt fulfilled. "Have you decided on their names?" he asked her with a smile. Su Jiner shook her head and looked at the 3 babies lying on the bed. "Since they share my last name, you can name the 2 girls." Fu Minghan had never asked to change the names of Suzy Han, Suzy Cheng or Suzy Xuan, and she always refused when he brought it up. He saw everything she did over the past year. Their feelings were mutual. He treated her well, and she was willing to be good to him. Marriage is like that. Only through mutual effort can it last. Fu Minggen's eyes moved slightly. He put the quiet babies back into the stroller and watched Qi Feiyu gently set the children down. He simply looked at them without making any immediate decisions. For these two treasures, his patience and appreciation were clearly visible. It took him 2 full weeks to decide on the child's name. During the baby's full moon celebration, Fu Hailan returned with Liu Yuqin. He no longer appeared aloof and distant. It seemed as if he had become a different person. Su Jiner could feel his genuine acceptance of her. She no longer paid much attention to the things he had done in the past. Liu Yuqin mostly played acting roles in front of her. It seemed that her relationship with Fu Hailan, which had lasted over 10 years, was also having problems. This time, they didn't go abroad again. They stayed in Ming City and visited the children once a week. Fu Hailan liked Suzy Han, Suzy Cheng, and Suzy Xuan very much. Although he was disappointed that the children didn't have the Fu family surname, he cared more about the children carrying the Fu family bloodline than about wealth or status. In the end, Liu Yuqin and Fu Hailan divorced. However, they still lived in the same house. She no longer appeared in front of Su Jiner and Fu Minghan often. When she did appear, it was usually during family gatherings with relatives, just for a meal before leaving. As the children grew older, Fu Minghan and Su Jiner's relationship became more stable. Fu Minghan even had a vasectomy to prevent Su Jiner from becoming pregnant. Their lives were long. The children grew up healthy, and they aged together, year by year. Su Jiner first sent Fu Minghan away. She stayed with the children for another year before quietly closing her eyes one night. Su Jiner left this small world. With the help of the system, she successfully escaped and returned to her own world. Host, we gained a lot of luck this time. That's wonderful, and it exceeded my expectations. The system couldn't help but cheer happily, excitedly looking at the strong luck it had collected. Maybe it's because you were protected by the male lead. This time, the harvest was several times more than I predicted.
Phew.
Su Jiner, who had just regained her senses, exhaled and smiled. This time, I reacted quickly. If I had continued down the old path of sneaking away with the children, we would have been crushed by the heavenly Tao. Once she ran away with the baby, if either the male or female lead discovered her, she and the system would be pulled into the story. She would either become a cannon fodder or a supporting female character, which would attract the attention of the heavenly Tao consciousness and lead to a tragic ending. Taking a risky approach to gain the male lead's attention and eventually replace the female lead was her only option. Otherwise, the system could only use energy to help her escape from the small world. The system remembered how dangerous the first mission was. It calmed down and adjusted its mindset, saying, "System, we need to be more careful in the future. I'd rather have less luck and avoid reckless risks." Su Jiner shared the same thought. Interfering in the main character's story was too dangerous, especially when dealing with the female lead's rival. At any moment, the heavenly Tao might intervene. So, in the next world, we need to be more cautious. System, how will you handle the luck you've collected? I've already allocated 1/3 of the luck into the host's small world. But for this small world, that's just a drop in the bucket. The rest, besides the energy needed for you and me, I will reserve for emergencies. Su Jiner looked up at the wasteland outside. Her delicate eyes blinked, and her gaze settled on the sky. Maybe it was just her feeling, but the sky seemed a bit bluer. At least it had some effect, right? Host, do you want to retrieve the memories from your previous world? Doing so will lessen the emotional impact in the next world. Another function like that? Su Jiner was a little surprised. Having lived in the small world for decades, she naturally developed feelings for the people there. Thinking about Fu Minggen's passing made her feel inexplicably sad. Yes, host. I will help you preserve those memories. Once the task is complete, you can retrieve them. All right, take them out. Let's move into the next world immediately. Extracting. Entering the next world. A young girl shouted, "One bubble milk tea, please." A gentle voice responded, like ripples on water, soothing everyone's mood in the hot summer. The girl smiled and looked straight at the beautiful older sister. "Less sugar, and add ice." "Thank you, beautiful sister. Please wait a moment." The girl behind the counter nodded gently. She wore a black mask for work and a matching black hat on her head. Her long hair was tied into a bun. Only her face was visible, and her bright, sparkling eyes flickered, drawing attention. Sue Jenner placed an order, signaling the staff to scan the code and continue serving the next customer. She ignored the various looks around her, whether obvious or subtle. She had seen such gazes many times before. It had become a habit. System, connect to the story. Got it. Loading the story. This is a modern world. The country she is in, Manhwa, has just developed. People can eat well and stay warm, and many industries are thriving. Among them, the gaming industry is also growing fast. Besides the rapid development of computer games, mobile games have also risen quickly with the advent of smartphones. One popular mobile game called Glory stands out. It features multiplayer battles, with matches lasting from a few minutes to half an hour. It quickly became a favorite pastime for many, attracting the most players among mobile games. As more people played, the game organizers soon started holding related competitions. Starting from humble beginnings, the organizers were once mocked as amateurs. Now, their competitions have grown in size and reputation, all within less than 3 years. In these 3 years, various teams formed and developed rapidly. Inside the game, players battled fiercely. Outside the game, players' fame grew quickly. Some gained many fans and were carefully nurtured by their teams. Among them, Manhwa from the VQ team was the most outstanding. He is also the male lead of the story. Manhwa was born into a wealthy family. His parents loved each other and provided a comfortable life. They had high expectations for him, waiting for him to inherit the family business. Manhwa lived up to expectations. He was a top student in school, always ranking first. Teachers admired him, and classmates looked up to him as a genius. The female lead, Lu Wan, was Manhwa's neighbor. They grew up together in the city, making them childhood sweethearts. The only difference was that Lu Wan's grades were average, and she often followed Manhwa around like a little shadow. Over time, their feelings gradually deepened. Normally, after high school, when two people are close, it is natural for them to start dating, and their parents also think so. The main characters finished high school successfully and got into a well-known university. Suddenly, one day, Manhwa decided to take a break from school to pursue esports. This sudden decision naturally upset his parents. During the 3-month winter break after the college entrance exam, Manhwa and his parents argued a lot. This was the first time Manhwa, now an adult, made a decision for himself. He even researched esports training teams in advance. His parents strongly disagreed. They thought it was a waste of time and energy to leave a good university to pursue a future in esports. Lu Wanwen saw this and tried to ease the situation. She approached the main character to persuade him to give up his idea of becoming an esports player. The competition venues at that time were outdoor stadiums with old, unclear equipment. Few people attended, and the future looked uncertain. Lu Wanwen didn't see much hope either. As his close assistant and childhood friend, she didn't understand his decision. Manhwa couldn't tell if she was disappointed or heartbroken. In the end, driven by youthful impulsiveness, Manhwa stuck to his decision. He packed his bag a week before college started and disappeared without a trace. He only took a change of clothes and a bank card with several $1,000s saved up, leaving a letter at home explaining his decision and showing his determination. After 2 years, during the 3rd year of the main female character's college life, he made a remarkable comeback. As the captain of the VQ team, he led his team to win the summer championship that year and earned the FMVP award for his outstanding performance. With his good looks and calm, cool style, he quickly gained many fans among players. His popularity soared. From then on, Ling Qing of the VQ team became famous, quickly gaining widespread recognition. His fame was comparable to top-tier celebrities in the entertainment industry. This also boosted the popularity of the game itself, positively influencing official competitions. The main character achieved success and earned as much money as the family's company. After 2 years of cold treatment, his parents finally decided to reconcile with him. Luan also started to have contact with the male lead. Although there were some misunderstandings before, with the female lead's persistent efforts, the male lead quickly restored his feelings for her, and their relationship gradually grew closer. In the original ending of The Small World, the male and female leads got married when the male lead was 25 and retired from the esports scene to take over his family business. They were a sweet couple. Now, it is the second year since when Han entered the esports scene. He is the captain of VQ and leading his team in this year's summer tournament. Sue Jenner snapped back to her senses, carefully poured 2 cups of milk tea, and handed them to the customers. The drinks with ice made her fingers slightly red. 2 girls walking together held hands, carrying support banners and milk teas, chatting happily. Not only them, but many other customers around also held support items. One red banner in a plastic bag had the words, Ling Qing, written on it, clearly indicating a fan of the male lead. It is now late September, the hottest time of the year. The National Day holiday lasts for 7 days. During this time, KPL has no rest, with matches scheduled every day to attract viewers during the holiday. The competition is now in the second stage, with Groups S, A, and B fighting fiercely. Every ranking matters for the schedule of the year-end finals next month. Besides the spring and summer seasons, the year-end finals are the biggest event. The only MVP title for the year is awarded there, along with a signed skin. The honor is very significant. Wonhan's team, VQ, just won the championship at the year-end finals, and Wonhan was named MVP. Well deserved. In 2 years, the first year, 18-year-old Wonhan graduated from high school and endured a lonely year in training. The second year, now this year at 19, Wonhan officially played in matches, leading his team through the spring and summer seasons. His results are impressive, clearly showing potential to be a champion. The third year coincides with the end of January next year, when Wonhan will win the championship. This means the summer season is in full swing right now. Host, how can we accidentally meet the male lead? The system was at a loss. It was the 4th day of the 7-day National Day holiday. The host had been working at this milk tea shop all along, with no change. It felt a bit anxious. Without contact with the male lead, how could the host gain luck points? Wiping away the ice beads on her hand, Sue Jenner glanced at the checkout screen with a calm look. No rush, I'll get some money first. In this world, Sue Jenner is an orphan. With free education, she managed to get into a good university nearby without spending much money. During the 7-day National Day holiday, she planned 2 things: to find a part-time job and to get closer to the male lead, so she could observe the situation in advance. She chose a part-time job at a milk tea shop near the KPL competition venue, where the foot traffic was moderate. However, even with moderate traffic, the place was very crowded at this time. Fortunately, the boss knew the situation and scheduled 2 shifts a day. She only needed to work until 4 p.m., then she could leave. If she remembered correctly, tonight's match at 8 p.m. was the game of the VQ team. The 8 p.m. match is called the golden time, when most people are off work or heading home. The game's popularity peaks then, so many viewers will watch the VQ match. The organizers carefully plan the schedule to make the most of this time. Her part-time job paid daily, and the boss was also a fan of KPL. He was watching the afternoon match that started at 2 p.m., and when it ended, he transferred her wages to her phone. She checked her balance, 2,000 yuan, enough for about 2 months of living expenses. It could also buy tickets for several matches, as regular season tickets cost around 100 yuan each. She had already bought a ticket for tonight's game, thanks to the system helping her. It was a front-row seat. Time to go, she said to her coworker, took off her hat and apron, and headed toward the busy street. It wasn't the busiest time yet, as it was still early for the 8 p.m. match and many people were still on their way. There were many food stalls along the street. Su Jiner bought a pancake roll and ate it slowly as she turned left and right. She then stopped in front of a hotel entrance. Less than a kilometer from here was the gaming arena, where the match was held. Around the arena, there were many facilities like accommodations and restaurants. This summer, all the regular matches are held in the stadium, with games scheduled 5 days a week, making the area very lively. The teams, including players, managers, and coaches, are staying at this hotel. Official staff are also accommodated here. They've rented several months' worth of rooms, mostly on the top floors. The nightly rate is several $100s. Recently, with many people around and high demand, prices have gone up. Anyway, she can't afford to stay here. Host, why don't we try to go in today and see if we can meet the male lead? The system suggests. It has tried several times before to let the host go in and try her luck, but each time she was refused. This time, of course, it was no different. No, I won't go. Even if I go, I probably won't meet him, Su Jiner says calmly, taking a small bite of her pancake snack. She's not the female lead. She doesn't believe in chance encounters or miracles where she randomly meets the male lead. Those moments belong to the main characters. She's just an ordinary passerby, not even a minor character. Going in would probably be pointless. If she wants to meet the male lead, it won't happen without effort. She knows herself well and doesn't waste time on useless attempts. Instead, she decides to go back and rest, especially since her phone is about to run out of battery. Su Jiner stands quietly at the hotel entrance for a while. People come and go around her, occasionally glancing her way. After swallowing the last piece of her snack, she calmly throws away the trash and slowly turns to leave. The watchful eyes behind her can only withdraw disappointedly. They feel a bit regretful. Such a beautiful girl standing at the door, anyone in the crowd would notice her at first glance. A middle-aged man in a suit quickly walks into the hotel entrance, surprised by everyone looking outward. He follows their gaze but sees nothing. He shakes his head and hurriedly carries his things upstairs. Tonight's game needs careful preparation. Every point counts. Su Jiner, feeling uneasy, walks with small, bouncing steps, unaware that she has missed the VQ team's coach. After walking a few hundred meters, she enters a youth hostel. To make it easier for her part-time work, the system booked her a room for a few nights. The system helped choose a good place. Although a bit expensive, it offers good value. The hostel has bunk beds, 8 in a room. Recently, because of the game, it's full of people, but everyone is well-behaved, with men and women staying separately and minding their own business. The location is close to Wonhan's hotel, and the environment is nice. The room is empty, probably because people are out or watching the game. Su Jiner opens her phone and checks the official live stream. The second match hasn't started yet, so she lies down and quickly falls asleep. At the 18th floor of a 5-star hotel, all VQ team members are called to the office arranged by the coach to watch the second game. As the reigning champions, VQ's strong rivals, the Empty team, will face another tough opponent, the Jez team. The clash will reveal some tactics, so they're studying and watching the game in advance. Whoever wins might be their next opponent. There's still some time. Those needing the bathroom go, those eating go, and after finishing, review these materials first. Coach Wang Hai, dressed in a suit with dark circles under his eyes, shouts. He glances at Wonhan sitting in the middle holding some documents. Especially you. Eat something to fill your stomach. Don't think he doesn't know Wonhan didn't eat much at noon. Wang Hai feels helpless. Wonhan is good-looking, quick to improve, but so busy that he forgets to eat, completely immersed in studying the game. If no one keeps an eye on him, his health will eventually suffer. At noon, I didn't eat much, so I must be hungry now. I won't have time for dinner tonight. After finishing the third match, it will be past 10 o'clock, and then I can only have a late-night snack. Right now is the best time to eat something. Still caring about us, coach. Come on, let's go. Let's hurry. Ling Qing, the great master, and I, July, wearing a VQ team t-shirt, jumped over to Wonhan, happily slapping his shoulder. Seeing him still looking at the information in his hand, July grabbed his arm to pull him up. Hey, Captain, eat first. How can we play tonight if we don't eat? The data can be looked at any time. Our team captain is a real research enthusiast, but thanks to that, our team has improved quickly and is now qualified to compete for the championship. Let's go, let's go. Captain, Nanine also moved closer, holding Wenhan's other hand and taking the data from him. The two waited on either side. Wenhan smiled helplessly, looked up, and showed his handsome, fair face. July and Nanine were stunned for a second before they came back to themselves. No matter when, seeing the captain's face still shocks us. Nanine muttered, I wonder what kind of girl the captain will find in the future, with this look and this aura, July casually joked, teasing like good friends. Let go. A deep, magnetic voice, comparable to a voice actor's, came from Wenhan. He stood up, expression unchanged, and gently waved his hand to break free from the two. They were used to his words by now. Hearing them often, they had grown accustomed. Summer is hot, and even through clothes, body contact feels uncomfortable. Got it, got it, got it. July and Nanine released his hands and called the other teammates to go out for a meal. Wenhan, as the team leader, walked at the front. July and Nanine followed a little behind, happily chatting with people around and occasionally saying a few words to Wenhan. Wenhan didn't want to talk too much or waste energy. He let his mind go blank and responded occasionally. He was a tall, 1.8-meter high figure walking at the front. His skin was very fair, looking a bit slim. Every movement carried a cool, calm aura, but when chatting, he would sometimes smile, making his handsome face look more lively. He was surrounded at the front, the center of attention, shining like the brightest star. Even the staff used to seeing Wenhan's appearance couldn't help but admire his natural good looks again. The hotel has its own cafeteria, and only guests staying there are allowed to eat. Currently, there aren't many people inside. Wenhan and his team casually ate a little and prepared to leave. On the way back, he glanced at his phone. The top pinned accounts showed no activity. He slightly curled his lips, his cold eyes withdrew, and he casually put the phone in his pocket. When the elevator doors opened, he stepped out quickly. The captain is in a bad mood again. I wonder what he's thinking about. July leaned worriedly on Nanine. Every competition has its busy moments. You get used to it. Nanine guessed a little. He had just caught a quick glance and noticed one of the notes said, Mom, they probably all belong to the captain's family. In our esports world, everyone has been scolded by their parents at some point. Shaking his head, Nanine quickly caught up. After resting for 2 hours, Sue Jenner was awakened by the noise nearby. She opened her eyes and saw many girls returning one after another. Host, it's 7 o'clock. You can prepare to go on stage. If you leave now, you might still see the main characters coming out of the hotel entrance. The system suggested. The team members usually leave the hotel through a special corridor that leads to the parking lot, then take a car to the competition venue. This corridor is simply enclosed, with staff maintaining order around it. It's mainly used by the esports players who have booked the entire venue. Usually, others don't use this route, both for safety and privacy. But since it's an open-air situation, fans who are eager can watch from afar outside. If lucky, they might even get a glimpse of the main character's face. Great job. After a good rest, Sue Jenner, fully refreshed, got up. She looked at the support items the girls were holding, mostly VQ team merchandise. There were small cards with team members' photos, banners, lanterns, and more. She checked her phone and saw that the Empty and Jez teams were still in progress. The score was tied at 3-3, and they were in the final showdown, intense and fierce. It was definitely time to leave. After going to the bathroom to tidy up her clothes, Sue Jenner took out some makeup and applied a light touch of makeup on her face. Her eyes sparkled with tiny flashes of light, her lips were naturally pink and soft, and her cheeks had a little blush. That's so pretty. The system said it was dazzled and asked the host to take a few photos with her phone to save in its database. Sue Jenner couldn't help but smile. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, and she flicked a strand of hair with her finger, nodding happily. She looked beautiful and delicate, pure but not overly charming, simple and natural. It was not too early or too late. According to the system, Sue Jenner first went to a nearby hotel and was lucky enough to see the team players coming out of the main door. The VQ team wore mainly black t-shirts, all young and full of energy. As soon as they appeared, they caused a wave of screams from the waiting fans around them.
Ah,
Go, Ling Qing. VQ, good luck in the match. Look here, Ling Qing. Wow, so handsome. Such a great guy. Host, the male lead has come out, the first few in front. The one in a suit is their coach, and the one next to him is the male lead. Without needing the system to remind her, Sue Jenner quickly identified her target. She fixed her gaze. The same black t-shirt and long pants. On others, just clothes. But on him, they seemed to shine. The surrounding screams didn't catch his attention. He was focused on talking with the coach, exuding a faint cool aura. Does he look too cold? Sue Jenner tilted her head slightly, feeling a bit curious. She thought that someone raised in a loving family since childhood should be cheerful and sunny. For a full minute, Sue Jenner saw no change in Wenhan's expression. It's okay. Mainly, the male lead has been playing esports alone for the past few years. He initially joined some shady training camps, endured a lot of hardship, so his personality has changed a bit. The system explained, he shows different attitudes in front of outsiders and friends. Sometimes, the host is like that too, giving outsiders no glance, but relaxing naturally in front of friends.
yeah.
That makes sense. There were many people around. Sue Jenner stood by the street, not attracting much attention, as everyone's focus was on VQ. After VQ came out, the other team they would face tonight also left the hotel. Captain. Look, so many people. July happily looked out the window after getting on the bus, not daring to look back earlier. These fans are really enthusiastic and brave. Look, they even hold up signs for him. Captain, you have so many fans. I wish I could have as many as you someday, July said with envy. Nanine glanced outside and said, that's because the boss is handsome. Many fans like him. As for your looks, forget about it. You look down on people. Of course I do. Nanine looked at the captain ahead, covering her chin, a bit jealous. How did the captain get such a good face? So handsome and charming. I really like him. Suddenly, July's voice burst out. Hey, what are you looking at? I caught you. Give up. The captain won't like you. Nanine rolled her eyes and slapped her arm. What are you talking about? They teased each other, making everyone around laugh. Coach Wang Hai looked at them with some annoyance, but noticed Wenhan's calm expression and felt relieved. Let's go. Sit properly. The noise around didn't bother Wenhan. He leaned back on the seat, his slender fingers pinching his nose bridge, starting to regain his energy. The private bus slowly started, passing through the crowd of fans. The shouting grew louder. Ling Qing. Ling Qing, good luck in tonight's match. Wow. Handsome. Wenhan felt a headache coming on. He knew he had many fans, but he usually didn't like interacting with them. Occasionally replying to comments during live streams was the most he would do. Fortunately, the noise quickly faded behind him. Wenhan opened his eyes and gazed thoughtfully out the window. 2 years. 2 years alone brought him here. No matter how hard it was, he didn't regret it. Whether his family supported him or not, he would keep going. Beautiful girl, July shouted excitedly. Wenhan felt a bit helpless about his teammates' lively attitude. He instinctively looked out the window and paused. A pair of bright, star-like eyes looked at him quietly. She was watching him calmly, and when their eyes met, he had the strange feeling that she was paying attention to the whole world. He blinked and looked away instinctively. When he looked back, she had already turned her gaze to the side. She noticed a touch of red on her cheek. Wenhan moved his fingers slightly and unconsciously pressed his lips together. Such a beautiful girl. Where is she from? Nanine kept looking back, but unfortunately, the car had already driven far away, and soon she was blocked by the traffic and crowd. Did she just look at me?
Hee.
She saw me, right? July nervously guessed, patting his slightly reddened cheeks, feeling a bit shy. Nanyin's expression turned serious, and she looked at him without emotion. Looking at you? You might as well say she was looking at the team captain. Nonsense. With so many handsome guys, if she didn't look at me or him, she probably wouldn't look at you either. Nan-in was speechless about July's confidence. The finals and Lei Ping, along with 5 substitutes, burst into laughter. Too bad I didn't see it. The car was moving too fast. Was it really beautiful? Maybe it was a makeup expert. I saw her. She didn't wear much makeup. She looks so pure. Hey, do you think she's here to watch the match? Most people here are probably fans. Maybe she's a VQ fan? That might be it. July thought it was very possible, and she became even happier. When Han leaned against the seat, with stray hair covering his forehead, hiding his distant gaze. The moment they exchanged glances just now flashed through his mind. That brief second stirred a slight ripple. But he quickly pushed the thought aside and continued to focus on calming his mind for the upcoming match. Sue Jenner didn't expect such a coincidence. She was standing by the roadside and surprisingly brushed past the male lead, even sharing a brief glance. When she saw the car heading toward her, she stood still, waiting, wanting to look through the window to see inside. It was just a subconscious action, just being curious, after all, human nature. When Han, as the male lead, had outstanding looks. The car window wasn't tinted, so she immediately saw the person sitting in the front, eyes closed, resting. His fine, simple black hair fell on his flawless skin. His features were delicate and intense, not feminine, but rather ruggedly handsome. While she was carefully observing when Han's appearance, Sue Jenner didn't expect to become a sight in someone else's eyes, attracting shouts from inside the car. Then she saw when Han open his eyes. Their gazes met and locked, both looking straight into each other's hearts. After a brief stare, Sue Jenner looked away first, showing a pretty side profile as the car drove away, with a faint blush on her face. Once the car was gone, her lips curled into a slight smile, then pressed down.
Ah,
Host, you're amazing. The male lead must have remembered you. This is a good thing. Very helpful for future tasks. Unexpected, noticing more people approaching, Sue Jenner brushed her long hair and headed toward the venue. At that moment, another bus passed by. She turned her head to look. Inside was a member of another team wearing blue uniforms, also tonight's opponent in the VQ competition. She casually glanced at them, then looked away, uninterested in unrelated people. She completely ignored any possible noise inside the bus. The last match had many spectators. The interview after the second game was over, and the venue was cleared. The third match's audience was lining up to enter. When Sue Jenner reached her seat, there was already a long line. It looked lively late at night. Fortunately, ticket checks were quick. In less than 10 minutes, she entered the venue and followed the system's guidance to find her seat. It was in the third row, near the aisle with a good view. The only problem was that other spectators had to pass in front of her when entering or leaving. Sue Jenner carefully sat down, politely moved her knees aside to make space, and more people gradually filled the seats. She casually looked around. Most were young girls with support banners, and some were men, probably young gamers or esports fans. This was her first time at such a place. Everywhere was full of lively, youthful energy. It made her feel excited and a little happy. Host, you should buy a milk tea to bring in. Look, they all have drinks. Not just milk tea, many people brought snacks. The players hadn't started yet. Some ate snacks, others played on their phones. No one seemed bored. Sue Jenner took out her phone and switched to selfie mode. She mimicked a little girl nearby, cupping her face with her hands. Her fair skin looked even whiter under the dim indoor lighting. She was naturally beautiful and pure. Now, under the lights, she looked more stunning, with her features appearing more delicate. She seemed surrounded by a soft glow. Her simple actions unintentionally drew many glances.
wow.
Such a beautiful girl. Wow. Is this natural beauty? I wish I was born more beautiful. I didn't expect to see such a pretty girl at the match. Is she a fan of EQ Team? She's so gorgeous. She looks like she's wearing light makeup. Girls were bolder than boys in their admiration. Many immediately gathered together, screaming excitedly. Watching beautiful women isn't just for guys. Many women love to see other women's beauty too. A few girls sitting next to Soo Jiner finished screaming and quickly stepped forward to ask for a photo. Sorry, I don't like taking photos with others. Soo Jiner politely declined, looking a bit apologetic. Her graceful face made the girls soften and feel touched. They quickly shook their heads, saying it was fine, and sat back down holding their phones. The chatter continued non-stop. They took out their phones to share with friends what they had just seen. Some girls, disappointed, gave up on taking photos and just secretly snapped pictures with their phones. A few brave ones asked for her contact info, but they were politely refused. On stage, the officials were still adjusting the equipment. No members of the teams could be seen around, probably resting in the lounge. Soo Jiner opened her phone, watched some videos to pass the time, and showed she didn't want to talk to others. She sat quietly, waiting and occasionally glancing around. Host, VQ, and another team member have come out. The system checked the nearby surveillance and knew what was happening around. Soon, 2 team members appeared from the corridors on each side of the arena. One side had 5 people, led by Captain Wenhan, dressed in black and white VQ team uniforms. The other side also had 5 members, wearing white uniforms. 2 teams met at the front of the stage and then entered the viewing area, walking quickly towards each other. Immediately, a group of excited fans started shouting, cheering for their favorite team and players with high energy. Soo Jiner looked up and felt that within a few breaths, when Han's handsome face, hidden in the backlight, was getting closer and closer. She couldn't see his expression clearly, first glancing at his messy hair, then at his sharp features, and finally instinctively looking into his deep black eyes. It was as if a balloon was bursting between them, their gazes briefly meeting, then quickly shifting apart. That feeling just now seemed like an illusion. Soo Jiner lowered her eyes and looked at his clothes, feeling puzzled. Why was Wenhan so perceptive every time she looked at him? Is this what a main character's sharp senses are like? Out of politeness and to avoid startling him or making him think she had other intentions, she quickly looked away, showing that their eye contact was just an accident. After all, the main character wasn't interested in love right now. He had a childhood sweetheart waiting for him, and although they hadn't contacted each other much out of stubbornness, once she took the initiative, their misunderstandings would be nothing. Wenhan was now focused on performing well in the competition. He hardly cared about his fans, kept a low profile, and avoided social media, staying as far away as possible. She was paying too much attention to him now, and if she approached him actively, she would most likely be rejected. The members of both teams finally stood in the middle corridor between 2 passageways, ready for their turn to perform, while countless spectators raised their phones to take pictures. Wenhan, who attracted many female fans with his good looks and many male fans with his excellent skills, was in the spotlight. He turned to face the stage, his youthful body full of energy. Dressed in a black and white team uniform that made him look tall, handsome, and stylish, like a perfect model. He usually didn't like to show off or talk much outside, always facing fans and cameras with a cold expression, rarely promoting himself, which made people think he was very aloof. Otherwise, he wouldn't be taking photos beside her now. Many girls probably wanted to strike up a conversation with him. No one knew that Wenhan, who was being watched by everyone, was a little lost in thought. He didn't expect that the girl he saw earlier in the car would also come to watch the match. I just remembered how he instinctively looked up and saw her, leading to a sudden, awkward stare. He pursed his lips, feeling a bit strange. The girl quickly looked away, almost a second before he did. He watched her lower her gaze, her long, thick eyelashes fluttering like butterflies. Her red lips seemed to move slightly, looking a little uncomfortable. When he looked away, all he could think about was the last image he saw. "Captain? Did you see her? That girl over there," July whispered excitedly, glancing at the figure sitting below. He had noticed her earlier on the street, but she was looking down, so he didn't get a chance to say hello. It wasn't that he wanted to do anything special, just to make himself look familiar. After all, the girl was here to watch the match. Maybe she's a fan of his. July was feeling happy inside, but Nanning rolled her eyes at him. "Keep your voice down. The match is about to start." July pouted and noticed someone was secretly taking pictures of him. He quickly straightened up and struck a cool pose. Behind him, the team members were joking around. When Han quickly snapped out of his distraction, looked at the stage, and pushed aside the strange feeling in his mind. He stood coldly, as if nothing had happened. After about a minute, the arena was ready, and the staff signaled for silence. The host finished the opening speech, and the camera focused on the members of the two teams. Next, let's welcome our VQ team. As the host finished speaking, when Han led his team down the aisle, 5 people walked past him, a gentle breeze following. Sue Jenner, who had been staring at the ground, turned her head to look. She saw his sharp, chiseled face, with messy hair and serious eyes fixed ahead. His focus was entirely on the game. A serious man is really handsome, she thought, smiling softly. Her lips curled slightly, but quickly hid her smile. Members of both teams took their seats, grabbed their phones to get ready, and put on their headsets to communicate. Hey, can you hear me? July shouted excitedly. Yes, I can hear you. You're so excited, responded the opponent mid-laner, Shiju. He's always excited, just trying to hype up the crowd, said Lei Ping, the mid-laner, in a calm voice. Yeah, you can hear me, right? A cool, icy voice sounded in the headset, and July grinned happily. Every time I hear the captain's voice, my ears tingle. I really envy how good-looking and nice his voice is. Such a show-off. Nanine rolled her eyes, knowing he's always a bit wild and a big fan of the captain.
She's used to it.
Did you see that? I didn't expect there to be such a pretty girl among my fans, July boasted, glancing in a certain direction. Suddenly, the headset was filled with laughter, everyone teasing him for being narcissistic. If they say he's a fan, then he's more like a fan of the captain. He doesn't have the looks for that. When Han's long fingers moved across the screen, he glanced up slightly, then lowered his eyes. The first game started quickly, ending with cheers and shouts, and then the match began. Sue Jenner remembered she had played this game before, but after a while, she forgot some details. Now, watching it up close, she felt excited and energized by the lively atmosphere. She naturally supported VQ. Every time they scored a kill, she cheered. When they were targeted, she felt nervous. When Han's talent and effort were obvious. His control of the jungle role looked ordinary, but he always managed to get kills at key moments and worked perfectly with his teammates. During these moments, the director would show a small window with his close-up, enlarging his young, handsome face several times. His high nose and deep, narrow eyes appeared on the screen. He was fully immersed in the game, not even glancing at the camera. He looked cold and distant, commanding with calm confidence, holding the audience's attention. Many female fans cheered for him on the spot, and some viewers even became fans instantly. The online live viewership soared again, and the atmosphere at the scene was very lively. Without a doubt, VQ won the first game with a score of 10-1, and they went into the halftime break. Both teams left the stage, and when Han was the first to head backstage, Sue Jenner sat still, took out her phone, and watched videos while downloading the game. She hadn't played games before, but now she was a new user. Nearby, the director team noticed a beautiful female viewer watching the match and decided to give her more camera time during the second game. There were many beautiful viewers watching, which showed that their game was very attractive. Furthermore, when the audience sees a beautiful girl, the discussion and attention will naturally increase. The break was short, about 5 minutes, and one by one, the team members came back and sat down. Sue Jenner refused several shameless people who tried to flirt with her and decided to wear a mask in the future when going out. She looked up at the stage, her gaze sweeping around when Han before shifting to other directions. The fans of the VQ team shouted their slogans loudly, deafening everyone. The match resumed, and in this round, VQ had a good opening plan. When Han played more aggressively, often appearing unexpectedly in surprising places, catching opponents off guard. Her brave performance made the game turn heavily in their favor. The opposing team's morale gradually faded as one player after another was eliminated. The fans cheered excitedly. As usual, the camera focused on Han, who had just scored a kill. Suddenly, unexpectedly, she turned her head to the audience, crossing past the fans' banners and signs, and looked directly at Soo Jinwoo. The ordinary-looking girl had a pure, stunning face that seemed like the kind of beauty described in stories about first love. She sat obediently on the bench, looking up at the big screen in front of her. Her round eyes sparkled like clear pools, shining with stars, making people want to look closer and see the scenery inside. She seemed unaware of the camera's presence, froze for a second, then raised her hand and smiled, waving cheerfully. Her smile was like blooming flowers in a cold wind, giving a stunning impression. Unaware of how many in the audience were moved by this sudden smile, the live chat flooded with comments calling her a beautiful girl and a lady. There were also many boastful comments about her being a top boss. Fortunately, the production team knew that the game was the main focus, and after 2 seconds, they moved the camera away and returned to the competition.
Phew.
Soo Jinwoo didn't expect the event organizers to do this. Although the system could monitor everything around her and even manipulate some things, the organizers' personnel had no relation to her mission, so they didn't make the system pay extra attention, which allowed some people to take advantage of the opportunity. Host, if you're unhappy, should I help you delete the related clips and photos from the internet later? As the tasks progressed smoothly, the host who received positive luck feedback became more attractive, which sometimes caused trouble for the mission. Soo Jinwoo also thought this way. In a small world full of clever people, she didn't want to cause unnecessary problems. Especially since the internet was very developed, once her photos were leaked, it was easy for malicious people to find out information about her. Thank you for your hard work. The system went busy with other tasks. Fortunately, there wasn't much attention on the host online yet. After a while, the system returned. In the next few matches, the director of the event occasionally and unintentionally filmed Soo Jinwoo on camera. At first, she looked at the camera, but after a while, she stopped caring and just focused on watching the game. The large camera captured her without making her uncomfortable at all. Compared to other amateurs on camera, she was much more relaxed. The director was also a bit surprised. Host. They used your image rights, they should pay licensing fees. The system sensed the host's displeasure and, while busy online, complained angrily. Never mind, be more careful next time. Anyway, with the system present, unnecessary information wouldn't be leaked. Since the tournament was best of 7, there was a long break after the third game. In the first 3 matches, VQ won easily with big scores. During the break, both fans and team members from VQ felt very relaxed. Today's game was very confident, and during the break, Chiua happily joked and laughed with others. They had taken another step closer to the championship, and with so many beautiful female fans today, their performance made them proud. They didn't embarrass the VQ fans. Still the captain. Quick and precise. I'm confident we'll win 4-0 this time. Stay calm. When will you learn something from the captain? Don't pop the champagne too early. All right, let's get ready for the next game. Chiua, you made some mistakes last round. Learn from them. Coach Wang Hai shouted, mentioning the previous performance and urging her to avoid mistakes in the crucial next game. He naturally skipped over Wenhan. As Chiua said, Wenhan played perfectly in these rounds, so criticizing him would be impolite. The coach believed that bringing him into the youth training and finally selecting him for the team was the right decision. You should know that the first time he saw Wenhan, he immediately realized that he was not an ordinary person. His presence was truly outstanding. Just sitting in an esports chair made him impossible to ignore. Like now, Wenhan sitting in the corner, avoiding the camera, even if subconsciously, everyone would still look for him. His messy hair slightly covered his forehead. Wenhan was leaning on the sofa, wearing a mask he must have found somewhere, closing his eyes to rest. The camera was blocked outside, so only parts of his body could be seen through other team members. But the director was used to this. He knew Wenhan didn't like facing the camera. Unless necessary, they wouldn't bother to make him come out and pose. No matter how much they wanted him to appear, they couldn't force him. Compared to the cheerful atmosphere of the VQ team, the other team's lounge was very dull. They had changed players and tried different methods, but lacked skill and awareness. They were far from competing with a champion team like VQ. Losing was just losing. Trying to tie the score was almost impossible. The coach, dressed in a suit, looked expressionless, doing his best to calm the players. At least, he hoped they wouldn't lose too quickly in the last round, so they wouldn't look like machines. "I'll go out for a bit," when Han said as the camera switched to the director's room. He opened his eyes, stood up, put his hands in his pockets, and walked out. Others didn't pay much attention. People have urgent needs. Besides, only the coach could say a few words about what Han was doing. Others couldn't interfere. Many staff members were walking in the corridor. When Han turned left and right alone, his narrow eyes fixed straight ahead. He was about to turn right when he was bumped. A girl's voice sounded in front of him. When he looked up, he saw that he had already grabbed the girl's arm as she leaned back. When Han's eyes narrowed slightly, a scene from before he went on stage flashed in his mind. Under the lights, he could now see her face clearly at close range. Her eyebrows and eyes were curved, with bright starry eyes and almond-shaped eyes, just like in his previous memories. Her lips were pink and natural, her nose small but straight, fitting well on her oval face. Her fair skin glowed under the light. She looked panicked, with a blush on her cheeks. Her lips slightly parted, eyes wide with surprise, staring at him. He held her arm as she leaned back. Her long, white neck revealed a bit of her veins, like a swan, leading down to her beautiful collarbone. "I'm sorry," the girl quickly reacted, standing straight and apologizing. Her soft, gentle voice was like a breeze brushing past the ear. Soo Jiner's eyes quickly scanned the person's face in front of her. Realizing she had stared too long, she hurriedly looked down, avoiding his eyes and focusing on his shoulders. It was exactly at her height. Her lips pressed together slightly, her cheeks darkened with a blush, turning red. Even her neck was tinged with red. "Why are you here?" When Han's voice was deep and magnetic, steady in tone. His narrow black eyes watched her from head to toe. Noticing her discomfort, he loosened his grip on her arm, then, after putting his hands in his pockets, he awkwardly clenched his fists. She was wearing a t-shirt. The skin contact just now felt surprisingly smooth and delicate. It seemed she even carried a faint, fresh scent, which helped ease the summer heat. When Han had never seen a girl like her before. She was dressed simply, but every detail looked carefully chosen. Soo Jiner quickly looked up at him. When their eyes met again, she hurriedly looked away, feeling shy and hesitant. "It's the break time. I went to the bathroom and got lost just walking around," when Han stared at her as if he didn't notice her discomfort. His lips moved slightly. "This is backstage. Backstage is for contestants and staff. Spectators have other places to go to the bathroom, guarded by security." In other words, no matter how lost she was, she shouldn't have come here. "What?" Soo Jiner looked confused. "It's my first time here. I didn't know how I ended up here. Not knowing, or was she doing it on purpose?" With more fans, when Han knew some fans might cross boundaries, just like obsessive fans. But seeing her honest and innocent look, he didn't think she was like that. "Is this your first time watching the competition? Haven't you seen it before?" The game, Glory, was famous nationwide among young people. When Han was curious now, Soo Jiner tugged at the corner of her mouth. "Yes, I haven't played before. I only heard about it from classmates. Recently, I was working part-time here during the National Day holiday, and I happened to hear about a match. The timing was right, so I bought a ticket." Her eyes sparkled as if shining with light. She looked up and smiled brightly, like a flower in bloom. "I didn't expect the atmosphere here to be so good. You played so well."
Wen Hans gage met Hirsch.
Her smile was genuine and lively. His heart beat a little faster, and a warm feeling rose in his chest, making his ears turn red. "Let's go back. Did you go to the bathroom?" Turning the corner, they reached the bathroom. He glanced at the sign and deliberately avoided her gaze. Soo Jiner lowered her head at the right moment, her cheeks blushing like a flower. She bit her full lower lip and tiptoed, saying, "I went. You should go too. The game will start soon." When Han, standing at 1.8 meters tall, looked down. She just happened to see the top of her thick hair. Her black hair was casually draped over her small shoulders. After she finished speaking, he realized he had been staring at her for a while. He looked away and replied calmly, his tone was as usual, cold and distant. If you ignored the clenched fist in his pocket. A few steps away, a gentle voice called out from behind, "Wait, what?" He turned around, expressionless. "Can we add each other as friends?" Soo Jiner's eyes curved into a playful smile. "I think we're quite compatible. Let's play games together sometime. Can a professional and a beginner really play games together?" Thinking this, Han remained calm in her sight and simply nodded, giving her his phone number voluntarily. The girl smiled even more happily, her steps light and bouncy, looking cheerful and lively. Han turned around when he heard her say, "I'll go back first," followed by her footsteps walking away. Once the sound disappeared completely, he reached out and rubbed his head, tousling his messy hair even more. In the mirror, his lips curved into a slight smile, and his eyes shone with a different light than usual. Han paused, adjusted his expression to make sure nothing was wrong, then turned back to the lounge. Before going on stage again, he was still leading the team. This time, he instinctively looked in a certain direction. He remembered she was sitting there. The audience seats were a bit dark. He quickly pinpointed her exact location, then looked away casually after a brief glance, sitting calmly and focusing on the game. "Host, the male lead has already noticed you. Amazing!" Just a few simple glances and a chance encounter outside the bathroom achieved this effect. The system was stunned. Eyes are the windows to the soul. I don't have any bad intentions, so it's easy to gain his trust. Also, I don't look bad. People are often attracted to beauty and cuteness, and they tend to relax their guard when they see such things. Finding ways to make the most of my advantages has always been something I'm exploring. So far, it seems to be working well. In the fourth game, the VQ team played as usual, quick and decisive, ending the match in just 10 minutes. Fans on the scene cheered loudly and rushed toward the interview area. Soo Jiner didn't join the crowd. Usually, Han would refuse interviews again this time. Staying here would just be a waste of time. She slipped away from the crowd, took out her phone, and checked her chat app's friend list. After getting his phone number, she added him as a friend and saved it to her contacts. His friend request hadn't been accepted yet, probably because he was busy. As she left the venue, a hot gust of wind hit her face. It was summer, and indoor air conditioning was definitely more comfortable. Outside the venue, there were many food stalls. She bought a pancake and walked while eating, feeling strangely relaxed. Meanwhile, Han refused the interview request. He went to the coaching staff to get his phone back and saw a friend request on his chat app. The profile picture was a black cartoon character holding a book, with a blank name, but there was a note with some information. Soo Jiner, the name suited her well. Han stared at the cartoon avatar, then tapped to accept. The chat window automatically showed her message. "Hello." He felt a bit awkward. This was the first time he had added a stranger. His friends list was small, mostly high school classmates, family, friends, and fellow esports players and coaches. Seeing no new messages, Han exited the chat and scrolled to the top to look at the pinned accounts. Still no new messages. He opened the chat with a girl whose profile picture was a selfie. The last message was from a year ago, sent when he had a falling out with his childhood friend and first love, Lu Wuan, because he quit school to play esports. She hadn't sent any messages since. He occasionally saw her updates on her social media, but over time, he stopped paying much attention. I rarely see messages from her when I browse my social media feed. Han doesn't know why he clicked on it. A bright, smiling face flashes in his mind, and his cheeks flush with embarrassment. "Captain, what are you doing?" July jumps onto Han's shoulder.
Who are you chatting with?
Victory should be celebrated. Share the joy with good friends. He leans in to look, but Han quickly exits the chat screen and presses the black screen button, giving him a cold look. "Are you free? Next time, I'll let you go on the interview. This time, the interview is with the sharpshooter Nanine and the warrior in the finals." Their voices echo on the radio, along with the hosts. I don't dare. I'm a little nervous speaking in front of so many people. July waves his hands, looking carefree, but secretly worried about being on stage. When Han watches him coldly, July awkwardly laughs, lowers his hand from on Han's shoulder, and mutters, "We're the same age. Why do your eyes look so scary? I'm leaving now, do as you like." When Han ignores him, he notices the dense crowd of fans outside, but doesn't see the face he's seen a few times. Maybe he doesn't like crowds? It makes sense. Being so good-looking, it's not surprising to be surrounded. Thinking casually, when Han slips out through the staff entrance. When the crowd thins, he takes out his phone to check. No new messages. When he gets into the car for the ride back, there's still nothing. When Han feels a bit restless, he gazes out the window at the passing scenery, feeling strangely excited. When no messages come, he feels a little disappointed. Worrying won't help. He's not the type to dwell on things. This makes him feel like his emotions are a bit out of control. Because of this, after a disagreement and drifting apart from his parents, he's been able to stand firm in his current position. The interview ends quickly, but it takes a while for fans and players to take photos. When Coach Wang Hai and his team return, half an hour has passed. Let's go. Time for a meal. After every victory, as long as there's no tight schedule, they celebrate with a meal. This big win brings them one step closer to the championship. Everyone is very happy. In terms of points, the VQ team is definitely in second place in Group S. There's one more match, so there's no need to be too nervous. Wang Hai plans to have more reserves play in this game. One reason is to keep their own tactics, and the other is to give new players a chance to practice. If they get transferred to other teams later, it can also help the team earn some money. Honestly, having Wen Han on the team is really reassuring. Coach Wang Hai feels very happy. He looks past the noisy other players and asks, "Ling Qing, what do you want to eat?"
Come on, you decide this time.
The person playing on their phone looks up. His hair falls over his forehead, revealing his good features. He softly says, "It's hot in summer, I don't want hot pot." Then how about Chinese food? Seafood? Oh, with air conditioning, why bother? Captain, you're probably feeling restless inside. Chi laughs. What he says is innocent, but the others understand his meaning. When Han stiffens for a second, gripping his phone tightly. When he realizes he's overreacted, he quickly relaxes. He looks at Chi Yu with a blank face. The person talking to the coach feels a chill down his spine.
Uffed.
Nan Yin and the others burst out laughing.
We told you not to say that.
In the end, they decided to go eat beef hot pot. The car is not far away. It takes about 20 minutes to get there. At first, there are many fans, so the car moves slowly. Fans are everywhere holding light boards. When Han glances at them and then looks away, showing a cold attitude. The fans' hearts break seeing him so distant. If you ask who has the most fans here, it's definitely him. Suddenly, his bag vibrates. When Han pauses for a moment, then naturally takes out his phone. A red appears in the lower left corner. He double taps, and the screen scrolls down to show a black and white cartoon avatar. Are you going back to the hotel? It's a sudden message. When Han stares at the words, waiting half a minute before replying. Going to eat. On the other side, Su Jiner, sitting on the bed eating ice cream, guesses. The words are cold and distant. Are you upset? The system shakes its head. He deliberately waited a while before replying. Probably shy. Where there's internet, it can monitor cameras and data streams easily, so it quickly knows the male lead situation.
Su Jin-er laughs softly.
It's just that they're not very familiar yet. It's normal to feel a bit awkward at first. Open the message reply. Stay safe. It was as brief and cold as his previous message. After replying, she looked up. Checking too many messages takes unnecessary energy. Small matters like this don't need much attention. I know the main progress of the task. You can handle the system yourself. Although online monitoring is convenient, it always costs something each time. Even with the energy accumulated from several worlds, she couldn't afford to waste it here. It's possible, but unnecessary. She didn't mean to blame. The system was happy to rest. Her host was no longer a beginner, and her old system mother should have her own time now.
Got it.
Call me if needed. After the system disappeared, Soo Jiner saw a simple, okay message. A bigger smile appeared on her face. Since it's too fast, then let's cool down for a bit. There were a few days left of the holiday. During the day, Soo Jiner was busy with part-time jobs. She didn't send messages first. At night, she took out her phone and logged into the game to practice her skills. She couldn't imagine a car crash scene if she brought a rookie who knew nothing about the game with a professional. Fortunately, she had played this game in a previous world. Although some details were different, the logic was similar. That night back at school, she already became familiar with some heroes' controls. Her dorm was an old 6-person bed dorm, a bit worse than a hostel. She didn't talk much with her roommates, just knowing each other but not close. Everyone was focused on studying. Few like her went out to do part-time jobs. When they had free time, they went to the library. When she returned, only one person was in the dorm. She greeted the other, finished washing up, then climbed into bed. The first thing she did was share the game link. When Han was live streaming from his hotel room. The remaining match was in 2 days, so he didn't need to play. During the day, he trained with his teammates. At night, staff urged him to do live streams on Shark. Each team had a partnership with a streaming platform, with set streaming hours. When Han usually made up the hours at the end of the month. But now he was annoyed and wanted to do something. The staff called him, so he decided to do an early live stream. He used a sponsored gaming phone, the same model used in the arena, to get familiar with the feel. After finishing a new ranked game and preparing to start the next one, his personal phone on the table vibrated. He slowly took a sip of water and glanced at the comments. Come on, Ling Qing the Great. Hurry up, I can't wait to see you defeat the bad guys. Please turn on your camera, idol. I want to see you. I've been waiting so eagerly. Stop talking. It's already happy enough that the idol is willing to go live so early. If someone gets scared away, just wave at me with my little fists. Besides a few fans who admire his looks, most viewers are his technical fans, and they speak politely. He casually looked at the comments, then put down his mineral water and picked up his phone slowly. He thought it was probably another teasing message from a teammate. When he saw the familiar yet strange profile picture, he paused and clicked on it. Looking at the team link inside, he sent a question mark. Playing games. Take me along. The words sounded firm, but the ending wave symbol made it seem like a tease. Unconsciously, his mind appeared with her face, imagining how she would look when she was acting cute. Feeling a bit uncomfortable when Han pressed his lips together, he decided to agree. His thoughts were simple. Wasn't adding her as a friend before just to play games together? He would keep his promise. Soo Jiner switched screens on her phone, skillfully opening the live stream of Shark VQ team captain Wenhan. Over the past few days, she had been secretly watching this stream every night, both to understand his personality and to learn some skills. Wenhan's live streams were quiet and reserved, not very talkative, but his gaming skills were undeniable. The comments often praised his impressive moves, and she could learn a few things from time to time. At this moment, a flood of comments scrolled across the screen, but the game screen remained still, clearly with his phone placed aside by its owner. Soo Jiner glanced at the message on her phone, which only said, waiting, then switched back to the live stream. She saw the game had exited and returned to the phone's home screen, just as when Han's deep voice sounded. Something came up today, ending the stream. His tone was calm. Soo Jiner raised an eyebrow and smiled. Sure enough, less than a second after the stream went black and ended, he replied to the message. What rank are you? TSK. When Han, sitting in his gaming chair, scrolled through the messages and pressed a few buttons. Wait for me to borrow an account. He looked up, quickly typed on the keyboard, borrowed an account from his high school friend, and sent the other person a 500 yuan red envelope. Bought out, this account is mine now. Not Big Brother. Are you that rich? A new phone number costs only about $10. Next time you have this kind of thing, just find me. You're always welcome. When Han, now with a new account, sent him a warning emoji and ignored his lively friend. He first logged into the game with the new account to check. He was at silver level 5 with few friends and no special connections. He cleared out unnecessary friends, then shared his profile picture with a black and white book icon. A game invitation link came through. Soo Jiner clicked on it while putting on wired headphones. It was a team room with only 2 avatars. One was unfamiliar, probably when Han's borrowed new account. She looked at the rank, just 1 star above her own, white eye level 5. She squinted her eyes, thinking that when someone starts to care about you, it's hard not to notice. If the system were here, it might be so happy it would jump for joy. The microphone was silent. She opened the mic and softly called out. Suddenly, when Han's gentle voice came from the phone, soft and sweet, like a mist in a summer air-conditioned room. When Han lowered his eyes while drinking water, his thick, long eyelashes cast shadows over his face. His gaze swept over the familiar black and white avatar on the screen. He looked at this friend, who was pinned at the top, just like he looked at his parents' or childhood sweethearts' avatars every day. His mind flashed back to their close encounter earlier. Hearing her voice, it felt as if she was right in front of him. He frowned slightly. A strange feeling in his chest made him purse his lips and stay silent.
Great one?
He tentatively called again. When Han thought that if he didn't speak now, she might overthink. His finger hovered in the air for a moment, then finally clicked the microphone. Wait a moment. His words were brief, but his tone was much softer than usual, like in a live stream. Soo Jiner waited quietly for a while. She heard the door close on the other side, and the noisy sounds outside had quieted down a lot. She smiled gently, and her soft hum reached through the microphone, showing she was in a good mood. In the quiet esports room, the atmosphere became more noticeable. When Han normally closed the door and turned over the "Do Not Disturb" sign at the entrance. This was his personal live streaming and gaming room. In the entire team, he had the most say. Once he said he didn't want to be disturbed, no one would cross the line. Moreover, recently, the main team members were on a break. The last match would have substitutes play, so no one paid much attention to them. He sat back in his gaming chair and picked up his phone. "What are you laughing at?" The girl hesitated a little and then jumped back in excitement. "Nothing. I was just thinking about how you said you'd wait several times today. I thought my invitation would fail, but I didn't expect the expert you would really agree." She was intentionally saying it that way. When Han's dark eyes lowered. "So, are you afraid these days?" The topic jumped a bit. Soo Jiner understood what he was talking about. It was just that after she added him as a friend, she never sent a message first, making him feel cold for several days. But the effect seemed good. She smiled, her eyes lively. "No, I'm not afraid. That I know." When Han leaned back in his chair, staring at her profile picture. He wasn't a naive person. Reaching his current position, he had experienced many things that didn't allow him to be naive. Otherwise, he might have been completely taken advantage of by the team. With more fans, he knew his face attracted many young girls. The first time he exchanged glances with Soo Jiner in the car might have been accidental. Seeing her at the arena was a surprise, and running into her backstage later was even more unexpected. It was a deliberate approach. He knew it, but he let her come closer. Someone brave enough to approach him like that wouldn't be afraid of him. Thinking of this, when Han's expression softened, and a fleeting smile appeared at the corner of his lips. A flirtatious atmosphere spread through the internet. Soo Jiner softly said, "Waiting is worth it. Otherwise, as a newcomer, I would only hold back the great expert." "Yeah, don't worry." When Han closed her game stats page, he confirmed that she logged in every night for a few hours to practice heroes. From her initial awkwardness and poor performance to quickly getting the hang of ranked matches, her progress was rapid. Looking at her efforts, I can't help but feel surprisingly comfortable inside. At least, my time spent thinking about her profile picture every day hasn't been wasted. When Han clicked to start the ranked game, then waited quietly. Luckily, both accounts were low-level, so it took less than 2 seconds to enter the game. In Silver rank, there's no specific order for choosing heroes. You pick whatever you want to play. Not paying attention to others, when Han casually said, "Choose what you want." He selected a jungler hero. "Thanks, expert. I'll pick whatever I like then," Soo Jiner said, choosing a hero she wanted to practice. Since someone else was covering her, she was happy to pick freely. She didn't bother being polite to Han, acting like they had known each other for a long time and were very familiar. When Han looked at the warrior she chose, his tall, strong figure was nothing like her real-life slimness, which surprised him a little. It's not that he's narcissistic, but usually girls choose a support hero to follow the jungler, right? The hero selection had about a minute left. She didn't speak again, so when Han pursed his lips and asked, "Are you at school?" if he wasn't mistaken, she should still be studying at her age and her prime. She had mentioned before that she often did part-time work to support herself. During the countdown, Soo Jiner's voice was clear and gentle. "Yes, I'm in the dorm. I'm wearing headphones. Is there a lights-out time at night?" when Han asked curiously. He had a few friends in college, but each school had different rules. Since he didn't pay much attention to these small details, he only knew a little. "Yes, at 11 o'clock, lights out." "That's perfect for sleeping," Soo Jiner replied carefully. When Han checked the time, 8 o'clock, a few hours left. As the game loaded, he could hear not only game sounds but also some rustling noises from her headset, which made him curious. "What are you doing?" While peeling bread, Soo Jiner looked at the screen. Eating bread, he didn't expect her to ask about such small things privately. She didn't mind it. While munching on her bread, she looked at her hero and said, "Wow, you actually have skins. They look so cool." She only uses her original skins, and even her heroes are bought with in-game coins. No choice, that's just how life is. Default skins, when Han noticed her original hero skins, but didn't say much. He started farming in the jungle. He took the path near the warrior lane. Soo Jiner's warrior hero and his jungler hero moved together, one flashy, one plain. She controlled her hero to walk around and giggled softly. Maybe it was just a coincidence, but when Han's jungler hero happened to stop in place. As if in response, after she finished laughing, he continued moving. These small, thoughtful actions without words. Soo Jiner's eyes curved happily. Listening to the silent microphone in her headset, she moved her hero to the top lane to farm. "Great player, come eat the minion line. Jungling needs to be nurtured." She thought simply. Since she was practicing hero control, she knew she'd have to give up a few kills later, so it was good to let him farm. His voice was calm, showing no emotion. In the end, he obediently came to farm and then left. He was the kind of player who was quiet and serious. After eating his fill, he started doing things. Before the enemy could gank Soo Jiner, he intercepted the enemy mid-laner support halfway through the lane. He killed him twice, so the enemy mid-laner was afraid to come forward anymore. Feeling targeted, they brought 3 teammates to find him. Then when Han scored a triple kill, he hurried over to support, and because Soo Jiner made a few skill mistakes and he deliberately held back, she surprisingly managed to get a kill. "Is this what a great player can do?" she thought happily. "Just play casually," when Han said calmly. He acted like he was showing off in front of her, but she felt dazzled by his brilliance. "I'll probably rank last now." Soo Jiner had died quite a few times trying to show off her skills, and her performance was poor aside from the few kills when Han let her have. "Come over," when Han called out from the jungle, hiding in the grass, waiting. "Okay, I'll teach you. First, use your third skill." When Han's teaching was simple. While she was hiding in the grass, Soo Jiner controlled her hero to do a few moves next to him. Any mistakes would be immediately pointed out by him. No wonder he's a pro gamer. He knows every hero's skill timing so well. Jiner was lying comfortably, and after a few practice sessions, her skills became much smoother. "Go ahead," when Han said through the headset. He was controlling the jungle character, crouched silently in the bushes. Jinu understood that this meant she had to handle things on her own. The enemy team had been guarding for a long time, about a minute, and their 5 players finally started to come out cautiously. Right in front of her were the enemy marksmen and support. Due to their low economy, their damage was not very high. On the other hand, even though she had given up a few kills intentionally, when Han had been feeding her, so her damage had stacked up quite a bit. She went in alone to practice her skills. "Watch this," she shouted confidently. With a light flick of her finger, a strong, burly man suddenly charged out of the bushes toward the enemy marksman, catching the duo off guard. Although they reacted quickly and started fighting back, their poor economy and some mistakes in her control made it impossible for them to turn the tide. In the end, the duo was defeated, falling under her attack. She cheered happily and showed off to Wenhan. Her character stood still beside the two enemy corpses. The jungle character emerged from the bushes and came to her side. Wenhan's voice came through the headset again. "Good job, keep it up." The atmosphere was very cheerful. She even heard his gentle, smiling voice. Everything was understood without words. On the floor of the hotel's exclusive team building, Coach Wang Hai of the VQ team hurriedly led the substitute players toward the conference room for today's final training session. On the way, he glanced at a few team members' gaming rooms, especially paying attention to Wenhan's room. The door was closed, with a "Do Not Disturb" sign hanging on it. He probably was training alone. His star player didn't like live streaming much. He preferred practicing techniques and moves alone. Playing games requires effort as well as talent. Fortunately, Wenhan had both, and reaching today's level wouldn't have been possible without hard work. When he trained alone, he usually hung a "Do Not Disturb" sign and stayed in seclusion. It was probably the same now. The coach thought to himself that he was used to it. The substitute team members looked on with envy from outside the door, dreaming that one day they could become official players and step onto the stage. No one knew that the person they thought was training in seclusion was actually not live streaming at the moment. Instead, they were playing a game with strangers they had only met a few times, something they never expected. The atmosphere was friendly. The person who usually took the kills willingly handed them over and even gave advice multiple times, acting like a good teacher. After the first ranked game ended, Wenhan naturally earned the MVP title with a perfect score. Su Jiner had a rough start, giving away some kills early on, but later managed to get several kills, finishing with a third-place score. She specifically opened Wenhan's character profile and saw the increasing points. Smiling, she called out cheerfully. Just looking at this jungler's poster and imagining his handsome face made her feel excited. He was the kind of man who could be the hero of his own little world. He had everything going for him. Wenhan's ears warmed slightly. He also looked at the poster of the tall, strong man, but his mind flashed to her delicate face. The stark contrast made him feel a strange sensation. "Check your email," he said quietly after returning to the homepage and doing a few things. He was usually quiet and reserved, and Su Jiner didn't mind. She returned to the homepage and saw a new unread message in her inbox. "What is this?"
Oh.
"You sent me a skin?"
Wow.
"And there's more," when Han kept pointing at his screen. Su Jina looked and saw she had received at least 5 skins, all for heroes in the warrior role. There were also 3 new heroes she didn't have yet. "Wait, that's enough." "That's too much, Master. Don't waste so much. If I need more, just tell me," when Han said generously, though his ears were turning red. He sat on the bench, trying to stay calm and listen to the excited shouts and cheers around him. "It's a bit embarrassing. Don't send more next time. If I need anything, I'll definitely tell you." He wasn't being rude to himself. But when Han still felt it wasn't enough. All his money was earned from competitions. He hadn't asked his family for a single cent after falling out. Today, spending this much on a woman who wasn't even a close friend didn't bother him. If she hadn't told him to stop, he would have bought a few more to send her. It was a strange feeling, as if his emotions had found a new outlet. In the past, no one cared about him, and those who did wouldn't seek him out. Now, suddenly, there was someone he could connect with beyond boundaries, and everything felt so natural. Even though they had only met a few times. Where you spend your money, your love follows. Sometimes, this saying is quite true. A sudden wave of strong feelings made Su Jina realize that she had also found a place in Wenhan's heart, though not as a friend. Things were moving faster than expected. "Come on, the expert. This time, use the war god skin you bought for me." The two started a new game. Like the last one was giving support while the other trained. Wenhan spoke little, while she chattered happily, and for a while, they enjoyed each other's company. When it was nearly 10 o'clock, she yawned and checked her game stats.
Wow.
20 wins in a row. In just over 2 hours, they had quickly finished most matches, earning impressive results. Their roommates had already started to come back, some washing up, others reading. Listening to the sounds around her, Soo Jiner lowered her voice into her headset. Is that all for today? The roommates are getting ready to rest. Her whisper was like a gentle breeze. When Han glanced at the time and bit his lip. Okay, goodbye, she said, then exited the game. He was left in silence, standing up uncomfortably. He suddenly realized he was sweating all over, no longer the calm and steady person he used to be. His mind still lingered on her last words. We will meet again. Soo Jiner said that on purpose. It was meant to leave a little mystery. Most importantly, she wanted to achieve her goal as soon as possible. Having been in this world for a long time without encountering the heavenly path's interference was not the main point. What mattered was gathering good fortune. So, after confirming that the other person was interested, she could take the initiative. Moreover, he clearly knew and allowed her to get closer on purpose. This time, she didn't hold back. After quitting the game, Soo Jiner opened her chat app and sent a smiling emoji. Great God, get some rest early. I know you won't play in the last match, so don't stay up late. Gamers rarely avoid staying up late. Although Han has a good foundation and always looks handsome even when tired, staying up isn't good for health. She also tries to gauge his attitude about her interfering in his life. In less than a minute, he replied. You too. First day successfully finished. The dorm roommates are all early risers, rarely staying up late. Most of the daytime is spent studying and reading. Soo Jiner smoothly adapted to this routine, waiting until everyone finished washing up and went to bed. The time just reached 11 o'clock. The surroundings darkened. Soo Jiner knelt on her bed, took out her phone, and took a picture of herself, sending a dark, blurry photo. In the brightly lit hotel corridor, when Han, who was in his room practicing his game, felt his phone vibrate nearby but didn't immediately check it. After finishing a game, he closed his eyes to review his actions for the day. Only then did he calmly pick up his phone. He looked at the dark photo, where he could faintly see a shadow. He guessed it was probably behind a sheer curtain, with a faint light and a few strands of hair barely visible in the dark. When Han never knew he could observe others so carefully. He pursed his lips, then looked at the words, "Good night," for a long time before closing his eyes. It's 11 o'clock. He checked the time, stood up, put down his phone, and headed to the bathroom. He heard the sound of water running. 10 minutes later, when Han, wearing a bathrobe and with wet hair, came out. He looked at himself in the mirror, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his dark eyes. Finally, he took a towel to dry his hair. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. When he opened it, Nanine suddenly poked her head through the door. Boss, what's up? When Han said calmly, opening the door and taking a few steps back. Playing games. Boss, you've already finished washing up? Are you going to sleep now? He must be mistaken. This is the same game fanatic who never sleeps before midnight? Besides the competition, does the boss ever practice his skills at night? No one can outlast him. Today is only 11 o'clock. When the dream just started, he was already asleep. I'm tired. I'll sleep early tonight. His wiping motion hid a fleeting moment of unease. He regained his composure and stared intently at Nanine. Nanyin's sarcastic remark was caught in her throat. Seeing his intense gaze, she didn't dare ask more. She awkwardly grabbed the door handle and said, I am not disturbing you. You must be sick. Yes. That's it. The door slammed shut heavily and she quickly walked away, still able to hear him shouting, Boss is sick, when Han paused his hair-wiping action. When no one was watching, he annoyedly rubbed his already slightly dry hair. After a long moment, he took a deep breath. A few minutes later, when Han, with his hair dry, lay on the bed, he held his phone above him, with a black and white profile picture chat window open and then closed again. He felt his actions were a bit strange. He thought he might have trouble sleeping that night. His body had long since developed a biological clock. Midnight was his usual sleep time. But for some reason, when he closed his eyes, his mind started to race. When he finally realized it, it was already early the next morning. It was 6:30 a.m. Wake up time. After a simple wash-up, when Han took a photo with his phone, then opened his profile picture and sent it. Many actions that he didn't think much of before now felt natural, especially with a patient chat partner. After sending the photo, when Han pretended to be calm, turned off his screen, and changed into clothes to go to the hotel restaurant for breakfast. Today, he wore all black, with a mask covering his face, but it couldn't hide his outstanding aura. His tall, slender figure was full of youthful energy, yet also carried a calmness that drew attention. The school wake-up time was set at 7 a.m. Soo Jiner and her roommates finished washing up in turns. After checking her schedule for the day, she took her books and went to the cafeteria with her roommates for breakfast. She opened her phone and saw that her special contacts list showed an unread message from Han. She was a bit surprised. She didn't expect Han to send her a message first. Usually, she was the one initiating contact. Most of the time, Han just responded politely. She couldn't help but smile as she opened the message, which was a photo. The photo shows the ceiling of a hotel room with the lights on, revealing no specific details. Anyway, this is a good start. Great one, you woke up so early, yes, having breakfast. Look, Soo Jiner politely responded and took a photo of her breakfast to share. She ate her breakfast slowly and carefully, moving with natural grace and calmness. A few girls watched her with envy, thinking that although Soo Jiner's family was average and she had to work part-time to pay for her living expenses, she was very beautiful and had a good temperament. Her natural beauty easily attracted the attention of those around her. In just about 10 minutes after sitting down, many boys in the cafeteria had already looked her way.
Sujinate seriously.
For things outside her tasks, unless she was interested, she usually didn't pay much attention. She ignored the gazes around her as usual. Her cool aura seemed to dismiss everything, making others want to approach but hesitate, unsure whether to disturb her. When Soo Jiner finished eating and her roommates left, the few boys sitting nearby finally reacted. They hesitated but didn't follow her. Hey, the guy on the left is a second-year campus heartthrob. Did you see him, Jiner? What? Soo Jiner looked at Yang Hwan, one of her roommates.
Yeah.
The second-year senior heartthrob. He's really good-looking, right? Zhang Yin said with a smile, observing Soo Jiner's confused expression and helplessly shrugging. I knew it. You never pay much attention to people who don't matter. They all noticed that the guy on the left was a well-known second-year campus heartthrob who had been coming to the cafeteria early every morning to watch over Soo Jiner for several days. Since breakfast was Soo Jiner's daily routine, even if her friends didn't eat, she would definitely come alone. Jiner isn't interested in love. Let those guys be lovesick. I think it's fine, Su Yen chimed in. The girls were just joking and no one saw any problem. But what they didn't mention was that, besides the second-year heartthrob, the guy sitting on her right was a handsome student of the same year, and behind her to the right was also a campus senior. Everyone looks good, and they're very popular with the opposite at school. Many girls often surround them. But I didn't expect that all of these people would end up around Soo Jiner, hesitating and not daring to approach. Honestly, I feel a bit jealous. When I entered school, I always thought I might meet handsome seniors, juniors, or classmates and start a special kind of romance. But fantasies are just fantasies. In reality, handsome guys are mainly attracted to pretty faces, and only a few are truly soulmates. There was a brief, awkward moment, but it was quickly covered up by girls laughing and joking. Soo Jiner noticed this. She could feel her roommates' deliberate friendliness, and everyone tried to keep things from becoming too awkward. She smiled and joined in. On her way to class, she opened her phone and looked at the messages just sent. You're eating too little. Are you going to class today? When Han's messages were always clear and straightforward. She smiled and replied, Yes, I have class. Here's my schedule. Despite Han's cool attitude, Soo Jiner was more proactive. She sent her schedule to help him understand her daily routine better. She also mentioned, with a surprised tone, that she had quite a few classes and asked if they could play games together tonight. When Han understood her deliberate approach, and clearly, he was intentionally giving her space. "You're looking for me tonight." Tonight, the final regular match of the VQ team was about to end. 5 substitute players would play, and whether they won or lost wouldn't affect the team's ranking. As a main team member, when Han and the others didn't mind whether they played or not. When Han, being the most noticed and cared for team member, could easily get time off by just asking Wang Hai. Playing games with friends or being at the arena, where fans might stop him for photos or sneak peeks, was quite comfortable. When Han told himself this, the simple morning chat ended. Both had their own things to do, so replies wouldn't be very quick. Usually, after sending a message, it might take half an hour or even an hour to get a reply. But they had a silent understanding. No matter how long as they had free time, they would reply with a message. Whether it's a cold punctuation mark or a simple emoji, it shows that both sides have seen the message. So far, the task is going more smoothly than expected. Su Jiner walks out of the classroom holding a book, smiling happily. Her delicate, full face has a graceful and attractive curve. Suddenly, someone rushes over from behind. A tall figure stands beside her, bringing a slightly tense feeling. Jiner, a lively male voice, a bit excited, with a smile on his youthful face, says, "Jiner, let's have dinner tonight." Yang Hao, a classmate of Su Jiner, has been finding excuses to approach her since returning to school. Feeling helpless, Su Jiner looks at his obsessed expression and gently presses her lips to refuse. "Sorry, I'm not used to eating with strangers." "What do you mean by stranger?" "Let's get to know each other and we'll be friends in the future." Yang Hao isn't ashamed or embarrassed by her firm refusal. Instead, he feels more confident. After all, love is a game for the proactive. He believes he's not bad-looking and genuinely likes her. Love at first sight, cliché but real, happened to him. Seeing her, Yang Hao only has one thought: get closer, even closer. Usually, Yang Hao is lively and talkative, getting along well with many people. But for Su Jiner, he doesn't want to cause trouble. Young love isn't a game to play with. She doesn't want to toy with his innocent feelings or get involved with anyone more. When he pretends not to understand, her smile fades, and her expression turns cold. Her gentle aura seems to turn icy, making Yang Hao's smile freeze on his face. Her cold voice says, "Sorry, really no need." She turns around and leaves without hesitation. A sharp pain hits her heart. Yang Hao stares blankly at her back, shoulders drooping, with a look of deep sadness that's hard to bear. In the classroom, Yang Huan and Su Yan exchange a glance. Another man whose heart has been broken. The final match of the VQ team is about to start. Wang Hai arrives at the game venue with the substitute players and, unsurprisingly, agrees to Wen Han's request not to attend. He simply doesn't want to deal with fans. He says he understands completely and is willing to give Wen Han space. Wang Hai didn't know that Wen Han refused to go because he had already promised someone else. Throughout the day, besides his usual training, Wen Han spent most of his time catching up on live stream hours. He didn't speak much, just kept the game sound on, occasionally pausing to drink water or eat fruit to recharge. Next to his desk, his private phone lay quietly. At 6 in the evening, it finally vibrated. Wen Han finished his game calmly, picked up his phone, and opened it. His dark eyes, hidden beneath thick black eyelashes, showed no clear emotion. "I'm done with class, having dinner." Did the big shot eat yet? Along with the message was a photo of dinner, which, like breakfast, was small. His long fingers moved quickly. When Han stood up, "I'm going now." He exited the live stream, casually replied, "Offline," and then brushed off his fans. His long legs stepped out of the room, one after another, into the elevator, moving smoothly and confidently. He kept his phone in his pocket. Whenever it vibrated, he seemed to feel it instantly. Once again, when Han opened his phone and saw a smiling face sent from the other side, he didn't reply. Su Jiner didn't have a part-time job tonight. Recently, she was thinking about whether to change what she was doing. One reason was that whether she worked at the school's milk tea shop or outside, her income was too low, and it took a lot of effort. In the short term, it was acceptable, but long term, it was just a waste of her time and not worth it. Another reason was because of too many admirers. Even though Soo Jin-er clearly didn't want to get too involved with other guys, a few kept appearing around her. Every time they showed up, it caused a lot of trouble, which was very annoying. No matter what, she couldn't be with any of them. Whether it was the senior or the campus heartthrob, it was better to plan early. Making money wasn't hard. With the system, there were many ways to do it. Besides opening her own shop, she could also have the system help her find online tasks, coding, writing reports, things that were easy for the system. She still needed to think about what exactly to do. After dinner, she skipped past a few familiar figures and returned to her dorm with a normal expression, holding a cup of milk tea she bought on the way. When she sat down, she was already sweating all over her body. After a quick shower, she came out and sent a message to Wenhan. "Master, I'm online." A few minutes later, Wenhan replied, "A new invitation, a new room." Soo Jin-er clicked on the microphone and headset, her soft and cool voice with a playful tone. "Master, have you eaten?" Reiterating an old topic, she had already responded to this in the chat earlier. But chatting is about relaxing, so it's normal to repeat topics a few times. Since no one was in the dorm, Soo Jin-er was more casual in her chatting. Her eyes fell on another avatar, which had a microphone icon. Soon, Wenhan's deep, magnetic voice sounded calmly. What did you eat?" "Master, do you have a holiday after the regular season?" Wenhan tapped, start matchmaking with his finger, his lips moving slightly. "Yes, but only for one day. After that, I need to prepare for training." For dinner, I had noodles. Although he was usually cold, he surprisingly listened well. Soo Jin-er chuckled softly. "That shouldn't be long now. Will you go out with your teammates to have fun then?" "No plans." "We'll see then," Wenhan replied calmly. Usually, there was a break each season, but no matter how long, he didn't usually go out to play. He only occasionally accepted teammates' invitations to hang out. Actually, he preferred being alone, which helped him relax more. Noticing Wenhan wasn't interested in the topic, Soo Jin-er changed the subject to gaming. "Can I play freely today?" she asked with a bright smile, her voice soft like she was coquettishly begging, making listeners feel ticklish. Wenhan's eyes flickered slightly, his heart skipping a beat. He naturally replied, "Play whatever you want. I'll teach you if you don't know." His words sounded natural, but his fingers holding the phone tightened unknowingly. Soo Jin-er smiled even more happily, her joyful laughter seeming to infect others. Wenhan unconsciously relaxed, and the usually worried-looking forehead seemed to loosen up a lot.
Buenan chose a jungle hero.
It was a hero he was not very good at. Of course, compared to ordinary people, he was already quite skilled. But on the competition stage, that level of skill was not enough. Although he was playing with others, Wenhan wanted to use this chance to practice his hero skills. As a team that had won major tournaments in previous seasons, BQ had a big reputation in KPL, and their results were very good. As the captain who led the team to these achievements, Wenhan felt a lot of pressure. He earned honor, but he dared not relax for a moment. He still wanted to stay in this field for a few more years. That was his dream, and it was also why he had argued with his parents and friends and hadn't contacted them for 2 years. He wanted to prove he was right. Suddenly, a gentle voice interrupted him. Wenhan snapped back to reality. Soo Jin-er pointed at the poster of the hero he chose and smiled. "Great master. This year you will definitely win the championship again." Her tone was very confident and natural, just like usual. Wenhan had heard this kind of words many times before. Sometimes from fans online, sometimes from teammates, coaches, or even others in the league. But none of those moments had touched him as much as now. Why did the same words sound so different when spoken by different people? Wenhan lowered his head, controlling his game character to enter the map. His mood was complicated and hard to describe. He felt like he was sinking too deep, too quickly. He listened quietly to the girl's smiling voice, responding from time to time. His calm exterior, which outsiders might see as cold, was actually a rare act of initiative for him. It was just in his room, with no one watching, and in her dorm, with no roommate around. It was a peaceful, relaxing environment for just the two of them.
Sujine wore headphones.
Compared to a warrior, a mage was easier to learn. Her reactions were quick, and after a few tries, her skills looked impressive. Even so, when Han occasionally gave her tips on how to do better. They worked well together, quickly finishing several matches, all of which ended in crushing victories. "Let me pass." The girl's voice was gentle and soft, not really a request but more like a playful tease, light and sweet.
Ben Han sears wisha.
He moved his hero slightly to give up a spot. Su Jiner raised an eyebrow. This doesn't seem like a cold personality male lead. He's more like a warm-hearted, good man who gives her what she asks for. It's important to note that the hero when Han was playing was very low on blue points, and her mage character also used a lot of blue in the early game. Now, he was willingly giving her some. Thank you. Since she was kind enough, Su Jiner didn't argue. She happily took the blue points and said, "I'll treat you to a meal sometime." There was no reply from the other side, but silence was taken as agreement. Su Jiner smoothly went along with it, focusing on the game. With a skillful move, she ambushed from the grass and took down 3 enemies, completing a stunning triple kill. "You've changed." When Han's voice came through the headset, faint with a slight electric sound, but his mood was hard to read. Su Jiner smiled with her eyes. "I think so too. My skills are getting better and more natural." Her voice was full of joy, and her mood sounded very happy. She spoke with a lingering tone, making the listener feel a little tremble inside. When Han didn't know how much effort he had put into this evening, feeling a bit anxious and uncomfortable, but not wanting to end the game. Maybe because someone was with him, so he felt a lot happier? Due to past experiences, when Han had been disconnected from his family for over 2 years. The only old friends he kept in touch with were a few high school classmates. Usually, he was either training or thinking about training, winning one championship after another. He had achieved some success in the esports field. He had many fans and numerous commercial endorsements. He had already earned enough money. Staying here was just to pursue his dream. He usually acted freely, never really marketing himself to fans. Most people thought he was cold and distant. Honestly, Su Jiner was the first girl he played a game with for an entire evening after only meeting her a few times. As long as he was willing, that was enough. No one could make him do something he didn't want to do. His parents, his fans, or himself. But during these few nights of gaming, when Han noticed that Su Jiner's gaming skills had improved a lot. She is very talented. She can remember many moves just by hearing them once, and then use them effectively in battle to defeat opponents. Unlike before, when she was teaching other teammates, she sometimes got confused and couldn't remember after repeating instructions several times. When Han thought that the reason they got along so comfortably was because she was easy to teach. He didn't need to say much, and seeing her improve so quickly made him feel proud and accomplished. The male lead was surprised by how much Su Jiner had learned. After finishing this game, she opened a live stream to watch.
Wow.
Your team is already 2-1. Amazing. No wonder your teammate is so good. Even as a substitute, her talent was better than most regular team members. Yes, we train a lot regularly, and the results show. I think the jungler has your style of play. Do you also teach him during practice? Su Jiner asked curiously. When Han's style was simple yet sharp, quick, precise, and decisive. He always appeared unexpectedly in places where enemies didn't expect him. No matter how opponents studied him, he seemed to see everything and made the right moves. Even if he was sometimes discovered, he could escape using his skills to the limit. When Han had many male fans and was very famous in the league because of his surprising and impressive plays. Watching him play was never boring. There were always surprises. The quick, efficient style of this substitute jungler seemed to reflect when Han's ideas and techniques. When Han didn't expect her to be so perceptive, he couldn't help asking, "What do you think my style is?" Decisive and surprising, Su Jiner smiled. "Many people like you because of your skills." When Han paused for 2 seconds, then blurted out, "Are you too?" After saying this, he felt it might have been a bit too much. If before, letting her get close was like a thin layer of paper between them, both knowing the truth. Now, asking this question felt like in that paper. Because of this awkwardness, when Han's hero moves became a little off. But it was only for a moment, and he quickly steadied himself, hiding his feelings. Soo Jiner didn't notice anything. She was still thinking about when Han's question. Hearing it, the atmosphere seemed to warm up with a hint of flirtation, which surprised her a little. That feeling of the task going too smoothly has returned. Soo Jiner thought carefully for a moment, then hesitated for 2 seconds so that when Han on the other end could hear her serious thinking. Then she nodded gently, her tone soft and sincere. Of course I like you. Not just because of your skills. Suddenly, the air became quiet. When Han, whose ears turned red from this unexpected directness, lowered his eyes and suddenly didn't know what to say. He had met girls this proactive before, but this was the first time he truly listened to such words. It seemed that if it was someone else, he wouldn't care at all. Great God, after a full minute of silence, and if when Han's jungle hero hadn't been still playing normally, Soo Jiner almost thought he was no longer at his phone. So, did he hear me just now or not? No one responded this time. Soo Jiner raised her eyebrows slightly and chuckled softly. Great God? Are you still there? This time, she got a response. After a brief noise like a chair being dragged, when Han's deep voice returned as usual. What? I was getting water just now and didn't hear clearly, so I sat back down. He even explained it on purpose. Soo Jiner was amused by his obvious attempt to cover up. She knew when Han might feel embarrassed and worried that her coming so quickly tonight might backfire. After all, everything had gone too smoothly before, so slowing down a bit and giving some space wasn't a bad idea. She held back her laughter, her eyes shining brightly. It's nothing. I was just talking nonsense earlier, it doesn't matter. Even though she tried to hide it, her voice still carried a hint of a smile, as if she saw through her clumsy act. When Han, usually cold and indifferent, felt his ears burning intensely and his whole body starting to heat up. Fortunately, a new game had started, and they entered the hero selection screen. He pretended not to understand and shifted his attention. You pick an archer, and I'll teach you how to play. Okay. Soo Jiner nodded cooperatively, choosing her most inexperienced archer hero, and set up the runes and equipment based on his instructions. When it came to Han's expertise, she became very serious. The previous topic naturally faded away, as if it had never happened. Suddenly, she heard the door open. Several roommates returned from the library, surprised to see Soo Jiner wearing headphones and playing a game. Yang Hwan asked curiously, Gina, aren't you working part-time today? No wonder the school heartthrob came to chat and ask about you earlier. Turns out he couldn't find you at your usual spot. Zhang Yin teased. Haha, I also have several people asking about you, but I didn't tell them. Hee, I know you find them annoying.
Suyan smiled.
The group standing behind Soo Jiner was talking loudly, and their voices unintentionally reached Han on the other side. When he heard other girls' voices, he instinctively lowered his voice and spoke more quietly. He was surprised to hear such news. School heartthrob? Asking around? Several people? When Han, having gone to school, immediately understood that some boys were asking about Soo Jiner through her roommate. His mind flashed back to her stunning moments, and her youthful, smiling face appeared vividly. With such beauty, no wonder she had many admirers. He stopped speaking and watched his brave companions confidently move between enemies and the wild areas. Soo Jiner's gentle, soft voice acted like a tease as she said to the girls, Thanks for helping. Hee, I don't plan to go there anymore. That's nothing. If you don't want to, we'll definitely help block them. You're our friend. Exactly. No matter how handsome a guy is, girls have to agree first. Did they bother you at your part-time job before? Bothered at her part-time job? When Han instinctively imagined a scene where a group of admirers lingered around Soo Jiner and his happy mood dimmed a little. He listened quietly. Soo Jiner still spoke with a smile, seriously explaining, Not exactly, just enough to bother me, but not too much. I just don't want to give them the false impression that I'm interested. Also, I want to change my part-time job because the previous one was too tiring. That's true. Yang Hwan nodded, putting down her books. It's good to rest for a few days. If you want to find a new part-time job, I can ask my friends if they know any suitable ones for you. Since Soo Jiner rarely added strangers as friends, only a few classmates, her roommates being close, had added quite a few people. Later, she planned to ask some of Soo Jiner's admirers for help, including senior students from the student council, so it wouldn't be difficult. No need. Soo Jiner smiled and declined. I don't plan to look for a part-time job at school anymore. Thanks anyway. I want to find someone I like. Let Yang Hwan introduce her, but it's mostly about school matters. No matter what she does, there's always a risk of being blocked on the road. These male college students are full of youthful energy and impulsiveness. Some come with friends to confess, making the scene quite awkward. She has refused many people several times. Now, there are rarely embarrassing moments, but some people still linger nearby. Since she plans to change jobs, she wants to do it once and for all. Also, she's not in urgent need of money. Earning it is easy for her. Her main goal is to make things clear openly. She needs a high-paying job that's visible and straightforward. A pretty girl suddenly having income from unknown sources can easily cause unnecessary misunderstandings.
Wow.
Seeing her achievements on her phone, Soo Jiner couldn't help but exclaim softly. She was busy talking to her roommate earlier, distracted for a moment, and accidentally lost twice. She only realized later that when Han hadn't spoken for a while. She quickly apologized softly. Sorry, great master, I was talking to my roommate just now and wasn't paying attention. Just now's performance isn't my real level. I still remember what you taught me.
Her tone was playful at the end.
No need to apologize, it's normal. When Han's lips moved slightly. Are you a bit short of money? Interested in someone often starts with caring about small details around them. Soo Jiner didn't hide anything, speaking calmly as if she was used to it. Yeah, a little short of money. I need to prepare my living expenses and future tuition in advance. Anyway, money isn't something I dislike having more of. A simple sentence revealed quite a few details. When Han listened, realizing she has to cover her tuition and living expenses alone, and he guessed something vaguely. He didn't ask too specifically, feeling a bit stuffy in his chest, perhaps a faint sense of sympathy. This strange feeling made Han feel uncomfortable. He flicked his messy hair on his forehead and lightly said, if you need, I can help you find a job. In recent years, he's been interested in developing his esports career. He knows many people and just wants an easy job. Even the operations staff in their team, he could ask someone to bring in, with simple and fun roles. The only requirement is to travel around with their competitions regularly. Before this year's finals, the event is always held in this city. If I remember correctly, her university is also in this city. Meeting her at the competition venue probably isn't far away. Among many options, when Han instinctively thought more about the role of operations, but he didn't realize why. When he heard that the male lead was willing to help introduce a job, Soo Jiner's surprised expression appeared on her face. It quickly turned into a gentle smile, her beautiful eyes shimmering with bright water, and she smiled sweetly. You don't have to. Unless it's really necessary, then I might ask you. A simple agreement was made between the two. It's not that Soo Jiner was pretending to be reserved. She mainly considered her own task. Until her task was completed, she needed a position where she could come and go freely. The story hadn't started yet, the female lead hadn't appeared to make a move, and whether the male lead would soften his heart because of childhood feelings was still unknown. Without the male lead's protection, her fate as the third person caught between the main characters wouldn't be good. It was certain that fate was against her. So, she needed to get pregnant first. She could then disappear with the child, live her own life, as long as the female lead didn't see her as a thorn in her side. With the help of the system, she could survive this life safely. Once she confirmed Han's feelings, she could live under the male lead's protection and gain more leverage. Fate, guided by the idea of the child of destiny, would change when it wanted to protect someone. It would no longer follow the original plot. She could also replace the female lead and gain the male lead's favor. Thinking too much is useless. No matter the situation, having her own income was very important. She would never leave her future to others. With a light smile, She refused when Han because her roommates had returned in large numbers. She deliberately controlled her speech and tone. When Han remained mostly silent, but he still responded when necessary. There was more silence, except for the sounds of the game, and she could even hear background noise from the other side. Master? You guys won VQ. In a best-of-5 series, perhaps because the substitute players lacked experience, VQ finally won with a score of 3-2. Although the victory wasn't as decisive as before, the result was still acceptable to the public. After all, none of the 5 official players participated, so fans' opinions about VQ's performance don't truly reflect their real strength. But winning is always good, showing that VQ has a strong foundation, which makes fans proud. At this moment, Soo Jiner feels the same way. Supporting a team that values results is a blessing for fans. That's right, when Han smiled. Although he was usually more indifferent, he had spent enough time with his teammates. Seeing everyone perform on the field genuinely made him happy. In the past, he didn't often show his emotions like this. Maybe it was because he was influenced by Soo Jiner's gentle voice, which he listened to all evening, making him a bit more cheerful. After the last match ended, Soo Jiner's support hero was hovering over Han's head, and she got a triple kill. She proudly said, "Sorry about that, don't blame me for snatching the kill with my skills," when Han found it funny. He didn't expect a support hero to steal a kill from him. That wasn't intentional on his part. The triple kill was just good luck. Soo Jiner happened to finish off a low-health enemy with a basic attack. Such luck must come from being a cheerful person, right? He chuckled softly, glanced at the time, and then heard a knock on the door. Coach Wang Hai's cautious voice came through. "Ling Qing? Get ready. We're going out for a celebration dinner." After saying that once, Wang Hai left. If when Han heard him, he would come out. If not, he would call again later. His voice naturally entered the room through the door, sounding muffled. Soo Jiner didn't catch it clearly. "Is something wrong? Then let's not play anymore. You should focus on your own things," she said softly, exiting the game interface and returning to her room. When Han put down his phone, looked at another black avatar, and paused uncomfortably for 2 seconds. "They've returned from the match. We'll have a celebration dinner later." Winning the last game meant VQ had achieved great success in the regular season. A team gathering is both a summary and a way to relax. He guessed that after this dinner, VQ would be on holiday in a few days.
Soo Jiner nodded understandingly.
Yeah. Go ahead. Do you want a drink? I don't drink." When Han stood up, his fingers hovering over his phone. His voice was low and slightly hoarse. "I'm going to change clothes. I'm leaving now." Before she could say anything more, Soo Jiner left the room first, placed her phone on the table, and got up to wash her face and apply a mask. Unaware of this, when Han felt a bit complicated about her decisive action to leave. He was hesitant to leave at first, perhaps because of a slight sense of reluctance, like when parting from family, always wanting to watch their back as they leave, just one more glance. Looking at the room that now only showed his own avatar, when Han pressed his lips together. Was it really love? She left so quickly, without any hesitation. She didn't even say much as she left. He quickly calmed his faint emotional fluctuations, exited the game, and instinctively opened the chat app, just like he had done for the past 2 years. He hovered over a few familiar accounts at the top, their black and white names feeling as empty as the air around them. Eventually, he casually skipped over them, his gaze falling on a new friend he had added a few days ago. The black and white avatar was plain and colorless, but in his eyes, it seemed more lively. The words he had ignored during the game echoed in his mind, and his coldness seemed to melt away. He stood up, walked back to his room, and casually changed into a clean t-shirt and long pants. As he stepped out, his phone buzzed with a message. "Eat well. Stay safe on your way home." His eyes lingered on the ripple symbol, and when Han looked up as he stepped outside, a faint smile curling on his lips.
"Hey,
did you watch the match today? I was so cool. I turned the game around in the last moment." As he left, a few substitute team members approached him, their eyes brightening when they saw him. They gathered around, talking about their impressive performance today. When Han listened quietly, Coach Wang Hai, along with the remaining coaching staff and two operational staff members, came over excitedly, waving their hands. Let's go, let's go. Everything's set. We're pulling an all-nighter tonight. Ling Qing, come on. You've been here alone all night, feeling lonely, right? With a broad gesture, Wang Hai stopped Wen Han and led him to the front, acting very familiar. The others didn't find it strange. Big Brother's position was so secure. Wen Han glanced at Wang Hai, feeling a bit lonely. Having heard Wang Hai joking and teasing in a playful way many times, she was already used to it and didn't take it seriously. A large group of people arrived in several cars before they could settle in. Soon, they reached a luxurious restaurant. Before entering, Wen Han instinctively glanced at his phone and then calmly put it away. At night, it was time for skincare. Su Jiner applied a moisturizing mask to her face and climbed into bed at 10 o'clock. She opened her phone and first checked several live streaming platforms, focusing on game streams. While washing up, she thought carefully. Since she wanted to avoid most people and earn a good income, her options were limited. She immediately dismissed opening an online store because managing deliveries was too complicated for her current situation. She also wanted to try a new industry. After considering all factors, Su Jiner decided to focus on live streaming. Honor of Kings was at its peak, with daily earnings easily reaching millions. When new skins were released, it was even more popular, and daily active users exceeded 100 million. Because of the game's popularity, related esports industries were booming. Every beginner in Honor of Kings esports could earn a decent salary. Live streaming of Honor of Kings was also very popular, with many streamers, including skilled players and entertainers. However, most streamers were men. Only 1 or 2 out of 1,000 were women. There were hardly any female streamers who relied on their skills to stand out. Most female streamers gained viewers by showing their faces and jokingly calling viewers brothers. Compared to male streamers, their traffic was much lower. There were almost no female professional gamers, probably because people generally assumed women weren't good at gaming, just like how women were often seen as less capable in family roles. Most women weren't interested in gaming either. Those who did stream often couldn't compete with more skilled male gamers. Due to these reasons, the major streaming platforms had no female professional gamers. Fewer people meant less competition. Su Jiner quickly decided her future direction. She registered as a streamer on a well-regarded platform called Haya. We are not in a hurry to start broadcasting. I asked the system to help select some affordable live streaming equipment and bought a durable, heat-resistant new phone. System, I leave the design of the live stream page to you. Having the system makes things much easier. After playing with it for a few days, the system happily returned and started working while she was sleeping. Special effects, special effects. Make sure viewers are attracted by the effects at first glance and want to stay. Yes, adding some AI for interaction is good. Then, Jiner doesn't have to respond to fans' comments herself, saving her time. It can also encourage fans to send gifts. Let's add some pink. A girl's live room should be cute and pink. Oh, and attracting more viewers is important. Let's set up an interface for the host's backend. The system thought for an hour and easily set up a special feature in the backend, even writing an AI program. When someone sends a gift, the AI responds in the host's voice, with high intelligence. To outsiders, this AI appears to be human-controlled, so there's no need to worry about attracting unwanted attention. A unique live room homepage was then completed. In the next few days, Su Jiner attended her classes normally. The system helped buy a few more King of Glory accounts online to prepare for the live stream. At night, she usually played games with Wen Han. However, compared to before, when she played all night, these days were shorter. Sometimes, she could only play one game before he had to leave quickly. Even during busy times, they still found time to play games together, and this silent understanding grew between them. Besides gaming, their communication became more routine, shifting from gaming platforms to chat apps. Host, your packages have arrived, huh? The phone has arrived too? Yes, I'll help you set up the phone and optimize the programs once you turn it on. They say playing games on phones for too long can cause lag and heat. Thank you, system, you're so thoughtful. Sue Jenner praised with a smile, her eyes curved and beautiful, attracting many people's attention on the campus path. Noticing a young man with black hair walking nearby, she kept her smile unchanged. What a coincidence. Are you going to dinner? The young man has a handsome face, and his gaze at her is gentle to the extreme, yet secretly filled with a restrained determination. Due to Sue Jenner's usual stubborn attitude, he dares not get too close and tries hard to hide his feelings. Today is already the 4th time I've met you, he said. Over the past month, it's been countless times.
Sujine feels helpless inside.
Her delicate face shows a hint of difficulty as she says, Ji-hoon, please don't do this. Stop talking. Ji-hoon's smile tightens. Realizing the awkward atmosphere, he forces a stiff smile and speaks softly as always. Don't say anything. I know. Many people pursue Sue Jenner, but most are rejected despite her gentle smile. She looks soft and approachable, as if anyone could get close. Only those who truly try understand that her smile makes people feel both longing and despair. Because it's impossible. The high wall she has built under her smile keeps everyone out. Ji-hoon can only try to appear around her like others, hoping she'll get used to it. But now, should he take back this chance? His hand, behind his back, clenches tightly. Ji-hoon adjusts his emotions, becoming calmer, and forces a bitter smile. I know you'll reject me again, but I can't control it. I see you so little every day.
He doesn't even get a chance to speak.
She is always very firm-hearted. Apart from classes, breaks, and necessary communication, she doesn't give anyone extra glances. He sighs. Since we can't be lovers, maybe we can just be friends? Like you and your roommate, having normal conversations and interactions. You can't just ignore this opportunity. God knows how crazy he feels every time he sees her laughing with someone else. Host, it seems he's already deeply in love with you. The system is a bit confused. The host has only been here a short time, yet she already has so many passionate pursuers. Is this the magic of love at first sight?
Sujine.
She lifts her small face, her smile fading from the corner of her mouth. Looking seriously at him in Ji-hoon's nervous eyes, she asks, do you believe that men and women can have pure friendship? Ji-hoon feels uneasy inside. She continued, I don't believe it, so friend, you and I? Sorry about that. Not giving hope means not letting someone down. Ji-hoon wanted to stay close to Sue Jenner using the excuse of being friends, hoping to find a way out. He was clever and hopeful, but the result made his face turn pale instantly. It was just an excuse they both understood well. Although Sue Jenner felt sorry, she still chose to burst the bubble and once again decisively refused. As always, she was heartless. A wave of sadness appeared in Ji-hoon's eyes, and his eyes reddened. Before experiencing love, he already felt the pain of heartbreak. He didn't understand, but he had no way or reason to hold onto Sue Jenner for an explanation or an answer. He could only stand stiffly in place, watching her back walk farther and farther away. A sarcastic sound came from nearby. Ji-hoon didn't turn around, his red eyes staring blankly. Is she even practicing the ruthless path now? Ji-hoon, do you think we should keep trying? The young man's voice was sad, like mocking Ji-hoon and himself at the same time. That I don't know. How can feelings be controlled by humans? Ji-hoon tugged at the corner of his mouth, letting the passers-by become the background. After a long breath to calm his emotions, he said, Let's go. Dinner? Yes. Two people nursing their wounds left together, gradually disappearing from sight. On the school website, the top trending topic since the semester started was, how many times did the campus heartthrob and senior get rejected today? Today, it sparked a flurry of comments. Floor 10320. Friends, I watched another idol drama today. You wouldn't believe how bad the campus heartthrob looked after being rejected. More than I can say, here's a picture floor 10321. Wow, on site. I wonder what the goddess said at that moment. Curious to see. Floor 10325. What else can I say? He got shot down again. No way to get through, no patience. No wonder the campus heartthrob looked so upset. Floor 10333. Isn't anyone paying attention here? Look at who's in the corner. Pictured, JPG floor 10345. The campus heartthrob is so unlucky. Failed confession and being watched by rivals floor 10449. Missed the gossip, what happened? Floor 10578. Wow. Who took this picture? The senior actually watched the campus heartthrob confess? He looked very unhappy, so he must have heard something, right? Floor 10663. It's probably because the goddess cut off all chances of anyone getting close. You don't know, but lately she's been avoiding crowded places, and she's stopped working at the milk tea shop part-time. Honestly, I wanted to buy a cup of milk tea made by her myself. Floor 11232. It seems the goddess is immune to love. Anyone who tries to get close just gets hurt. She's really heartless. Floor 11458. Hey, what do you look like? Don't think you have a chance just because you're here. Floor 11578. If you want to talk about the goddess, she's probably choosing between the school heartthrob and the senior students. Ugly guys, don't be confident. Face reality. Floor 12020. Such a lively scene. Just watching the drama within less than a night, the online crowd had posted over 1,000 comments. Usually, students wouldn't openly watch the school heartthrob chase someone, but online, everyone was secretly following and watching like a TV series, very excited. The people involved definitely knew about this post. Sue Jenner didn't mind. Curiosity is natural. As long as no one spreads rumors about her, she doesn't care how they talk about her. It's also a way to vent emotions. Usually, she prefers fewer eyes watching her, which can also reduce trouble from people looking for her. As for how the others involved felt, that's not her concern. After dinner, she picked up her package and quickly set up her equipment on her desk. Then she turned on her computer to check her live stream. She noticed the cute pink background and colorful effects. She couldn't help but smile. How did the system choose such a cute style? But at least among all streamers, her style was quite unique. She also simplified the process of thanking viewers and interacting with them. That means she can talk to her viewers whenever she wants, or not talk if she prefers, because the system has an AI moderator to handle interactions. Besides the background, everything else suited her well. System, adjust the equipment. Coming right up. I've optimized the algorithms for you. Don't worry, your stream won't lag. Your internet speed is also set to the best. In the school, each student has a student card, and different plans offer different internet speeds. The device is shared between the computer and phone without using broadband. Since she needs to live stream and requires unlimited data, she upgraded her plan to the top-tier package at the school service center yesterday. It costs 200 yuan a month, with unlimited data and no speed restrictions. The system makes it easier for her by prioritizing data uploads and downloads. She plans to do a no-face live stream, mainly using a camera to show her hands, proving she is a real person controlling the actions, not someone else or a bot. Since she is a female tech streamer, the authenticity of her skills is very important. Additionally, because her live environment is in her dorm, her microphone is usually off, only capturing game sounds. However, she knows this isn't a long-term solution. After some progress in her tasks, she plans to rent a place to live. Host, your lighting is good. Just adjust it a bit to shine on your hands. Yes, that's the atmosphere we want. Host, I've shown you some better equipment. When you have more space and freedom later, you can upgrade to these to improve quality. Even more, the system happily chattered, its tone lively. Sue Jenner nodded with a smile, trying to cast the game screen from her new phone onto her computer. The live stream page also changed, showing the game screen from her phone. With the system helping, even big technical problems are easier to solve. It saved her a lot of trouble. Many people want to start streaming but get stuck on choosing and setting up equipment. Thanks, system. Host, your phone just rang. Sue Jenner opened her personal phone and saw a message from someone, her smile growing brighter. It's him. Bonhan. Playing a game? These few simple words, she could imagine his tone when he said them. Neither too cold nor overly enthusiastic, just plain. His deep voice added a touch of tenderness to the words. The system happily chimed in. He's the lucky one. Looks like your efforts are paying off. Not bad, just some progress. It's not enough to make a final judgment. There's still a long way to go. Jin-Soo lowered her head, fingers moving back and forth on her private phone. Are you free today? Although the regular season for the VQ team has ended, there are still several days left in the schedule. During this time, each team continues daily training, studies other teams' performances, and prepares targeted strategies. So, Won-Han has been very busy these days. As a star player in the KPL and a popular technical esports member, besides training, he also has to participate in some advertising shoots for his agents. The league also plans to have him do various photo shoots and promotions. Sometimes, he is busy from morning till night. Usually, Jin-Soo is the one who reaches out to him first. But today, Won-Han contacted her first. That makes sense. Today, setting up equipment and traveling took some time. I used to send him messages right after class, she thought. The child of luck isn't used to the host not looking for him on time? The system was excited. Isn't that a big advantage? Maybe, Jin-Soo smiled. Won-Han sent a message at the right time. Almost done. The regular season is over, and there aren't many trips left. I came back early today, so I'll rest. Jin-Soo nodded, turned off the live stream with the system, logged into her game account, and connected to her friend. Not streaming anymore? The system asked curiously. Since the host and the male lead are both skilled players, it's a good chance to attract some viewers. If the male lead finds out the host is live, he might even come to watch and send gifts. That way, their relationship could grow, right? There's some truth to that old saying, money and feelings are connected. Won-Han is willing to spend money on the host, which shows his feelings. No, I want to avoid Won-Han in my live streams. Jin-Soo shook her head. Before the system could ask, she patiently explained, this live stream is a backup plan. If I really need it, I won't use it now. I see. I'll listen to the host. The system trusted her. Jin-Soo's smiling eyes reflected on her phone screen, giving a very trustworthy feeling. Just then, Won-Han's slightly husky voice sounded nearby. I'm here. Jin-Soo was surprised. Your voice. Do you have a cold? Over the past few days, my schedule has been busy. During the filming of an advertisement, there were scenes with wind and rain, and I accidentally caught a cold, explained Won-Han. He naturally has a deep, magnetic voice. Usually, when he doesn't deliberately lower his voice, it sounds very pleasant. Right now, because he's sick, his voice is hoarse. When he speaks, it feels like a gentle piano melody vibrating in the ears, giving a sensation that the ears are almost overwhelmed. Jin couldn't help but rub her ears, feeling a warmth. She lowered her butterfly-like eyes and looked at the profile picture on her phone with concern, as if she were looking at a real person. Did you take your medicine?
Not yet.
It's a minor issue, Won-Han replied from the other side. He was used to Jin's serious tone. Hearing her question, he felt a strange sense of guilt and hesitated for a few seconds. Sure enough, after he spoke, his soft voice became more serious. A small illness shouldn't be ignored and turned into a big one. You need to take your medicine now. Won-Han rubbed his nose. There's none at the hotel. He couldn't quite explain what he was thinking, but when he spoke, there was an unintentional hope in his heart. No medicine? Send me your address and I'll buy some for you. Her tone was playful yet firm, not allowing any refusal. Won-Han's eyes lit up, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. The system understood that now was the perfect time to increase his favorability.
Look at that.
The male lead is already smiling happily. I'll buy it. I'll buy it. It cheerfully shouted. Won-Han didn't reply, only heard his quiet breathing. He then quietly sent his address and phone number to the back end. Jin looked at the real address and her phone number on the screen, then decisively saved her number into her contacts. Wait for me, I'll go get some hot water first. Her voice became a little distant from the microphone. Won-Han stood up holding his phone, ready to go get hot water. The rustling sound from the headphones made him feel unexpectedly happy. Captain, you're coming to get water? July ran out of the room and saw Won-Han holding a cup of water, grinning as she approached. Captain, you're coming back so early today. Want to play a game together? We can do a 5-player match and stream it. get some more streaming time. As the support player, July was happy to coordinate with Wenhan, who was a top-tier jungler. Usually, during 5-player matches, everyone was joking around like they were just having fun. But Wenhan was always serious and focused, just like usual.
Come, come.
I'll get you some water. You want warm water, right? Before Wenhan could speak, he snatched the other's water cup and hurried to the water dispenser, busy preparing. Hey, all right, I can't refuse my teammate's kindness. July ran back holding a water cup and eagerly handed it over. Here, Ling Qing. Besides me, there's Ling Yu and Hua Chen. We're inviting another player from a different team, so it's a full 5-person team. He paused, glancing at Wenhan's phone, which was open to the game room. There were 2 profile pictures visible. He reacted quickly. Oh, you've already invited someone? We're just 1 person short. Want to add them in? Who could be the person sharing a private game room with Wenhan? July couldn't help but feel curious, his eyes eager to get a closer look and see the name. But Wenhan turned his wrist, shielding his phone completely. He looked at July and said, her rank isn't high enough yet. Maybe another time. Today, just have fun. With that, the tall figure turned around calmly and gracefully, walking back to the room without revealing any secrets. July looked puzzled. Are you bringing a friend with a lower rank? He couldn't tell if the person met was male or female, but Wenhan's tone of speaking and refusal was too straightforward, not like he was bringing a female fan. Could he have misunderstood? Well, the captain is so handsome and kind, he probably has a few friends. Maybe they just happened to invite each other for a game today. Back in the room, July quietly opened his game account and checked the chat history of his friend VQ team, Ling Qing. Account offline. No record of inviting others for a game. Looks like he's using a secondary account. He quietly pondered, and his brief curiosity quickly faded away. There was no way he could check inside the captain's room, right? He definitely didn't want to face an angry captain. Those cold eyes when they look at someone are really intimidating. July, did you call him over? Nope. I ran into the captain, but he already had plans. Playing games, probably with friends online, but I didn't see the details, July casually said. Come on, just call a teammate to join us, and we'll start a 5-player game. Oh, I'm live streaming now, so please don't say anything inappropriate. The team leader usually doesn't like his private matters being shared publicly and prefers not to reveal his personal information. Usually, everyone jokes around and tries to avoid mentioning the team leader's details. He's afraid that someone might slip up during the live stream, and tomorrow, fans might spread rumors about the team leader not training and just playing games with girls. He's not just guessing. Sometimes fans love to speculate wildly. Rumors spread quickly, and false stories can become true in their minds. Don't worry, are we that kind of people? Okay, I've called someone. In the room, Wenhan took a big sip of water, and a flash of nervousness crossed his eyes, but he quickly hid it naturally. He almost saw Su Jiner's profile picture just now. He felt a sudden, unprepared nervousness, strange but real. He wasn't ready for others to know he was communicating so often with a girl privately. Maybe people with some fame care a lot about their privacy? From the moment he refused July's water offer and the quiet walk back to his room, Su Jiner heard everything clearly. The other person wanted to keep her hidden. He declined the 5-player game invitation, probably just saw himself as a regular online friend, and didn't want to develop anything further or introduce her to his friends. Of course, he might also be protecting himself. With his identity, if any ambiguous messages leaked out, she would face endless disturbances from fans and admirers. He said, "We'll talk about it later." But does he really mean there's a future? This is a serious attitude issue. When Su Jiner heard the door close, she saw him sitting on a stool. When she heard the sound of a water glass being placed on the table, she curiously said, "That's your teammate, right? That voice sounds familiar. Is that the one called July?" Yes, he's a bit lively. Wenhan's voice was smoother after drinking water, and he had returned to a calm state. He adjusted comfortably in his seat, casually picked up his phone, and asked, "Is everything ready? Shall we start?" Jiner picked up her game phone, but didn't see the other end of the line. Wenhan, as if he heard what he wanted to hear, had a gentle and bright look in his eyes. Thank you. No need to thank me. What's our relationship? Jeaner smiled lightly, speaking cheerfully. We'll see how it goes after taking the medicine later. I've matched us up recently. Their gaming times have been inconsistent, sometimes long, sometimes short, but they still managed to reach the Star Glory rank. Because many people play at night, they enter the game in less than 2 seconds this time. I'm on the first floor. Want to ban any heroes? I asked, as our team banned heroes first. When Han was on the 5th floor and Jeaner, taking care of his jungle role, asked about his preferences. What do you want to play? When Han looked at the hero tags of their 5 team members, 3 mages, 1 warrior, and himself as the jungler. I'm fine with anything. There are several mages. I can switch to a marksman or support, Jeaner said. Okay, ban this one, when Han agreed after some discussion. After choosing the hero he wanted to play, he selected the most annoying hero to ban. Jeaner casually clicked and sent a help pick message. Someone spoke in the public voice chat. Is the first floor a girl? 3 mages. What are you playing? Asked a man's voice. I'm on the 2nd floor. I want to play mage. Is that okay? Can I take the 3rd floor spot? Asked a girl. The 3rd floor responded quickly. Girl? Then I'll give it to you. Let's see what the 1st floor is playing. If the 5th floor is jungling, there are also warriors and mages. I'll sub in. Since the other side was willing to give way, Jeaner chose what she wanted most. She typed, I'll play support. Thanks help pick, support, when Han's deep voice sounded close, as if right beside her. Jeaner gently touched her headset and nodded softly. That's fine. Follow me, I'll lead you, when Han said, intentionally or not, clicking on a few soft support heroes with cute appearances, and I want to play, prompt appeared next to their icons. These heroes were all soft supports, roles that mostly rely on following others to win easily, requiring little skill. Jeaner watched his sneaky prompts and couldn't help but chuckle softly. She called out to him. Hey, There were only 2 voices in the microphone. He responded with a sound and she curiously asked, Your teammate was inviting you to play together just now. Why didn't you go? There's no need. They have enough people, and it's too noisy with so many. It hurts my ears, when Han replied calmly, as if truly bothered. But Jeaner didn't forget. She had watched many videos of when Han gaming with his teammates, mostly during live streams. Really? I thought. You wouldn't want to leave me? She said with a gentle smile, her tone soft and sweet, with a hint of playfulness. It felt like a feather brushing against her heart, making her feel a little uncomfortable. Her face warmed up. When Han pretended to be calm, That's okay. Will you play games with me and them in the future? She asked, bringing up his earlier refusal to July. Her tone was direct and honest, which made Han suddenly feel a slight pressure. He gently frowned, realizing that his attitude of avoiding July might have upset her. He thought for a moment and seriously replied, I refused him just now because I think playing quietly with you is pretty good. I really like how things are now. If you want, I can play with you and them. But they might be very loud and they might say silly things. He paused awkwardly at the end. Jeaner sensed that his words were a bit tentative, trying to test her. The layer of ambiguity between them hadn't been broken. For whatever reason, neither dared to take a step forward. Her somewhat assertive questioning earlier had already crossed a line, subtly. She didn't expect Han, feeling the pressure, not to back down but to say such tentative words. Maybe he was hesitant, and if she took the initiative, he might accept it. Listening to his explanation for refusing to game together, he preferred the quiet atmosphere and didn't want to be disturbed. Fit well with Han's personality of not liking to reveal his privacy or promote himself to fans. Jeaner was pleased with his answer. She saw 2 possibilities. The second seemed more likely. Even if Han was used to her company and enjoyed this ambiguous atmosphere, she didn't mind taking a step closer if things looked promising. But time was really running out. If she remembered correctly, the final stage of this year's summer tournament was about to begin. On the same day that VQ won the summer championship, the heroine, Lu Wanwan, would take the initiative to find Han, and the 2 would start keeping in touch. Because of their childhood friendship and Lu Wanwan's deliberate closeness, their feelings for each other grew quickly. After the summer finals, the year-end championship would begin before the new year. On that stage, Wenhan performed fearlessly, leading VQ to win the championship with a huge score. His outstanding looks and excellent skills brought him great attention, making him almost as popular as a celebrity. During the time between the summer and year-end finals, Wenhan and Lu Wanwan, though not officially together, stayed in touch in a way that made their relationship seem close. Even their friends assumed they were dating. Later, they had some arguments because of fan controversies, but overall, their relationship remained sweet. Soo Jiner wanted to finish her task before Lu Wanwan appeared. As for the rest, she would take whatever she could get. It was now mid-October. The finals would start around November, so she still had more than a month. Thinking about this, Soo Jiner relaxed a little and playfully stuck out her tongue. "Oh, I was just feeling a bit upset and thought you didn't care about me. But since you don't like crowds, it doesn't matter if we play together or not. What matters is that you feel comfortable." "Really?" Wenhan's heart softened when he heard her putting his feelings first. "Next time, I'll use my main account to play with you." His gentle tone made Soo Jiner feel much more at ease. It meant Wenhan was willing to let her meet his teammates, a small but meaningful step. As they chatted, a few minutes passed, and everyone else had already chosen their characters. Wenhan quickly picked a jungler hero used by Dai Fei. The hero's black outfit covered half his face, just like Wenhan's public image, mysterious, calm, and distant. "So handsome," Soo Jiner said with a teasing tone as she chose a support character, planning to follow Wenhan in the game. Wenhan's face, already warm, turned even redder. He quickly took a sip of water to hide his reaction, feeling a strange flutter in his chest. Even after the match ended, he was still excited and couldn't calm down. "You're in a good mood today." Sometimes she gets a triple kill, sometimes a 5-kill. Compared to her usual steady and cautious style, Wenhan is unusually aggressive today. She reacts very quickly, almost always catching opponents off guard before they can respond. She's been grabbing several kills while camping on Wenhan's head, and her score has risen to 15. Not bad. Play however you like. I'll help you rank up. As always, she is confident and sure of herself. Soo Jiner trusts him completely. "So, should I practice hero skills?" "Yes, I'll teach you." The two of them seem to return to their initial way of playing together. The atmosphere feels warm and natural, flowing smoothly like water. With a top player guiding, each game ends quickly. After 3 matches, there's a knock on Wenhan's door. "Captain, did you buy the medicine? I saw your phone number on it. I brought it to you." July calls from outside. "Medicine arrived? Take a break first. Go take your medicine." Soo Jiner hears the noise clearly. Wenhan responds with a yes, puts down his phone, and opens the door. "Captain, are you okay? I just have a cold. It's not serious." Wenhan takes the paper bag, thanks him, and turns to close the door. "Hey, Captain." July presses against the door. He leans his head inside to look. The computer screen is dark, but Wenhan's phone is on, showing the settlement screen on the table. Who is it that makes the captain stay up late playing games even when sick? If at first, the guess was a male friend, now, with this new context, July can't help but suspect that the person playing with him might be a cute girl. July keeps a calm face and casually asks, "Captain, aren't you streaming? We just opened 2 new slots. "Want to join?" he adds stubbornly. "What rank are you?" "Playing with just 2 people is so boring. We're all brothers. Call your friends over. There are brothers too." No need to be shy. After saying this, he smiles cheerfully and looks up, just in time to meet Wenhan's quiet gaze. His beautiful peach blossom eyes are cold and assessing, as if he's waiting to see what kind of show he'll put on. July feels a chill down his spine under that gaze. He awkwardly laughs. Haha. Just joking." "Well, if you don't want to, that's fine. Honestly, I'm not curious at all. What brothers?" Judging by the captain's expression, he probably has a sister-in-law. In July, he felt very curious and anxious, but the person in front of him didn't give him any face and looked cold. He couldn't find out any information at all. Forget it. It's not easy to get gossip from the captain. All right, I'm leaving now. Honestly, July pulled the door open and closed it himself. With a bang. When Han heard a girl's light laugh through his Bluetooth headset, he paused, pressed his lips together, and asked, "Do you want to go?" "I don't want to." "You should take your medicine first. I'll play 1 or 2 more games with you, and maybe you'll get sleepy. Then you can rest well and recover. We still have business trips tomorrow." Since this matter had already been discussed, Soo Jin-ho naturally didn't bring it up again. But when Han carefully considered her feelings and mentioned it, which made her very happy. "Okay, tomorrow is the last day of the business trip, and the day after tomorrow, we have a day off. We can rest properly then." Since a long time ago, when Han had been proactively or passively sharing his schedule, Soo Jin-ho also sent him her class timetable. They followed a special understanding between them. This innocent feeling came quickly, but it was gentle and memorable. Such a coincidence. Soo Jin-ho smiled, listening to the sound of someone opening a medicine bottle and taking medicine on the other side. "The day after tomorrow is Saturday, and I also have a day off." She spoke normally. "What about you? Should I come see you?" Suddenly, there was silence. She couldn't see what was happening on the other side. After a few breaths, it seemed when Han had prepared himself mentally. His voice was strangely hoarse. "Okay, girl pursuing boy is like a veil. Host, you have a chance to win over the male lead."
Great.
Amazing. The system was overwhelmed by the tug-of-war between the host and When Han, a pure-hearted young man, clearly couldn't resist the host's advances. A simple probing move was enough to make him agree. Remember, When Han's agreement means they are officially meeting in person for the first time, which is a completely different significance. If the host can stay at the hotel when Han is in, that would be even better. It means when Han has allowed the host to step into his private space. Under the night lights, Soo Jin-ho's straight back looked as delicate as jade, strangely touching. Her face wore a faint smile, more genuine than usual, which moved people deeply. When Yang Huan and others pushed the door open and saw the scene, they couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "What's going on? Are they in an online romance?" Her laughter was really beautiful. She was looking at her phone on a game chat page.
Oh.
Her online crush is the same expert she played with before. No wonder Gina never gave a second look to the school heartthrob or the senior. Turns out, she's had someone special all along. Everyone's minds were racing with wild guesses, and a few pairs of eyes secretly looked towards Soo Jin-ho. The intense gaze made her lift her head and ask, "What's wrong? Why are you all looking at me like that?" She was still wearing her headphones, and another avatar was visible in the game room. Yang Huan glanced at the name and thought the avatar looked pretty cool. She wondered what the real person looked like. But someone who could win over the school's most admired girl must be a smooth talker too, right? Nothing. I just think you look really nice." Yang Huan pretended to be curious, pointing at her phone.
Is that
"Your friend?" "Yeah? Sort of." Soo Jin-ho nodded with a smile. There was no sign of embarrassment or hesitation at all. Yang Huan almost doubted herself, thinking she might have been wrong. But just now, Soo Jin-ho's smile was so different. Her womanly instincts told her something was off. Zhang Yun whispered teasingly, afraid the person on the other side of the headphones might hear. "Is it someone you like?" Yeah. I think you've been in contact with him a lot." Yang Huan quickly nodded, more interested in gossip than her books, waiting nearby with her arms crossed. Soo Jin-ho paused, noticing the silence on the other end of her headphones. She guessed when Han was probably eavesdropping, and she couldn't help but smile and nod. Suddenly, Yang Huan and Soo Yan gasped in shock. "Really? It's true. It's not just online dating, but happiness. Oh my, who could really win someone's heart?" Before they could ask more, Soo Jin-ho focused on her phone and spoke into her headset. "Are you still there? Did you take your medicine?" Oh my, she's already concerned about whether someone took their medicine or is feeling sick. No, what exactly is going on? Everyone was scratching their heads in curiosity. On one side, their beautiful roommate was about to have a boyfriend. On the other, Her many admirers were trying to find out more, but couldn't say much. They could only send frantic messages in their private chat group. They didn't dare make too much noise, afraid that their screams might be heard by the person on the other end of the headphones, who might be her potential girlfriend. They need to stay calm and composed as roommates. After dealing with the harassment from their roommates' pursuers, they've become quite experienced. They must keep up this attitude. The system watches as the girls try to hide their big, crazy secrets, feeling a bit sorry for them. People say gossip is a woman's nature. Not being able to share or ask about gossip must be very frustrating, right?
But the system is different.
It feels happy. He, the roommate, has new progress with the lucky one. Meanwhile, when Han speaks calmly, "What little secret were you guys talking about just now?" "Did you hear?" "No, I just heard you all sound excited, and then you hummed and said something." "Secret?" Gina smiles playfully, ignoring when Han's curiosity, and asks, "Did you take the medicine?" Although she's very curious, Gina doesn't want to say, and when Han doesn't press her, he nods and relaxes his voice. "Yes, I took it. The instructions say it makes you sleepy, right? Sleeping helps recovery. I've decided I'll go jungle now. You can support me and rest too. It's less stressful that way, and your mind doesn't have to work so hard. It's much easier." Her thoughtfulness makes when Han's expression soften. He didn't think being sick was a big deal, but hearing her words, he suddenly feels he really should rest. His head also feels a bit heavy and sore. That's how people are. When no one cares, they can endure any hardship alone. But when someone shows concern, even small pains become obvious. It's not that it doesn't hurt, just that no one was paying attention before. Now, when Han feels what it's like to have someone show weakness and care for him, it's addictive and hard to resist. "Okay," he says with a smile. Gina quickly switches her favorite hero on the game, and once when Han also changes his hero, she clicks start matchmaking. "Sit tight, I can carry you too." "Yeah, I believe in you." Behind them, Yang Huan and the others exchange surprised looks. Usually they go to the library at night, and when they come back, Gina is gaming, but she wouldn't look like this. Today is completely different, and that just now, slightly spoiled yet commanding tone makes everyone's hearts melt.
Who could resist that? Dun dun.
It seems that the beautiful roommate will soon find a partner. When a girl chases a boy, it's often very obvious. But when a beautiful girl likes someone, it's like love at first sight. Just a thin layer of air separates them. Thinking about how many people might feel sad or disappointed if this news gets out, I feel a bit pressured. Maybe. Until it's certain, no one should talk about it everywhere.
Yes. Keep your mouth shut.
The medicine took effect quickly. During the game, Gina clearly heard the ninja yawning on the other side. She quickly finished a match with Jing, not waiting for the game to end, and softly said, "If you're sleepy, go to sleep. Don't stay up. There's a lot to do tomorrow." When Han, on the other side, was a bit slow to react because of the medicine. When he realized he was caught, he didn't try to hide it anymore. "I'm going back now." He was in a small, temporary office used for live streaming. Usually he trained alone here, upstairs. "Go ahead. Wash up and sleep early." This time, Gina didn't immediately leave the voice chat like before. Instead, she kept the game on, quietly packing her things while keeping her company. The sounds of the elevator, footsteps, and door opening. Then the sound of water flowing. About 30 minutes passed, and both sides silently stayed connected without quitting. Such pure love. Even the system almost feels overwhelmed by sweetness. Is this what the purest feelings of youth are? Just being together is enough? System, can you help me change the name of my live stream? Just call it Campus Beauty's Debut in Tech, and adjust the stream layout a bit. Then I'll start broadcasting. Gina was multitasking, clicking her mouse rapidly. The system checked the time. "Host, do you still want to stream now?" It was already almost 10 o'clock. "Yeah, I can stream for a while. It's good to build up popularity and time. Even with your help to attract viewers, I need more time to gain followers." The system nodded in agreement and quickly got to work. It moved fast and, after preparing everything, found that the host hadn't exited the game yet. Fortunately, when Han had just gone to bed and even reminded her, "I've already gone to bed." "Okay, I'll log off now. Sleep well." The low voice carried a subtle sense of reluctance. Sue Jenner didn't hesitate anymore. She quickly switched to the account she had bought earlier. If she kept playing, she wouldn't need to do live streams anymore. System, prepare, and start the live broadcast. Hey, after you start, I will recommend content for you. The homepage and other sections will be replaced with pictures of beautiful women and game posters. Sue Jenner was ready. She lit up 2 small lights on each side, holding her slender, fair hand under the bright light. Her hand looked beautiful and delicate, like jade or bone. Viewers focused on her hand, unable to look away. Her hand, clearly feminine, only took up a small corner of the screen, but it became the main focus for viewers entering the live room. Meanwhile, the large game display on the screen became less important.
Wow.
Such beautiful hands. Female college student live streaming? The environment does look a bit cramped. Beautiful hands like this. What rank are you? Big brother can carry you. Hand fans, I saw the cover and clicked in. Didn't expect such a surprise. Is this a real tech streamer? A girl who still plays games? Why is there only game sound? Talk, please. Let me hear your sweet voice. With the system activating special effects and stream pushing, many real viewers entered as soon as the game started. The comments were lively. Sue Jenner glanced at the chat, then put on her headset and said simply, "I'm in the dorm. I can't turn on the sound. Sorry, everyone." After that, she took off her headset and focused on the game. She ignored all the teasing comments, letting the system and AI handle responses.
Wow.
Her ears are so cute. Her voice is really nice. Oh, is that really her voice? A real female college student. Her hands look good. Followed. Streamer, turn on your mic and talk. I don't mind hearing the sounds from your dorm. Want to eavesdrop on a female college student? Follow her. Follow her. Maybe one day you'll see her face. When will the streamer show her face? Show her face and drive a sports car. The special effects on the homepage are really unique, so pink and cute. Looks like a female streamer, perfect for a strong man like me. Followed. Huh? These effects are too blinding. Who cares about the effects? Looking at the beautiful girl, the host should make some noise. This housing manager is so annoying. Housing manager. Sorry everyone, the host is a college student. To consider her roommates, she can't talk during the live stream. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me.
Susues housing manager.
The system, using an AI account, starts replying to messages. Although AI is smarter now, it still can't match the natural flow of a real person. Since this is the host's first live stream, she must be the one to appear herself. Housing manager. The host isn't showing her face, focusing on skill-based content. Of course, if you want to see her hands, you can. Just click follow. There will be surprises with the host talking randomly in the future.
Wow.
Just saying a word feels like a surprise. This host is really cool. I like it. Followed. Housing manager. Thanks for your follow. It would be even better if you send some free little gifts. Sint. Waiting for the host to speak. By the way, does the host play games? I'm a top player. 5-player team? Host, carry us. Talk to us when the time comes. Hehe. Housing manager. The host isn't organizing 5-player teams or gaming sessions for now. She's just trying to rank up. Once her rank improves, she'll join peak competitions. Housing manager. The host's live streams are irregular, depending on her class schedule. Follow her so you don't miss any updates. You'll get notifications whenever she goes live.
What?
GIFs have special effects and announcements. This host's homepage has some cool features. I'll try too with the system's clever operations and help in replying to messages. The number of followers in the live room quickly surpassed 100, all real fans. Many viewers are watching, curious, and have been convinced to send lots of free gifts by the system. Early viewers heard Sue Jenner's voice and immediately spent money on gifts. When they saw the unique effects and notifications, they felt even happier to give gifts. Online, many people are willing to spend money. Sometimes, They casually spend hundreds or thousands just because they like what they see. Housing manager. Thanks for the roses, even if they're not very fun. Housing manager. Thanks for the bombs from the gaming session. Housing manager. Thank you. Everyone who sends gifts receives a special thank you message, and the system is busy managing it all. Because the audience was small at first, the accounts that sent gifts were very noticeable. During the game, Soo Jiner used her chosen mage to wildly kill opponents in the diamond rank. The camera captured her delicate hands moving quickly at an unusual speed, switching between the economy and game interfaces and changing equipment instantly. Her professional appearance quickly drew everyone's attention from her hands to her gameplay.
Wow.
That double kill leap was so beautiful. The streamer is impressive. A girl can pull off such moves. Really good. I suggest not using this set of equipment. Another set is better, with higher damage. This streamer's speed must be from years of practice. Haha, so cool, the moderator said. Is your account being inappropriate? Using language will get it banned for 24 hours. Please respect the streamer and follow basic morals. Seeing an account suspected of making inappropriate comments, the system quickly banned it for 24 hours. Repeat offenses would lead to longer bans, ensuring a clean live stream environment. Some people get excited just by seeing hands. Have some shame. Always thinking dirty when they see girls. I'm a girl, and the streamer skills are great. Followed. This skill? A top streamer in the making. After investing now, I'll be a senior member. Followed. I play jungle, and you're playing mage, streamer. Let me guide you to victory, the moderator said. The streamer is versatile. Not teaming up or playing with others now. Thanks, The system was busy managing the live stream, while Soo Jiner focused seriously on her gameplay. As the number of viewers quickly surpassed 500, Yang Hwan couldn't help but speak up. She was too curious. Just a moment ago, her beautiful roommate was suspected of online dating. Now she suddenly started streaming? This interface was obvious even to the blind. Yang Hwan watched for a while, then searched for her on the platform based on her live stream link, and found that she only had the game sound on. She relaxed a bit. After all, having someone stream from such a private place like a dorm was really easy to cause trouble. But her beautiful roommate was truly the most charming woman. Clearly, she was concerned about privacy, so she chose to only show her hands on camera. This way, they didn't have to worry about their conversations being broadcasted, and they could speak freely and chat comfortably. What's wrong? Jiner turned to look and saw her staring at her computer screen. Her roommates were also paying attention. She smiled and explained, It's a live stream. I'll do it as a part-time job in the future. I might bother you guys for a while. But don't worry, I'll talk less and the camera will only show my hands. It won't affect your normal life or privacy. Her friendly promise made everyone feel cared for and valued, like an ordinary person receiving attention. That's good. Hihi, what platform are you using? We'll check it out and watch your streams when we have time, Zhang Yan asked happily. It's in The Hague. My name is Susu, and I'm good at technology. This name clearly showed Jiner's confidence. Here they come. Wow, just starting and already nearly 700 fans? Your follower count is growing so fast. Suyan looked surprised at her phone's live stream page, where numbers were increasing almost every second. Did you sign with a company? Maybe a company was helping her manage the stream and buy followers. Jiner, playing a game, shook her head. No, I stream alone. Maybe I'm just lucky. People click in to support me. Actually, the system was secretly boosting her traffic behind the scenes. Her fan retention rate was quite good, even when she didn't speak and only played with her hands. This result was expected. You're so modest. Your hands are so pretty, Yang Hwan couldn't help but whisper. Seeing Jiner continue to play, everyone didn't want to disturb her. They calmed down and went back to their own things. But as they passed by, they still looked at her live stream position, wondering if they could see a flower bloom. At 11 o'clock, the lights went out. Jiner lowered the decorative curtain she had put up a few days ago so her lighting wouldn't disturb others' sleep. She kept streaming until her lighting equipment ran out of power and her rank increased significantly. Then she said goodbye to the stream and prepared to rest. Is the streamer ending?
No.
I haven't watched enough. Her skills are so cool. If I didn't see her hands, I'd think it's a man playing.
She's really talented.
I was watching her hands, but I got so into the game I forgot. The host is truly versatile. This skill is enough for lower-level players. When will they show their face as a beauty streamer? The house manager says, the streamer's device ran out of power, so they have to end the stream. If you're interested, follow now. Occasional voice benefits will be available. The house manager adds, thanks for the cute gift, thank you. The system is busy thanking viewers. Sue Jenner scans through the dense comments, and with the last bit of light from the lamp, she puts down her phone and gently moves the camera upward. The shot gradually moves from above her chest to focus on her long, fair neck, showing only a pointed chin and smooth, flowing black hair. Just by showing these key parts, viewers can imagine a beautiful, fair-skinned college girl sitting in front of the camera. Unfortunately, the camera only stays here. Wow, she's so pretty. Don't stop, keep moving up. Let me see her face. Confirmed, she's not a stand-in. She's a real beautiful streamer, no Adam's apple. Double tap to follow, become a loyal fan, and never get lost. A group of excited viewers, both men and women, love watching beautiful things. Sue Jenner's attractive appearance successfully attracts a large number of fans. In one night, her followers exceeded 1,000, reaching 1,300. An impressive achievement. The system cheerfully jumps around. Wow. Host, you're amazing. You received 500 yuan worth of gifts tonight, and the commission is quite a lot. That's normal. Tomorrow there will be even more people. Sue Jenner adjusts the camera to make sure her shoulders and upper neck are in frame, then waves goodbye to the camera. The house manager says, goodbye everyone, I'm really ending the stream now. She waves for 10 seconds before saying, system, end the stream and shut down. She smoothly exits the live broadcast. Sue Jenner stands up, walks out of the curtain, and finds her roommates already in bed, some playing on their phones, some reading novels, and one just logged out of her stream. She moves quietly, quickly washes up, changes into her pajamas, and climbs into bed. It's Friday, so her schedule is light. Only one class in the morning, and the rest of the day is free. Most classmates are planning to go out and have fun together.
SU Dina declined her roommate's invitation.
After class, she asked Han about his schedule and learned he wouldn't finish his business shoot until the evening, so she spent her time on the live stream. She streamed from morning until afternoon. Her exposure on the playground gained her many new fans. A promising new streamer appeared, and she was a female host. The official platform in The Hague noticed her the next day, praising her for her strong skills. They saw that she had only been streaming for 2 days, but her follower count and retention rate were already among the top, close to many big streamers with millions of fans. This female streamer is focusing on technical skills. Her persona is a college girl, which is very attractive for viewers. She might become another big star. Let's observe her for a few days, see how her data trends. We can gradually increase her natural traffic and watch her retention. The head of the Hague streaming department decided to include Sue is a skilled tech streamer as a potential star for further observation. If she succeeds, they will sign her, and she will become a well-known streamer for The Hague. Whether she relies on her skills, her persona, or eventually becomes a beauty streamer, as long as her data is good, it doesn't matter much to them. However, there are some differences. Nowadays, few female streamers dare to be labeled as technical streamers. Once that label is attached, and with The Hague promoting her, Sue Jenner's streaming data exploded that afternoon, and she received gifts as if they were free. Everyone, I have to end the stream now. I might need to take a day off tomorrow. Don't wait for me during the day. Click the follow button in the top right corner to get notified whenever I go live. Her gentle, sweet voice rang out, causing a wave of excitement in the chat. Wow, such a beautiful streamer. Her voice is so sweet. I'm a loyal fan. I was lucky enough to hear her speak yesterday, hee. Today's my lucky day. I'm also a loyal fan. I came late yesterday, so I stayed all day today just to hear her. Her voice is so nice. It sounds natural, not forced at all. She's ending the stream? Already? I haven't had enough. Technical streamer, please don't mind her voice. Thank you. Don't go. It's Friday night. the best time for traffic. Skip your social plans and play some games. Are the host's boyfriend? The comments scroll rapidly. Soo Jin patiently watched for 2 minutes without answering any of the questions. Finally, she said, "Really, I have to go now. I need to meet a friend tomorrow. As a reward, next time I will let you all choose a hero." After saying that, she waved at the camera, and the system quickly closed the live stream and shut down the computer.
Wow.
Even with so many viewers, it still feels a bit stressful, she sighed. "Host, you did so well. I don't see any pressure." The system wondered. "That's because I managed it well. With so many eyes watching, it's natural to feel some pressure." She was nervous at first, but gradually got used to it. She glanced at the time, almost 6 in the evening. Soo Jin put on a long yellow and white dress, tied her hair into a ponytail, and quickly applied light makeup. The simple, elegant dress made her look like a blooming flower, graceful when standing still, and lively when walking, like a flower swaying gently. Her light makeup highlighted her beautiful features, and her smooth, fair skin was clear and soft. Her hair added a neat and pure look. She had a face that many would envy, perfect and charming. The system watched her in awe. Indeed, good luck is a nourishing thing. She wanted more, and so did it. Carrying a small backpack with her phone and keys, and wearing matching white sneakers, Soo Jin left her dorm. As she stepped out of the building, she looked up and saw a figure sitting on a bench under a big tree across the street. He was staring at his phone, seeming to have waited for a long time, but still looking handsome as ever. Soo Jin looked away, pretending she hadn't seen him, and turned to walk on. Maybe her gaze was too obvious, because before she took a few steps, Ji Hoon quickly looked over and brightened when he saw her. TSK, TSK, TSK. Not afraid of handsome guys running away, but afraid of guys falling for love brain. Why is Ji Hoon so obsessed? It would be great if the male lead was easy to handle too. The system sighed. Ji Hoon was already walking quickly towards Soo Jin. He didn't seem to mind her previous rejection, and his face carried a faint smile that showed no sign of pain. She didn't speak, just followed her slowly behind. Step by step, as if stepping in her footprints, she moved slowly. Soo Jin stopped, and the person behind almost bumped into her because he wasn't paying attention. She clearly felt Ji Hoon take the chance to briefly hug her, then quickly pull away. Seeing his genuine, gentle smile, Soo Jin lost her temper and could only look at him helplessly. "Why are you following me?" she asked. "I'm not following you," Ji Hoon said with a casual smile, looking at her seriously. "I haven't seen you in a long time. You look really nice today. Are you going out?" It's always like this. Whether she hints at rejection or clearly refuses a few days ago, Ji Hoon patiently finds any chance to talk to her. It seems that every time he says something, it means he might get closer. He smiles cautiously. "Don't overthink. I'm really just passing by with you. I have plans with friends to go out on this big road. That's really a coincidence," Soo Jin said helplessly. If she didn't have a task to do, she might have softened her heart even if she wasn't moved by his innocent feelings. "Forget it. Let's walk a bit, and then you don't have to follow me anymore," she finally agreed. As she spoke, she could feel Ji Hoon's lively energy, but he quickly restrained himself, afraid she might notice. They went from walking behind each other to walking together. His long legs deliberately slowed down to match her pace. When walking side by side, he didn't dare get too close, keeping his shoulder within a fist's distance, not crossing the line even a little. It's the same old story. It's not about being handsome, but about not being love-struck. No wonder he noticed these small details. They waited to board the bus, sitting one behind the other in single seats. Soo Jin lowered her head, took out her phone, and tried to ignore the intense, hidden gaze behind her. She gently sent a message. "Has the business run ended?" There was no reply from the other side for now. The last message was the location sent by Wonhan. She put down her phone, let her mind go blank, and stared absent-mindedly at the distant scenery. The busy city with people coming and going, cars flowing endlessly. Such lively scenes make her feel nostalgic. If only her world could become like this someday, that would be wonderful. The space between the front and back seats, in Ji Huan's eyes, could only hold one person. Watching her lost in thought, he felt an inexplicable sadness. His heart ached, and his hand hovered near her shoulder, but did not touch her. He understood that he had no right to say anything now. Even speaking a few words was already the best he could do. Fortunately, she soon regained her composure and returned to her cold, bright appearance. Ji Huan did not lie. Today, Su Jiner looked so beautiful that it made his heart race again, just like the first time he saw her at school. His heart felt like it was being strummed by a guitar string, and he suddenly paid more attention to her, falling deeper and deeper. Gradually, he couldn't help himself and only had the courage to move forward with determination. He lowered his eyes in disappointment, his mind full of complicated thoughts. Who was Jiner dressed like this going to see? Just now, she was messaging someone, smiling so charmingly that it made people's hearts flutter. On the bus, more and more people got on. The two of them didn't speak. If Ji Huan hadn't been watching Su Jiner's every move, he might have thought they were strangers. He is handsome, she is beautiful. Such a pairing isn't common in everyday life. Moreover, they clearly look like a pursuer and the pursued, attracting many eyes on the bus, some openly, some secretly. Some were admiring the beauty and handsomeness, others gossiping in their minds. The subway station arrived. Su Jiner's phone vibrated. She stood up to get off and quickly checked the message from Wenhan. It's over. I'll wait for you here. Take your time and be careful. Tonight, they plan to have dinner together, a reunion since their last meeting. Meeting face-to-face as online friends, Su Jiner was quite relaxed. Wenhan's images and various competition videos were familiar, so she didn't feel nervous. She was the one who suggested dinner tonight. Originally, Wenhan had a day off tomorrow, and they had planned to meet then. But Su Jiner suddenly changed plans, proposing to have dinner together tonight, and then go out to play the next day. A man and a woman alone, eating and playing. Such hints were obvious. Perhaps because Wenhan had stepped back earlier, he agreed to her visit. After she made her new suggestion, Wenhan hesitated for only 2 seconds, then quickly and instinctively agreed. Su Jiner is now boldly challenging him, but he hasn't clearly refused. Instead, he chooses to act proactively. In a way, she is like a copy of Ji Huan. However, she has her own plans, and another person also responds to her. Host, I won't allow you to call yourself a bootlicker. Who said I am a bootlicker? Didn't you just say you're a copy of Ji Huan? That's a metaphor, you know. And I don't have to be with Wenhan. Having a brief connection is fine. Su Jiner hums. Oh, right. The pursuers of Ji Huan are quite different. Their strong possessiveness is almost overwhelming. Ji Huan follows Su Jiner onto the bus. They swipe their cards and enter the subway station, going in opposite directions. Su Jiner turns around, looking up at the person standing behind her. Hey, walk on the right side, she commands. Do I want to walk on the left? Ji Huan replies, pursing his lips. Seeing his stubbornness and his stubborn attitude, Su Jiner almost punches him. No, I'm going on the left. If you want to go on the left, you can sit on the right side first, then switch to the left after a few stops. In short, just don't follow me. Don't think I don't see your little tricks. Her eyes clearly show her meaning. Ji Huan is dragged into the subway by Su Jiner, reluctant and resisting, making the scene a bit tense and damaging her image. Fortunately, Ji Huan, despite his reluctance and even wanting to follow her to the date spot, has a surprisingly thick skin. He ultimately gives her face, not wanting to make her angry or hurt her. He can only obediently sit on the opposite bus. He watches as Su Jiner leaves, the door closes, and the distance between them inside and outside the vehicle feels like a chasm. A sudden wave of sadness rises in Ji Huan's heart.
Hey.
Look at that handsome guy over there. Is he about to cry? His eyes are so red. No way is he sad because his girlfriend dumped him. Wow. Such a good-looking guy, and that girl earlier was pretty too. Maybe they had a fight. Nearby, Two young girls secretly observe from the shadows, whispering sympathetically as they watch the two pull each other onto the train. Actually, it's okay now. At least Jeaner is willing to talk to me and play around with me. We've never had such close contact before. Looking back now, Ji Huan surprisingly felt a sweet feeling. He couldn't help but smile again, touching the slightly wrinkled clothes from being pulled, carefully smoothing them as if recreating the scene where Su Jeaner held onto him. He even imagined standing with her, her arm linked with his. The fake hug test outside the school also turned colorful in his mind, bringing a sweet taste. If Su Jeaner knew, she would probably say, "Love-struck brain, so scary." At this moment, she was sitting alone on the subway heading to her destination. She needed to transfer once, and after getting off, when Han would come to pick her up. An hour and a half later, the sky darkened. Su Jeaner stepped out of the B entrance where she had arranged to meet Han. Her steps were light, and her curious, pinkish face looked serious as she searched ahead for her target. In the brightly lit city, countless streetlights illuminated the roads. Near the B entrance, less than 100 meters away, a street lamp cast an orange-yellow glow overhead. Below, a tall figure stood with his back to the subway. His hair, dyed in a trendy style, made him look cool. His face was mostly hidden behind a mask, revealing only a pair of narrow, deep eyes. In the dim light, his expression was hard to read. His hand in his pocket clenched into a fist, showing his nervousness and unease.
Han didn't quite understand.
Even though they had only met a few times and had been in contact online recently, he still felt inexplicably nervous when they were about to meet. This feeling was very different from the tense atmosphere on the sports field, making his chest feel tight. To calm himself, he often distracted himself with his phone. Sometimes he checked group messages, but more often he looked to see if the other person had sent a message. Just as when Han was about to take out his phone again, he heard a voice behind him, one he had listened to countless times in his headphones. The tone was more intimate and gentle, like a breeze blowing into his ear. When Han instinctively looked up, in that moment, his eyes widened. Before him, a scene like blooming flowers. Among the bustling crowd, he could only see this one person. She was wearing a long, yellow-to-white gradient dress that reached her knees. Her lively running figure looked like a beautiful blooming flower. Her face, still vivid in my mind, was as lovely as a flower, with a bright smile. Her sparkling eyes shone like stars, full of surprise. As she got closer, each step felt like a beat on his heart, making his breathing faster. His hand holding the phone clenched unconsciously. He watched her approach with a focused gaze that even he didn't realize he had.
"Hey, Master?"
"Do I have dirt on my face?" Su Jeaner smiled softly as she stopped, standing less than 2 fists away from him, deliberately tilting her head to look up at him. When Han might not know that his eyes were so deep now, like an endless sky, making people easily fall into them. Su Jeaner's smile faded a little. A blush appeared on her face. She looked straight into his eyes, which flickered and then avoided hers. Gathering courage again, she asked, "Say something." "Why are you looking at me like that?" Her voice trembled slightly, sounding like a complaint, but to Han, it felt more like a gentle tease. Being so close to her, so lively and intimate, made Han's heart hard to ignore. His heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. His gaze lingered on her blushing face, realizing too late that his eyes might be making her uncomfortable. His ears felt hot, and he quickly looked away, politely shifting his gaze to her shoulder. Her long hair was mischievously curling up in small arcs. "I wasn't looking at anything, just wondering how you recognized me." "You don't need to recognize me. The first time I saw you, I knew it was you." Su Jeaner blurted out happily, her smile bright and her eyes shining. She shook her head as if about to rest her hand on his shoulder, which was much taller than her. Her tone was soft, almost whispering. "I secretly looked at you many times before. I've remembered you for a long time." Her voice was small, but they were so close that it felt overwhelming. Su Jeaner's body almost pressed against him. If when Han opened his arms, he could easily hold her in a warm hug, in a surprisingly intimate way. When Han felt his face heating up too. He looked down, focusing on her smooth forehead so close to him, her soft, fluffy hair touching his shirt. He was too close, able to feel his breath blowing her stray hair and smell her pleasant scent. Her words just now echoed in his ears. Did he not realize that she had looked at him countless times? Thinking back to how she initially approached him backstage with a hidden purpose, such behavior was supposed to annoy him, like a stalker. But now, hearing Soo Jin-er pretend to complain while actually acting cute about secretly watching and coveting him, when Han felt like his mind was fireworks going off. It was like being in a fog, not part of the real world. When Han was silent for too long, he felt her gaze, full of heat, fixed on him. Soo Jin-er's smile grew brighter, and without waiting for his reaction, she naturally reached out and looped her arm around his. Her arm was pressed against her chest, and she felt his arm twitch, as if startled, muscles tightening. "What's wrong?" Pretending not to notice, Soo Jin-er looked at him carefully, her deliberate closeness obvious. "Nothing really," when Han, usually calm and composed, stammered. He noticed the warm touch on his arm, and his face grew even hotter. So pure and innocent. The system watched the host teasing the lucky one and couldn't help but comment. Just a touch that crossed the line caused such a reaction. If the host was planning to go all the way today, wouldn't his heart be pounding to death? Soo Jin-er ignored the system and focused on the moment. She happily held Han's arm, noticing him trying to relax and accept her. Her mood brightened, and she boldly rested her head on his shoulder. Like a real lover, she occupied his shoulder and arm. Actually, she wasn't lying. In such a large place, among countless people, when Han didn't feel anything. But standing under the lights, with his tall, model-like figure and fashionable outfit, he stood out. His calm, indifferent attitude, hiding his nervousness, made him seem like he belonged to his own world. People passing by, whether men or women, couldn't help but glance at him. It was like in an esports arena, bright and shining. "Big shot. Come back to your senses. Where's the car? Let's go eat." After waiting a few seconds for Han's reaction, Soo Jin-er waited quietly, then smiled and spoke. The natural tone made Han feel like he was being too petty. He nodded, secretly thankful he brought a mask with him, or he might have made a big fool of himself in front of Jin-er. Of course, now his image might not be very good either. He acted too silly, not as calm and natural as Soo Jin-er. His arm was held by her, and her cheerful chatter sounded in his ear. With Soo Jin-er's gentle help, Han's mood soon became more relaxed. They stopped in front of a black SUV. Soo Jin-er didn't know much about cars, but she could tell this one was quite expensive. "Really nice, low-key luxury. You have good taste in cars," she said with a smile. When Han's ears turned red again, he softly responded with a small, and opened the passenger door.
"Get in."
"Today was busy, so I can only pick you up here. In the future, I'll come to pick you up from school." Wow. The system clapped happily. Isn't that a sign of approval for their interaction?
Soo Jin-er nodded seriously.
Okay. She loosened her tight hold on him, looked at his wrinkled shirt, and playfully blinked. "Sorry, your clothes got wrinkled. It's okay. I have plenty of clothes, all from brands," Han said, shaking his head. His palm was sweaty from being held, but he carefully clenched his hand to hide it. He then slightly blocked her view with his arm. "Be careful, the car's a bit high off the ground." This was his first time paying such small attention to someone, and Han felt a bit awkward. Luckily, she didn't look at him, so he quickly adjusted himself to avoid embarrassing himself in front of her. He had no idea that this was just Soo Jin-er's way of caring for his feelings. Men usually want to show their mature and steady side in front of girls. "Thank you." Soo Jin-er carefully climbed into the passenger seat, holding on to Han's outstretched hand. She turned and smiled at him. "It's so comfortable. Come on, get in. It's hot outside." The air conditioning was on inside the car, and the leather seats felt cool to the touch. Although it was summer and hot outside, being inside the car was much more comfortable. Soo Jin-er let out a breath, took a tissue, and gently dabbed her forehead to wipe away the light sweat. Being close together was a bit warm. When Han closed the car door to avoid making loud noises that might scare her. After taking a deep breath behind the car, out of her sight, he took a big step back to the front of the car. He started the engine and set the navigation. He inevitably instinctively looked for the figure nearby, wondering what she was doing. Noticing her careful wiping of sweat from her forehead and neck, he reached for a wet tissue he always carried and offered it to her.
Here.
This is better. Thank you. Soo-jiner opened the wet tissue, feeling its cool, gentle comfort. She glanced at Han, who was starting the navigation, and reached out her hand. Come here. Before he could react, she touched his sharp, handsome brow with the tissue. You're sweating too. Wipe it. No one in the car can see, and wearing a mask can be hot, so it's more comfortable to take it off. As she spoke, she casually loosened the strap of his mask. The black mask fell down, revealing a face that still looked youthful but was already showing signs of becoming strikingly handsome. Thank you. When Han sat stiffly, letting her hand move across his face. His cheeks, which had just cooled down, slowly warmed up again. The scent of her was sweet at his nose, and only now did he realize that the car was filled with her fresh fragrance. Soo-jiner was very careful with her actions, not just his face but also his full forehead, which was hidden under his new hairstyle. Finally, she playfully patted his fluffy head. So cute, when Han's face turned bright red. Luckily, the car wasn't lit up, only faint light, so she probably didn't see. Soo-jiner quickly withdrew her teasing hand, tidied up the trash in her hand, and looked out the window with a happy smile, raising her hand excitedly. Let's go. Big meal time. Okay. When Han smiled slightly and the car soon drove off. The restaurant was chosen by Han, a Chinese restaurant. After getting out of the car, Soo-jiner didn't hold his hand like before. Her face seemed to show a shy, almost delayed reaction, and she kept secretly looking at him. Before he noticed and turned his head, she quickly looked away as if nothing had happened. Hello. What would you like to order? We booked a private room. Standing tall in front of Soo-jiner, he responded to the waiter's question. After speaking, Han carefully used his peripheral vision to sense the figure behind him. A fiery gaze was fixed on his face, and even the usually calm and composed person couldn't help but feel a little unsure of how to respond. He pursed his lips and turned around, accidentally pulling her arm. He avoided contact with her warm skin, only touching her clothes. Let's go. What do you want to drink? We need to order milk tea outside. I want milk tea. Tofu milk cap milk tea. The feeling of her arm was fleeting. Soo-jiner leaned a little closer to him. He was already standing beside her. Or, we can order takeout. It's not convenient for you to go out. As a public figure comparable to a third-tier celebrity, Han naturally tries to avoid showing himself too much because he has many fans. That's why he wears a mask. She spoke seriously. When Han looked down and met her gaze. After thinking for a moment, he said, You go to the private room first. I'll have someone buy it for you. Money can solve many problems. After Soo-jiner left, Han found a male waiter, explained his request, and after getting approval, paid him to buy 2 cups of milk tea. Host, are you going to eat honestly today? What else can I do? System. Tasks should be done step by step. If I rush, it might cause unnecessary suspicion. When Han entered the private room and saw her sitting bored at the table, looking at the menu and tapping her fingers on the table. When she saw him come in, she looked up happily, smiling in a way that softened the heart. When Han couldn't help but be drawn into her bright eyes. The familiar heartbeat started again. A glance that lasts forever. He used to think it was just an exaggerated phrase until he met her. You're back. So fast. Her tone was bright and cheerful, very different from the cool feeling she had on stage. When Han quietly walked over and sat beside her. His fingers, hidden by his clothes, moved unconsciously. Orders done. What do you want to eat? I remember you like spicy food. He pointed to a few spicy dishes on the menu. Just one spicy dish is enough. Eating too much strong-flavored food makes me uncomfortable. Since deciding to do live streaming, she had decided to control her diet. She spent more time sitting and streaming, so she moved less. She was quite satisfied with her current figure. Okay, I'll order some beef for you. When Han knew most girls try to diet and lose weight, eating beef can help lighten the burden. Unconsciously, when Han was already thinking of someone else. All right, you like sweets, right? This dish is quite sweet and should taste good. Do you want to try this one? Sue Jenner pointed to a sweet dish, sweet and crispy pork, and asked him. When Han didn't expect her to even know what kind of food he liked. He vaguely remembered that during their ranked matches, she often tried to learn about his personal life. Each time, he seemed to have no guard up around her. As they looked at the menu, their heads leaned closer and closer together.
Ouch!
Sue Jenner exclaimed, covering her forehead and looking up at him. Their eyes met, and she couldn't help but laugh. When Han also smiled. After taking off his mask, his handsome face was revealed, his eyes curved in a way completely different from how he looked in his videos. Does it hurt? He asked, gently touching her forehead before quickly pulling his hand back. It doesn't.
What about you?
I'm fine. These dishes should be enough. Do you want to add anything else? When Han asked, no, that's enough. We can try more next time we eat together. Sue Jenner said playfully, swinging her legs. After that little accident, the atmosphere between them became much more relaxed and natural. They chatted about her school, his matches, and his training. Sue Jenner did most of the talking and asking, while when Han answered patiently and sometimes asked questions of his own. A knock came at the door as the waiter brought in the dishes. One by one, beautifully plated Chinese dishes were served. Sue Jenner, already hungry, picked up her chopsticks. Let's eat. Without hesitation, she picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork and placed it in Han's bowl. Smiling at his surprised look, she said, "Go on, eat. My chopsticks are clean. I haven't used them yet." Before he could respond, she reached for a piece of braised beef. But her hand slipped, and the beef fell into the soup, splashing a few drops of oil. "Did it get on your hand?" when Han asked, putting down his chopsticks. He gently took her wrist and looked at the few drops of red oil on her arm. He frowned slightly. "Don't move."
Did it burn?
He carefully wiped her arm with a tissue. The skin was a little red. "It's fine, not hot. But my new dress got dirty," Sue Jenner said with a pout, looking down at the red oil stains on her white and yellow dress. "This is my new dress. I wore it specially to see you today." Warm Han let out a sigh of relief. Hearing her words, he felt a sweet feeling in his heart. He pulled her to sit down and handed her some tissues. "Wipe it off. The clothes can be washed if dirty, and old ones can be replaced. As long as you're not hurt, okay." Her chest was a bit sensitive. Sue Jenner carefully wiped at it, and when Han couldn't look too much, he picked up some chopsticks, carefully took a few pieces of beef, and placed them in her bowl. Then he silently sat down. "Hey, can you check if there's more?" Her left arm was pulled, and in the warm touch, he was guided to look over. She tilted her head back. Her dress had a V-neck, revealing her beautiful neck and delicate collarbones, along with the gentle curves. "What?" when Han's gaze flickered a few times, settling on her chin. "Neck, check if there's any oil on it." When Han's eyes quickly scanned her smooth skin. He didn't dare look too long. When he saw a small oil stain, he carefully wiped it with a tissue, quick and gentle. "All done, no more." "Great." "Oh, did you pick this for me?" Sue Jenner looked surprised at the brightly colored beef in her bowl. When Han cleared his throat and nodded. "Thank you. Let's eat." "It's still early. Do you want to go see a movie later? There's a popular detective film out now. Then aren't you going home today?" When Han's heart was pounding. "No, it's Friday, and I finally have a day off. Plus, you have a day off too. Who knows when we'll see each other again?" She made a sad face, and when Han heard his heart being pierced, a warm feeling rose on his face, maybe because the private room was too hot. "Well, okay. I'll buy the tickets now." They would eat, watch a movie, and play until tomorrow before going back. When Han looked at his phone, feeling his face get even hotter, he bought 2 tickets for the latest movie she wanted to see and booked 2 rooms at a nearby 5-star hotel. Host, he booked 2 rooms, that's normal. He's too innocent in love, not as wild as those experienced guys. For a boy focused on gaming, holding hands and kissing might already be the limit of his experience. However, Sue Jenner wasn't ready to come so soon. She needed the right moment. The two of them were happily eating when suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "Guest, your milk tea is here." The waiter opened the door, brought in the milk tea, and placed it on the table. "Thank you." When Han took out 2 cups of milk tea, handed the one with tofu milk tea to him first and said, "It's a bit cold. This one is warm. Do you want to drink it hot?" "Just this one, please open the lid for me," she said sweetly, acting cute. When Han didn't reply, his long, veined hand carefully tore open the lid of the milk tea. His phone on the right side flashed briefly, not even ringing or alerting him. In the chat app, an account that had been silent for over 2 years suddenly sent a message to the top of the chat list. "When Han, how have you been lately?" "Open the spoon," he said quietly, as if nothing was happening. He carefully and seriously handed the spoon to her, as if playing a game. Sue Jenner scooped a spoonful of snowy white foam and put it in her mouth. The sweet milk flavor spread, making her smile even more. "Smells so good, I like it." When Han's lips curled slightly, and his gaze stayed softly on her face. Suddenly, she scooped another spoon of foam and held it near his mouth. "Want to try? It's very tasty." Her voice was sweet and playful. Watching her face, when Han's expression paused and his body tensed a little, Sue Jenner moved the spoon closer, hiding a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Not going to eat?" Then, she made a move to pull her hand back, but a large hand grabbed her wrist. When Han lowered his head, looked into her eyes and quickly took the spoon into his mouth. Just like her. His gaze was straightforward and unhidden, fixed on her lips and eyes. His grip on her delicate wrist tightened slightly, as if trying to hold her close. Until she let out a low cry. He snapped out of his trance. Sue Jenner pouted and glared at him. "Your hand is too cold, it hurts." "Sorry." When Han released her, a red mark circled her wrist, and he felt regretful. "It's okay, it will go away soon." "It doesn't look serious," Sue Jenner said with a smile, touching her wrist to comfort him. To make up for it, when Han ate less and moved more during the meal, he kept putting food into Sue Jenner's bowl, until her plate was piled high like a small mountain. She quickly called a stop. "I can't finish it all." "You eat your own." She took a sip of milk foam naturally and then drank some milk tea through a straw. She patted her stomach and said, "I'm almost full. I need to save room for snacks later." When Han silently nodded, quickly glancing at the corner of her lips, and then focused on eating seriously. The two of them ate and played on their phones, but strangely, it didn't feel awkward. Sue Jenner asked the system to help create a fan group. Only talented fans could join. Now, about 10 people had already joined, chatting and talking in the group. The system had a small account inside the group to manage it, helping her reply to some questions. There was nothing particularly interesting. She looked up at the person beside her. Even though he was eating loudly, when Han didn't look awkward or clumsy. Instead, he looked very appetizing, making the food seem even more delicious. He was very serious about his food. When eating, his eyes only focused on his own bowl and chopsticks. Noticing her gaze, he paused his chewing briefly and looked at her with his narrow black eyes. "What's wrong?" Nothing. You look good." With sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, handsome features, and a youthful vibe, he looked like a burst of hormones when seen up close. His cheeks were flushed, making him seem even cuter. When Han's dark pupils trembled, her straightforward words made his heart flutter. Being looked at like that, he had the illusion she might kiss him next. But she quickly looked away again. He let out a breath of relief, but also felt a slight disappointment. After making sure he was about 70% full, when Han wiped his mouth and took a big sip of milk tea, the warm, sweet drink made him feel even more restless. He looked at the person who had already packed her bag and acted as if nothing was wrong. He still didn't have the courage to go over. "I'm going to the bathroom." Sue Jenner waved her hand and playfully winked at him. Just standing at the door and waiting, countless eyes have already scanned him. "Handsome. Add me as a friend. Are you alone, handsome? I'm waiting for someone. Soo Jiner quickly washed her hands, then came out to see Wen-han refusing two women in a row. She tiptoed quietly, walking step by step toward him, hands behind her back. Suddenly, she jumped out from behind him. Wow. Handsome. Add me as a friend. She leaned in close, and when Han turned around to look at her, unexpectedly, he almost bumped into her chest. He instinctively reached out to steady her. When Han looked down, "Are you okay?" "Yes, haha. Thank you for getting me the milk tea." "Well, I don't aid strangers." After a few seconds, he loosened his grip, his voice low enough for her to hear. She smiled beautifully, her eyes slightly red with happiness. When Han blushed, with only one pair of deep eyes showing, Soo Jiner playfully nudged a shoulder, then happily turned to walk outside. "Since that's the case, I'll reward you by holding your hand while watching the movie tonight." Fireworks exploded in her ears. Her dress swayed like a flower brushing her skin. She disappeared into the darkness, under the dim lights, smiling like a flower in bloom. After a while, when Han stepped forward to catch up, his hair carrying a hint of freedom and happiness. It was as beautiful as a scene from a romantic movie. The system was stunned, thinking, wow, the host is really good at fooling Wen-han, making him look like a fool, so Lu Wanyan started contacting the male lead. It probably wouldn't be a big problem, right? Soo Jiner hugged the popcorn she bought herself and sat aside with her milk tea, waiting. Host, when Han just saw the message. He has already noticed the message Lu Wanyan sent him. So, how did he react? After entering the cinema, when Han looked at his phone, his expression briefly blanked. Then he made an excuse to go to the bathroom and left. She teased him fiercely, and when the atmosphere was tense, he still received Lu Wanyan's message. The influence of childhood sweethearts is not to be underestimated. He didn't go to the bathroom at all. He looked at the message on his phone for half a minute, wanted to reply but didn't. The system was very unhappy about this. Just now, it said the host's task was going smoothly and Lu Wanyan's appearance wasn't a big problem. Now it was slapped in the face. I see he looks very conflicted. Could it be that all our efforts were in vain? Feeling conflicted is normal. The bond from childhood, the innocent childhood sweethearts. When Han was studying, his feelings for Lu Wanyan were almost certain, just a step away. Soo Jiner smiled, her eyes shining like stars, not upset at all. 2 years apart, 2 years of waiting. Now that Lu Wanyan has reached out to Wen-han, his reaction is naturally the strongest. Once, the childhood friend who liked him took the initiative to contact him. According to the original story, Wen-han probably would have responded quickly. After all, this is a sweet story where, after the female lead shows weakness, their relationship improves. The 2-year wait was just a setback. Now that she intervened early, Wen-han's hesitation shows everything is meaningful. The caramel popcorn in her mouth was sweet and milky. After a few bites, she felt a bit tired of it and set it aside. The system updated in real time. There is progress in the story, host. Just now, Lu Wanyan, pressured by her family to find a marriage match, reached out to the male lead. Huh? A marriage match? Lu Wanyan hasn't graduated from college yet. Wen-han has only just started his 3rd year of university after 2 years of esports. He and Lu Wanyan went to high school together and started university at the same time. So Lu Wanyan is now a 3rd-year student, not yet in her 4th. The story also explained a reason. Lu's family business hasn't been doing well these years. They wanted to find a suitable marriage partner for her to strengthen ties. But the female lead is very opposed to this. When her parents mentioned her childhood friend from a few years ago, Wen-han, she thought that if he hadn't dropped out, hadn't quarreled with his family over esports, he would be the best and most suitable match for her. After all, their childhood bond isn't weak. I don't understand. Did the female lead abandon Wen-han on her own 2 years ago, so they lost contact? Or did she suddenly remember she needed someone to solve her urgent problem now? According to the explanation here, it was because Wen-han decisively chose to pursue esports, making Lu Wanyan feel neglected. After their argument, she swore that unless Wen-han reached out first, she would never contact him. So, it was still a matter of pride? If pride can last 2 years, Lu Wanyan must be quite stubborn. Su Jiner lowered her gaze, her thoughts unclear. At this moment, in another city, Lu Wanwen cried as she returned to her dorm after a heated argument with her family. She sat alone in a quiet corner, feeling upset.
Why?
Why does her poor business mean she is to go on a blind date against her wishes? She is so young, and those young men are all playboys, which she finds disgusting. None of her suitors are younger and more talented than them. Even those from less wealthy families are potential investments. Lu Wanwen resented her family for using her. After returning to school, she took a while to calm down. She knew that without financial independence, she was controlled by her parents and couldn't make her own choices. Suddenly, her mind flashed with her mother's words. It would be great if when Han was still in school and hadn't broken ties with his family. Why is a good young man wasting time playing games? He's even given up his company. If he was still studying, he would have inherited the family business and achieved some success. You and he are childhood sweethearts. It's natural for the two families to unite through marriage. Why should you make such a sacrifice? Wanwen, listen, the family can't go on like this. You're our daughter, and we can't just watch the family business fail. Her mother looked both nostalgic and helpless, her eyes full of warmth and regret. What she didn't say was that enjoying this wealth meant she would have to pay a price. Her father's words were even more direct, insisting she attend the blind date scheduled for tomorrow. Before leaving home, Lu Wanwen felt hurt, angry, and betrayed. She resented her parents for treating her as a tool for the family. She also blamed herself a little, thinking that if when Han hadn't gone to play esports, none of this would have happened. Lu Wanwen, now calm, knew she couldn't refuse the blind date tomorrow. She wiped away her tears, picked up her phone, and suddenly remembered a contact she hadn't seen in over 2 years, which had been deleted from her home screen. After hesitating for a moment, she tentatively sent a message. Brother Wenhan, how have you been lately? She couldn't quite explain her feelings. Over the past few years, she had occasionally seen news about Wenhan online. At first, she thought, since Wenhan hadn't reached out to her, she wouldn't give up easily. So many times, she saw clips of his impressive gaming skills online, but she never clicked on them. Gradually, she got used to not having this person around. When she sent a message, Lu Wanwen felt a bit uncomfortable. She thought she would get a reply quickly, but half an hour passed without any response. She felt nervous and kept staring at the chat window until she saw the other person is typing at the top. Lu Wanwen couldn't help but wonder how Han would reply. Would it be, long time no see? Or, you finally reached out to me? He must be happy. 10 seconds passed, then half a minute, then another minute, but no message came. It's okay. Maybe he's nervous? We haven't contacted each other in a long time. I didn't reach out to him before, so maybe he's feeling a bit surprised. Finally, after much anxious guessing, a message appeared.
A cold, simple reply.
Lu Wanwen looked at this word as if she could see a flower blooming, and she couldn't believe it. Since childhood, when Han had always been a bit cold and distant to others, but to her, he was always patient and never responded so indifferently. She thought he must have hesitated for a long time before sending that one word, maybe feeling shy about reaching out. Or perhaps she should take the initiative. Lu Wanwen, Wenhan, today is Friday. Did you finish your game match? When Han looked at the new message, unsure whether Lu Wanwen had been waiting by her phone all along or just saw the message by chance and responded quickly. A flicker of complexity crossed his eyes. He guessed it was the latter. After all, if he wanted to contact her, a message on his phone was enough. Lu Wanwen's sudden message pulled Wenhan out of a beautiful dream, making him a little surprised but also somewhat happy. Their shared memories and feelings from childhood made it hard for him to let go of her. But then he felt conflicted. The reason he hesitated for so long wasn't anything else, but because he didn't know what to say. More than 2 years of distance had grown between them, pulling them further apart. He didn't understand her current life, and she didn't know about his. Just like Lu Wanwen's recent message, if she truly wanted to know, there were many ways to find out online. Maybe it was just a sudden impulse. When Han looked up, and suddenly his obsession in his heart eased a bit. Time made him realize that the two of them had become like parallel lines that never meet. Suddenly, another person entered his life, so bright, so cheerful, and so captivating. He let out a gentle sigh, picked up his phone, and this time he didn't delay. He was afraid that if he took too long, the other person outside would get angry. When Han, no chat, I have something to do. I'll talk later when I'm free. After sending the message, he put down his phone and looked in the mirror. He saw the relaxed and somewhat relieved expression on his face. Things and people change, and that's just how it is. Whether it's childhood friends or family, they are all independent individuals, each with their own path to walk. When Han, who was carefree and at ease, was unaware of the fact that the reply he gave was somewhat indifferent. The person on the other end was stunned for a long time, and tears that had already started to fade welled up again.
Wow.
Host. The first scene where the main characters contact each other is actually a sad ending. Since when Han and Lu Wanwen entered the story, the system has been paying close attention to the latest progress. It quietly noted, 2 years of distance, she and he are walking on 2 separate paths, growing further apart. And also, he and she are like 2 parallel lines that can never meet, drifting farther away. The system clapped and laughed. Huh. So, the main characters probably won't end up together. Don't worry. You might not know the phrase broken mirror reunited, or from sadness to happiness. Things aren't that simple to end. Although it said that, Sue Jiner's mood really improved a lot. Her smile became more genuine, and she was even willing to eat a few more pieces of sweet popcorn. A tall figure walked through the crowd, passing through the focused gazes of many people, and sat in front of Sue Jiner. The many opposite eyes were blocked by his figure. Sue Jiner looked up and smiled at him. You've been gone so long? Is there something in the team? Half of her face was hidden in the shadow cast by him. Her makeup was light but charming, and her fragrant scent lingered in the air. When she looked at him with her big round eyes, it was as if he was her entire world. This thought made Han's whole body tingle, like an electric current running through him. His eyes softened, and he felt an urge to hold her in his arms. Faced with such a gaze, Han almost didn't think much. An old friend I haven't contacted in years sent a message. It took a little time to reply. Were you bored waiting? That's pretty honest. Jiner smiled with her eyes, shook her head, and suddenly raised her right hand. Here, what? When Han's eyes were full of innocent confusion, Jiner happily reached out to hold his palm. Silly. Holding hands. This is your reward. When Han, sitting there, blushed from his neck to his face. His rapid heartbeat made him feel like he might faint tonight. It was all so fast, almost overwhelming, leaving him no time to react. Her palm felt soft, different from his own, which was often exposed with visible veins and a bit rough. Her hand was smooth and slippery, like touching a bouncy jelly. Her fingers jumped playfully and softly, easily slipping into his fingers and quickly escaping. It was like she was playing just like her hand, easily controlling her emotions. When Han quietly watched her, his eyes deep and mysterious, like an unfathomable pond, filled with warm waves of emotion. He let her play with his hand, smiling brightly. Suddenly, he clenched his 5 fingers, holding her hand tightly. Ah, she exclaimed playfully, tilting her head with a proud look, more like acting spoiled than blaming. What are you doing? When Han didn't speak. His eyes were full of restrained tenderness, slowly consuming her entire hand from her fingers, holding her firmly. Their connection was close, emotions surging. Feeling his gaze like a gentle burn, Jiner paused her smile, a hint of awkwardness appearing, and her cheeks flushed with pink. The breeze in the air moved her playful hair, brushing against her red cheeks, capturing Han's attention completely. Don't move. His voice was unconsciously husky. He reached out gently to brush her hair aside, his hand accidentally touching her. The warm temperature matched his face perfectly. He suddenly smiled, leaning closer, a sense of pressure approaching. His natural, fresh scent filled the air, no perfume, no makeup. Jeaner's nose finally pressed against his slender neck, a very intimate distance. Her face was flushed, and she couldn't help poking his nose. "You're still being naughty at this time," when Han chuckled softly, his deep voice close to her ear, making her feel dizzy with pleasure. Jeaner hummed softly, feeling him hold her ponytail. She was almost completely in his arms. It wasn't just a casual touch or a fleeting moment. When Han raised both hands, one around her shoulder, the other at her waist, just lightly touching, maintaining a false sense of chivalry. The system was screaming wildly, "Yes, it's happening. The male lead is starting to take the initiative." He must be flustered from being teased. The people watching the movie nearby were stunned. They had come to see handsome guys and pretty girls, maybe find a chance to chat and exchange contacts. But what was this? Publicly giving them dog food. Wow, they thought. How come their love looks so sweet? Could it be that looks are the key to how good the dog food tastes? This flirtation, this teasing, today was definitely a good day. A few girls secretly took out their phones to snap pictures and sent them to their friends. Look at this beautiful couple feeding each other love. So adorable. When will I meet such a perfect love story? You guys, stop staring at others and look at yourselves. Can you stop thinking about inappropriate stuff all the time? Soon, several beautiful pictures started spreading online. The person in her arms wasn't very obedient. When Han could feel her face pressing against his chest, acting mischievously, he chuckled softly, tightening his hold on her with his right hand, pressing her fully into his embrace. A sense of satisfaction rose in his heart. "You naughty kid. What are you doing?" Jeaner nudged his shoulder with her forehead. When Han's voice was deep. "Naughty kid, do you want me to die here with you? You can't keep competing in the arena, right?" From the initial deliberate approach to everyday contact and probing for information, today's meeting was even more intense. His words and actions made his heart race. When Han admitted defeat, he sighed lightly and continued with a soft smile. "Promise me, be my girlfriend." Since they first met, he had been hesitant, unable to say it directly. But now, it came out naturally, as if he had been planning it all along. After speaking, he felt the whole world become silent. The only sounds were her breathing and a sudden, playful chuckle. At that moment, the system suddenly shouted and jumped up.
Changed.
"Host, you successfully intervened in the story. Haha, you replaced the heroine and became Han's girlfriend. Completing the task will be so easy now." The host was worried about a reconciliation, but it was impossible, completely impossible. When Han hugs her tightly, as if wanting to merge her into his life. At this moment, all sounds fade away. Everything in the world, only she appears the brightest in his eyes.
But
will she agree?
Sure.
The male lead is starting to feel uncertain too. Jeaner was so startled by the system's excited shout that she almost lost her composure. She paused, then felt her hand on her lower back tighten, her shoulders pressed down, and she leaned against him. Clothes can't block body heat. Their breaths and warmth intertwined. Even in an air-conditioned room, a thin layer of sweat appeared on Jeaner's forehead. Before she could speak, when Han's voice was cool, "Be my girlfriend," a faint sense of pressure came over her. If she didn't agree now, she was afraid she might be squeezed into a few pieces. "Be gentle." She pounded his shoulder lightly with her small fist, her tone affectionate and shy. When Han was momentarily stunned, he relaxed his grip. The brief pause from Jeaner made him instinctively tighten his hold again. Sorry, he was just afraid that when it really came down to it, even the final step, any uncertainty would make everything meaningless. Once he knew his feelings and spoke out, he didn't plan to let her escape easily. Being the team leader in VQ, commanding the team without question, Han was naturally stubborn about important matters. Just like when he first left his family to pursue esports, or how he always led his team to the top, winning championships. The team members admired him, but also feared him. Hey, when Han's assertiveness was beginning to show. Jeaner was surprised to see this side of him, as he usually played games gently and kindly, often letting her win. Now, This sudden change made her worry that their future days might become a little difficult. After all, a bossy man can be quite hard to deal with sometimes. She had long understood this. Promise him. Promise him. The system cheered in her mind. Sue Jenner really wanted to punch it. She asked seriously, "So, will you be loyal to me in the future?" "Oh, host.
Even now, you're still worried about that.
Why not marry me and make things clear?" Sue Jenner's hands gradually clenched the clothes on Wenhan's arm. She continued, "The man I like, no matter the past or the future, at least now, can only see me." Her small actions didn't escape Wenhan's notice. Seeing her nervousness and caution, and hearing her confident words, Wenhan felt a happiness almost overflowing. "As long as you don't find me annoying," he said. Sue Jenner shook her head, her hair brushing his chin, her voice soft and gentle. "Of course not." "Okay, I agree." This time, Wenhan didn't press harder. Instead, he leaned in and held her in his arms in a different way. No more air between them, just tightly close together. In the shadow he couldn't see, a flash of light disappeared from Sue Jenner's eyes. The buff was already set. Will you choose Lu Weining or her? Until Sue Jenner and Wenhan sat hand in hand in the cinema, the system finally realized what was happening. "What buff?" "Host, are you still thinking about the possibility of a reunion?" Their hands were tightly clasped, almost interlocked. Sue Jenner looked at the big screen and thought, "It's not that easy." Lu Weining is troubled by her family, instinctively seeking a way out with Wenhan. Their connection won't just end. After all, she watched her childhood friend go on blind dates and marry someone she didn't love. Even if Wenhan didn't like Lu Weining, he wouldn't just accept this ending. Whenever there's contact, there are changes. She never believed in things staying the same forever. Lu Wuan holds the status of his childhood sweetheart. If she hadn't interfered, their feelings would have developed quickly, leading to a mutual happy ending. Now, as long as Lu Wuan can let go of her pride and shyness, she can find ways to achieve her goal as the pursuer. Sue Jenner believes she has many methods to do this, especially if she puts herself in that position. But she doesn't know what Lu Wuan is thinking. Ultimately, for Sue Jenner, completing her task is the most important thing. She was gently pinched on the hand. In the darkness, Sue Jenner looked over, noticing the faint light shining on his handsome face. His eyes, behind a mask, were smiling softly and looked gentle. This was probably the 10th time tonight. Wenhan always wanted to look at her and catch her attention. Sue Jenner slightly curved her eyebrows and lightly leaned her head on his arm in response. She could feel his other hand touching her hair, bringing a warm feeling. Before the movie ended, Sue Jenner pulled Wenhan out early. There were too many people inside. When they entered, they attracted a lot of attention because they were too obvious in the waiting hall. Even when they left, Sue Jenner could still feel some eyes watching them. Outside the cinema, she was still holding an unfinished milk tea and a bucket of popcorn. "Can't drink any more?" Wenhan gently pulled her hand. He took her things and looked at her with a smile. "No more. Let's throw it away later." Sue Jenner waved her arm, swinging his hand along with hers, looking a bit childish. Wenhan cooperated and pulled down a corner of his mask, then took a few sips of the unfinished milk tea. Noticing Sue Jenner's gaze, his ears turned slightly red. No wasting food. Sue Jenner didn't say anything, just smiled happily, which made his ears turn even redder. The hotel had 2 rooms, part of a chain of 5-star hotels. Wenhan, as a VIP member, had logged in earlier and didn't need to show his ID. The 2 rooms were next to each other. Sue Jenner chose one, and naturally, the other was Wenhan's. She took a shower, and when she came out, she found a brand new blue dress on the bed. The intricate pattern showed it was quite valuable. No one was in the room. She picked up her phone and saw a message from Wenhan. "Wenhan, the clothes I bought for you suit you very well. When did you go out shopping?" Sue Jenner couldn't figure it out. "System. They ordered online while you weren't paying attention. It's a custom-made style, delivered right to your door. Is that so?" She took off her dirty clothes and changed into a clean, blue long dress. The hem reached her knees, and every detail accentuated her figure, revealing her hidden curves and making her look even more charming. The girl in the mirror looked young but full of softness. Her eyes and eyebrows carried gentle charm, and she seemed to glow. She touched her face and smiled softly. There was a knock at the door. Soo-jiner turned her head thoughtfully and looked at the door. She walked over in slippers. The door opened and Won-han, dressed in the same outfit, stood there. He wasn't wearing a mask, his hair slightly damp, revealing a fair, clear face. His youthful, but slightly angular features were very handsome. His gaze, which was originally lowered, fell on Soo-jiner. His eyes brightened, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. "This dress really suits you." His eyes carefully looked at her chest, then moved up to her face. His long eyelashes fluttered gently, and his round eyes left a deep impression. "Come in." Soo-jiner stepped aside and walked back to the mirror, turning around with a smile. "Thanks for the dress. I won't have to wear dirty clothes tomorrow." She was full of youthful energy, her voice soft. Won-han felt like he was sinking into a soft, fluffy cloud. His face flushed as he watched her happy expression, his eyes gentle. Then, he casually picked up the dirty clothes from the bed and naturally headed toward the bathroom. Hearing the sound of running water, Soo-jiner walked over. She saw Won-han washing the dress under the stream of water and paused instinctively. "I'll help you wash it." "This outfit looks good on you too." With a different style, the reflection in the mirror cast a soft glow on Won-han's face, making his already handsome features even more charming. He stood tall and elegant, holding a woman's clothes as he washed. This contrast gave Soo-jiner an indescribable feeling. She didn't speak, her gaze sweeping over her own white fingers with visible veins as she gently rubbed her skirt. She lifted her hand slightly and placed it on his straight nose. His eyes were lowered, focused on what he was doing, with his long eyelashes trembling slightly. Apart from the sound of water, everything around was quiet. Soo-jiner moved. She stepped inside and stood beside Won-han as he tightened his lips. She tiptoed and reached out to him. Suddenly, her actions seemed like a signal. In the chaos, Won-han put down the dress he was holding. His wet hands reacted quickly, wrapping around her waist and holding her close. He let her kiss land softly on his lips. It was a gentle kiss, carrying her light fragrance, but it sparked a warm tingling like an electric shock. Almost instinctively, Won-han chased after this warmth. He pressed his lips against her full lips, applying gentle pressure and exploring with his tongue. From licking to deeper kisses, he slowly absorbed her sweetness. His whole body felt hot, as if on fire. Soo-jiner's response made their atmosphere even more intense. His actions became more frantic, as if he wanted to swallow her whole. His movements grew more skilled and aggressive, gradually taking over all her space. "Let go." Soo-jiner was almost out of breath. She blushed and gently pushed him away, tilting her head back. But his head followed her, eyes opening from their closed state. His red-rimmed eyes fixed on her, unwavering.
Won-han tremble all over.
He desperately held her in his arms, as if embracing the whole world, until her cheeks turned red and a hint of charm appeared in her eyes. He knew he was about to cross a line if he didn't stop. When their lips parted, a blush-inducing sound escaped. Won-han gasped heavily, pressing his thin lips against her red lips. After dozens of gentle touches, he finally pulled back slightly. He lowered his head, his forehead touching hers, holding her head close to his neck. Their excessive intimacy felt like they were one. Soo-jiner felt his body tense with excitement. The skin they touched was hot, and hearing his labored breathing, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. "What are you laughing at?" On weekdays, his deep voice carried a huskiness that made people's ears dizzy when close.
Sorry.
"I just didn't expect you to feel this excited too," Won-han said. Usually calm and in control during competitions, he had never lost his composure like this before. He heard a bitter smile in her voice. "When I met you, I couldn't stay calm anymore. From the first time they met, and he felt a spark, to later willingly playing games with her every day, he gradually fell deeper. Today, when they met again, his emotions were completely controlled by her, almost making him lose control now. His chest was pounding hard, a strong feeling bursting from his heart, making his mind feel heated. It was as if the whole world had changed. For so many years, he had never experienced such real emotional changes. He had never felt such intense and genuine feelings before. All his past frustrations, anger, and sadness were forgotten after she appeared. Just thinking of her made all pain fade away. When Han held her waist, feeling her softness, and was completely satisfied. Suddenly, a pair of hands covered his back, and a gentle touch on his neck said, "Hey, if you don't let go soon, the water will run out." The water from the faucet flowed softly. When Han froze for a moment, instinctively hugged her tighter, then slowly released his grip. He didn't dare look at Sue Jiner's expression, but he could feel her staring straight at him. Quickly, he turned around, trying to act calm, and pressed his lips together. "You go out first. I'll be done washing soon." He heard her soft laugh and obediently left. When Han let out a breath of relief. When he was working hard, he was brave and eager to jump in. Now he realized he was a little nervous. Thinking of Sue Jiner's laugh, his face warmed again. He silently told himself not to be nervous, not to act like an inexperienced kid. He didn't want his girlfriend to laugh at him. Taking a deep breath, when Han turned back, picked up his clothes, and continued washing. When he looked up by chance and saw his reflection in the mirror, he was stunned. His already flushed face turned even redder. Ah, innocent love of youth, simple and pure. Sue Jiner lay on the bed holding her phone, touching her injured lip, realizing now how reckless she had been earlier. Only now did she feel a little pain. She truly didn't expect that when Han would lose control when provoked, acting impulsively. If she hadn't pushed him away actively, they might still be kissing now. She also noticed when Han's pause. He didn't cross any boundaries and kept a good distance. This kind of restraint is rare among many adults. Sue Jiner felt when Han's seriousness and his respect for her. In return, she decided to treat him better in the future. A figure appeared and walked out. She looked up. When Han was holding a wrung-out shirt, seeming to have calmed down. He quickly glanced at her, then quickly looked away as if avoiding suspicion, and took a hanger to hang up the dress. He strolled around the room, walking past every corner except the bed. Sue Jiner sat up on the bed, clutching the blanket. When Han, "What are you doing?" The clothes had already been hung up. When Han looked serious. "I'm checking if there are any cameras. Don't bother. This is a 5-star hotel, very careful about guests' privacy. Big hotels pay special attention to this, and even have staff to check regularly. Not to mention, she had a system to help her." When Han heard this, but still stubbornly walked around the room a few more times, finally moving very slowly. Sue Jiner gradually sensed something different. She smiled faintly and, when he once again passed by her bed, reached out and grabbed his hand. At first, she was holding his arm, but it ended up in her palm, held tightly by him. "Hey, sit down and rest for a while. Let's watch some TV." When Han sat down heavily, creating a shallow dent on the bed. Sue Jiner sat in the middle of the bed. Seeing he didn't want to move and was avoiding eye contact, she gently pressed his hand. "Come up. I know you won't do anything. We're just watching TV," and then, feeling the warmth returning to his face, when Han took off his slippers and climbed onto the bed. His hand, still holding hers, moved closer little by little. When he sat beside Sue Jiner, he pulled her into his arms. His chest was her spot, and she could smell her scent. A wave of satisfaction rose in her heart. Sue Jiner lay on his chest, letting him hold her phone to turn on the TV. Her head rested on his jaw, and their affectionate embrace made her hear his rapid heartbeat. The phone was playing a video, but instead of watching TV, her eyes kept drifting to the hand holding it. The fingers were slender, with clear joints and rounded, pinkish nails. Sue Jiner moved her hand, gripping his right hand that was wrapped around her. She played with his fingers, touching his knuckles and every inch of skin, like someone who loves to control hands. Her heartbeat grew faster, and her eyes curved into a playful smile, as if unaware of the tension. Suddenly, warm breath sprayed onto her forehead, then her eyes, and a shadow covered her face. When Han turned over and pressed her against his chest, his lips gently touching her delicate eye area. The warm sensation made her shiver. He whispered softly, "Is it pretty? Is it fun?" Soo-jiner couldn't open her eyes. She squeezed his hand tightly, her voice soft and tempting. "Yes, it's pretty and fun. Will you let me play with it?" He pressed a little harder on her eyelids, then quickly moved down, capturing her teasing lips with passionate warmth. The air was thick with heat, only the sounds of breathing and tangled whispers filling the room. The phone kept playing, but no one cared what was on the screen. Clothes were scattered all over the bed, and the bedding was messy and heated with passion. Finally, when Han stopped himself, panting heavily, and released Soo-jiner, he lay about half a meter away, catching his breath. Soo-jiner hadn't planned for anything to happen tonight, but when Han's strong will surprised her. Looking at the figure turned away from her, the room's lights had already been turned off by when Han, who was too shy to leave them on. Only a bump was visible. He was still catching his breath, shoulders hunched, with his hand probably resting on his face. Thinking he might have blushed made Soo-jiner smile. After playing around for a while, she was tired. She yawned, said goodnight to the person beside her, and closed her eyes to sleep. Soo-jiner fell asleep quickly and deeply. She felt the calm breathing behind her. The bump moved slightly, turning to look at her face quietly. In the faint light, a soft glow cast a gentle filter over her. She looked natural and real, lying beside him, giving Won-han a feeling of comfort, like they were living a simple, peaceful life together. To make herself feel better, Won-han ultimately did not lean in. He was reluctant to leave and gently held her hand, feeling her warmth, then slowly closed his eyes. Lu Wanwen did not go home, but she dared not disobey the family's orders. To avoid trouble, Lu Wanwen changed her usual habit of dressing up every day. She wore her least favorite t-shirt, long pants, and sneakers, with her hair simply tied in a ponytail, appearing very plain when she left. At 10 a.m., in a coffee shop, Lu Wanwen immediately saw a middle-aged man in his 30s, Wang Heng, from the Wang family. The Wang family runs a company, just like the Lu family, but the Wang family is more successful, and the Lu family is a bit behind. This time, Lu's company had problems, and they wanted Wang's family to invest. Rumor had it that Wang Heng was not married yet, so Lu's father thought about introducing their children to each other. Lu Wanwen had heard of Wang Heng. He was a wealthy second-generation young man, nearly 10 years older than her, known for being who enjoyed a luxurious lifestyle with his family's help. He was still unmarried at over 30. She heard he was very flirtatious outside and liked to support college students. Such a scoundrel was her matchmaking partner? A trace of disgust flashed in Lu Wanwen's eyes. She took a moment to compose herself before walking in with a neutral expression. As the female lead, Lu Wanwen naturally had an advantage in appearance. Even dressed simply, her elegant aura was evident. When she appeared, Wang Heng's eyes brightened immediately. "Miss Lu, please sit. I've heard that you are very beautiful, and seeing you today, I can confirm that. You have the grace of a young lady from a noble family. If we were to marry, it would be a good match." Wang Heng lounged confidently in his chair, crossing his legs and tapping his foot rhythmically. Lu Wanwen almost felt sick. Why was this middle-aged man so confident? Did he really think he could marry an 18-year-old college girl? She kept a neutral face. "Young Master Wang, I don't think we are a good match. I'm sorry, but I already have someone I like." There was no way they could have a marriage or be a perfect match. Wang Heng didn't seem to notice her discomfort, or he simply didn't care. "Oh, even if you like someone, it doesn't matter. After we marry, we can each do our own thing." "Haha, I think you're quite good. Your Lu family and our Wang family working together is a good thing. Personal feelings should come after family business, don't you think, Miss Lu?" Lu Wanwen's chest rose and fell, her eyes filled with anger. She glared at Wang Heng, grinding her teeth. "Sorry, I don't think we're suitable. No more playing around after marriage. Dirty men are really disgusting. Although Wang Heng is a wealthy second generation who likes to joke around, he can tell whether women like him or not. Seeing Lu Wuan's expression, he also guessed a bit. He sneered, "It seems Miss Lu doesn't like me. Fine, I'm not someone who forces others. That's it. I have a female companion waiting for me." He stood up, giving Lu Wuan a disdainful look. It's just an arranged marriage. Does he think he's some hot commodity? Right now, the Lu family needs the Wang family's investment. He wants to see how the Lu family will get through this tough time. Wang Heng swaggered out, looking proud and dismissive. His attitude made Lu Wuan tremble with anger. She clenched her fists, watching him leave. She opened the car door and saw a female companion sitting in the front passenger seat, dressed provocatively. That woman's chest was mostly exposed, but she was affectionately hugging Wang Heng, her chest rubbing against his arm, until Wang Heng gave it a firm squeeze. Just a glance was enough to make her feel sick, like needles pricking her eyes. Lu Wuan looked away in disgust, picked up her bag, stood up, and headed for the door. She couldn't stay like this anymore. Even if she sent Wang Heng away today, there would still be Li Heng and Zhang Heng. Even if she was going to marry someone, she wanted to choose herself. Lu Wuan took out her phone, opened the chat window she had repinned from last night, and decisively sent a good morning emoji. Lu Wuan. "Brother Wenhan, I miss you. What's wrong?" In the room, Su Jiner, who had just woken up after a long sleep, looked at Wenhan, who was still holding onto her tightly. He was holding his phone, replying to a message from his teammate. He suddenly looked a bit off, as if he saw something strange. "Nothing. That old friend from yesterday came to see me again." Su Jiner blinked, understanding in her heart. But she wondered why Lu Wuan was sending messages at this time. You don't know. That matchmaking date even brought a female companion and was affectionate in front of the main girl. Lu Wanwen sent Wenhan a message. She asked the system in her mind. "Just say, I miss you." It seems she was very shocked. Su Jiner nodded. Otherwise, after not seeing each other for years, suddenly saying, "I miss you." Lu Wanwen is trying to reconnect with her childhood sweetheart after some comparison. That's the meaning. The main girl feels she should choose someone she truly likes, especially since Wenhan's background is good. She can earn her own money, and he's now famous. He's the best choice. It's true. Smart people know how to choose between a wealthy and a hardworking, handsome childhood friend. Su Jiner looked up, observing Wenhan's expression as he leaned on her arm. That brief pause earlier wasn't a mistake. "Why are you looking at me?" Wenhan noticed her gaze and gently kissed her forehead. "Nothing, just think you're pretty," she said, not asking how he responded. She pushed him slightly and sat up. "I'm not sleepy anymore. Let's get ready for lunch. You can take me home." Under the blanket, her beautiful shoulder bones and smooth skin were visible. Her long hair was loose, mostly covering her, with faint red marks showing through. Wenhan, holding his phone, felt his cheeks warm as he watched her get out of bed. He looked at her soft body he had hugged before, then bent down to pick up her dress from the floor, preparing to put it on himself. The blue dress covered her fair, jade-like skin and the marks he left, making her slender and graceful figure stand out even more. "Your clothes." Su Jiner picked up the other two pieces, an upper garment and long pants. "Oh," Wenhan's face turned red, and he put his phone aside, silently dressing. He didn't notice that Su Jiner had just glanced at him. The scene was still on Lu Wanwen's message input box, with no words typed. She lowered her eyes and went to wash up and tidy herself. Wenhan didn't leave last night. The extra room was a waste. Listening to the sounds from the bathroom, he finally looked away, a faint smile on his lips. He picked up his phone and saw the few messages she sent. A full forehead gently lifted, and after a moment of thought, he replied, "Say what you need to say." After sending the message, he put down his phone and didn't pay much attention. Instead, he preferred to stand with his girlfriend in front of the mirror, washing up together. There was an extra person nearby, making the space feel a bit crowded. Su Jiner was applying moisturizer, glancing at the person next to her with a flushed face, yet still shamelessly not leaving. The person with foam all over their mouth looked helpless. "You're so childish." She turned to leave, but a pair of big hands wrapped around her waist from behind, pulling her back against his chest. A cool, mini kiss landed on her cheek. When Han's voice sounded a little hurt, "We just started, and you're already annoyed with me?" Feeling the tight grip, Soo Jiner was helpless. She turned around, looked up, and touched his face with one hand. "I was joking. You're my boyfriend. If I didn't like you, I wouldn't agree to be with you." When Han's lips curled into a faint smile, pressed down hard by him, making it look a bit shallow. If his eyes weren't so bright, she might have thought he was feeling wronged. "I don't care. You have to make it up to me." Seeing him act spoiled with a face full of expectation, Soo Jiner raised her hand, cupped his face, and pressed him to lean down toward her. A gentle kiss landed on his forehead, and she softly breathed, "Be good," when Han's hopeful eyes flickered but didn't fully close. Watching her pull away, his gaze lingered on her red lips. Her natural, unadorned lips carried their own color, and the sweetness inside was enough to warm the heart. His gaze deepened, and he leaned down, pressing heavily, swallowing her breath. The childish man had his own way of being bossy, monopolizing her for 10 minutes. Only after he had enough fun pressing her on the bed and teasing her did he finally let go. Seeing her flushed face and moist eyes, reluctant to let go, he held her tightly in his arms, unwilling to loosen his grip. Soo Jinu, kissed and hugged forcefully, was helpless. Young people just didn't know how to hide their feelings. They showed everything plainly, and they didn't bother to hide. So childish, Soo Jiner couldn't hold back anymore. She pinched his arm and said, "Hurry up, I'm hungry," when Han had to release her. He looked relieved, as if he had escaped a big problem, and stepped back about 2 meters. He only remembered during lunch that he hadn't replied to messages. From the moment she woke up until she left the house, he stayed close to Soo Jiner, the cold-hearted woman. Since she took something, she didn't cherish it, so he clung to her even tighter. Soo Jiner, almost glued to him like a conjoined twin. During breakfast, the awkwardness from yesterday was gone. Today, when Han was proactive and eager, almost feeding food directly into Soo Jiner's mouth. Only after she finished eating did he shift his attention. While eating, he looked at messages. He scrolled through the pinned account and saw that Lu Wanyan had sent several new messages. "Lu Wanyan, can I find you if I have nothing to do? Lu Wanyan, are you doing well lately? I keep thinking about our past times. Those were good days. Lu Wanyan, I want to see you. Can I come watch your competition next time?" After the matchmaking event, Lu Wanyan couldn't help but contact Han as soon as she left. She thought his coldness last night was just an accident. Looking back, Han had always been tolerant and generous to her since they were young. She guessed he was in a bad mood last night. When she sent the first message, Lu Wanyan was confident. Their long-standing friendship made her believe Han wouldn't be so cold to her. But then she saw his reply. "There's something to talk about." His indifference was so stark, so different from the person in her memories who would only smile when he saw her. Her hope kept her from giving up. She teased him lightly in her tone, reminiscing about their past, trying to gauge his attitude. But half an hour passed without a reply, not even the typing indicator. An hour went by, still no response. By noon, nearing 12 o'clock, her patience wore thin. Lu Wanyan felt Han had changed. He was no longer the person she remembered, the one who only cared about her. Yet, she still felt compelled to reach out to Han. She had some guesses. After all, Han was a professional gamer, busy with tournaments, business meetings, and fans. Maybe he was just busy. Enduring her restless thoughts, Lu Wanyan's patience finally paid off when Han's reply arrived. His message was simple and indifferent. "You can watch the game anytime if you want." Avoiding the earlier cold responses, his reply made Lu Wanyan feel like he didn't care about their past at all. Suddenly, she felt as if everything they shared was just a fleeting dream, and only she remembered it. Lu Wanliang felt a heavy weight in her heart. She couldn't believe that Han could casually ignore her. Was he truly indifferent, or was he pretending not to care? After that message, there was no more news. Lo Wanliang held her phone, then looked up after a while, staring into the distance, lost in thought. They hadn't contacted each other for years. Her childhood friend and brother figure, who used to spoil her, seemed like he would always be there. Now, she suddenly realized she might have truly lost him. People who are favored often feel fearless. This was why Lo Wanliang didn't reach out to Wenhan for years, and she didn't think reconnecting would lead to rejection. People tend to remember their first love deeply. Lo Wanliang believed her childhood friendship with Wenhan could overcome time. But reality gave her a harsh lesson. A wave of panic about losing him washed over her. She snapped back to her senses, her fingers tightening on her phone. The system broadcasted the news story, and seeing that the plot simply mentioned Lo Wanliang briefly, she felt reassured. People who are loved feel fearless. When they lose that love, they realize how much they should cherish it. That's human nature, Su Jiner said with a light laugh. She looked at the scenery outside the car, her calm face gentle, making the whole space feel quiet. Wenhan carefully drove the car, occasionally glancing at her while waiting. He felt an unprecedented sense of peace. The drive took over an hour. They exchanged a few words, but mostly enjoyed the quiet atmosphere. Finally, the car stopped in front of the university gate. Wenhan unbuckled his seatbelt, ready to get out.
Goodbye, Kish.
My girlfriend. His hand was tightly held. Su Jiner looked at his serious, expectant face, leaned in, and their foreheads almost touched. All right, my mouth still hurts, she said helplessly. When Han's gaze fell on her red, slightly injured lips, and his ears turned red, he obediently loosened his grip. I'm leaving now. Be careful on the way home, Su Jiner waved as she held her bag outside the car. The car window rolled down, revealing Wenhan's handsome face partially covered with a mask. You go ahead. I'll wait for you to go in before I leave. Su Jiner patted his fluffy head, smiled, then turned and headed toward the school gate. It was Sunday, and the school gate was busy with people. Her appearance immediately drew attention from many passers-by. As a popular figure on campus, known for her good looks and gossip about other handsome boys, Su Jiner already has a high profile. Someone saw her get out of a young man's car. The car wasn't a luxury model, but it was still an average car that most people couldn't afford with a few years' salary. They were surprised. When they saw the driver, even with a mask, they could tell he was very young. He had deep, narrow eyes, a tall figure, and a striking presence. It was clear he was a handsome guy who could rival the campus heartthrobs. Someone quickly took a photo and secretly shared it with their new crush. On the school forum, the top trending topic since the start of the semester was, how many times have the campus heartthrob and the senior been rejected today? It dropped to second place. Then, gorgeous goddess has a boyfriend. So exciting, suddenly became the top topic. The posts were filled with photos taken secretly by onlookers. Most were of Su Jiner, including some of her standing outside the car, talking gently and smiling at Wenhan, and others of Wenhan watching her leave. Comment 35. Wow, I'm so into this. The goddess's boyfriend is so handsome, and she looks so gentle when she looks at him. Comment 39. Why? Isn't the goddess usually not interested in anyone? How come she suddenly has a boyfriend? I don't have a chance anymore. Comment 55. We're all single. Why do they get to have a boyfriend? I want someone like that too. Comment 74. No, don't. Let the goddess be the only one. Comment 99. Oh no, are they spending the weekend together? I can't accept this. Comment 329. Friends, have you seen the campus heartthrob? His expression looks so sad, like he's about to cry. Sneak peek. Comment 455. Stop talking. My senior is just staring at his phone, lost in thought. Sigh, so many people are having a bad day today. Comment 709. Does anyone know who that guy is? He's not from our school. Why is he trying to steal our campus crush? Su Jiner didn't know that the school forum was already buzzing with activity. She carried her clothes, washed and dried by Wenhan, back to her dorm. She opened her laptop to start her live stream. Soon, she noticed several roommates had returned. A few of them entered the room, looking a bit strange, with curious expressions.
Cough.
Jeaner, are you about to start your live stream? Yang Huan glanced at the computer already showing the stream, unable to hide her curiosity.
Yes.
Weren't you guys out? Why are you back so early? Su Jino looked at the three of them. Once you're done, come back. By the way, are you, seeing someone? Yang Huan asked cautiously, trying to hide her excitement. This was a big piece of gossip. They were so surprised when people asked if Su Jiner had a boyfriend. Just a few days ago, she was still dating online. Then they saw the photos posted online, secretly taken on campus. They never expected Jiner's online boyfriend to be so handsome. Just from half a face and his style, it was clear he was special. Sure enough, beautiful roommates tend to find extraordinary people online.
Sujin was surprised.
You guys found out. Your photos with your online boyfriend are on the school website. Everyone knows now, Su Yan said anxiously, eyes shining with curiosity. So, is it true? Many people are asking us. She pulled out a chair and Su Jiner turned around and sat down, nodding normally. We confirmed it yesterday. He's my boyfriend. Really, he's your boyfriend? Not just online anymore. Yes, I gave him a title. I can't stand jealousy, Su Jiner said with a smile, making Yang Huan and the others blush, thinking mischievously.
Suyan kilirit her tråd.
So, if others ask about it, should we tell them or not? Since it was about her roommate, they still wanted to respect her wishes. Just like her live stream, Su Jiner told them not to talk about it. The three of them kept quiet. Of course, they also benefited from her trust. You can tell them. It'll save me some trouble, Su Jiner said as she opened her game, her beautiful eyes moving. I'm about to start streaming. Do you have any questions? The stream was already live, with viewers flooding in, some old fans waiting for her, others new fans brought in by the system's promotion. The camera focused on Su Jiner's hand holding her phone. Under the bright light, her fingers looked delicate and white. Just watching her hands for 10 minutes would be interesting. But, like before, she probably didn't turn on her microphone.
No.
We're going to the library later. You're busy, Yang Huan quickly said, exchanging glances with her roommates. She grabbed her phone and headed out. The library? They would go, but before that, they would definitely be asked about her. They were here to enjoy Su Jiner's news face-to-face, while others learned about it through them. They didn't have much free time in their daily lives. I finally arrived, little sister. Long time no see. Have you forgotten you have a caring older brother? Your small hand is so white and pretty. Waiting for the ranking to start. I think you're already a top player. I can carry a team of 5. Click on Heroes. The streamer said you can choose heroes now. I want to see Mage Qiao, it's so late, but you still know how to start streaming. I'll give you 2 roses as punishment. The comments are scrolling rapidly, and in just a few minutes, there are already 100,000 viewers. Weekend crowds are already large, and with the system support and her excellent stats, the official recommended her, so the viewers quickly reached over 400,000. The system automatically replaced the AI to start working, encouraging fans to follow and send gifts, making sure everyone feels appreciated. The live stream is lively, and she also gives everyone some fun treats. Su Jiner turned on her microphone, waved her hand at the camera, her 5 slender fingers graceful. A soft voice suddenly sounded. Hello everyone. Thank you for the gifts. If you haven't followed yet, please do.
I am streamer Susu, playing games professionally.
I don't show my face or talk much. Feel free to send comments, I'll read them. Since I took a day off yesterday, to keep my promise, today you can choose heroes. Su Jiner's voice is naturally very good, soft and clear. Today, she deliberately made it gentle, making listeners feel submissive, while ordinary people can't help but imagine. Some quick thinkers even guessed that her future children might be daughters. Wow, my girlfriend's voice is really nice. I'm pregnant. Did you hear that, my wife? My buddy said I need a girlfriend. He gave me her contact info. Is it you, streamer? Is that hand and voice real? Not a voice changer. Why doesn't the streamer show her face? Let me see your face. I'll send 100 sports cars. Bragging without a script.
Who do you think you are?
Want to see my girlfriend? Buffed. my girlfriend, my wife. The comments flooded in wildly, and gifts kept coming, making her feel on top of the world. The system was busy, encouraging fans who called her wife to keep sending gifts, saying she doesn't need boyfriend or husband fans, just love and gifts. The live stream data surged, and the staff observing backstage quietly took notes. Susu's attractive appearance and charming voice excited viewers, and her skills were excellent. She was also a woman. He was sure he wasn't drunk. But from now on, he needed to supervise this live stream more often to prevent the host from making mistakes. All afternoon, because there was no one in the dormitory, Soo Jiner spoke more than usual. Sometimes she would pick up her phone to reply to Wenhan's messages. After they started dating, her strong desire to control Wenhan seemed to be coming true. Not long after he left, she kept receiving messages. At these times, she would turn off her microphone and send a sweet, coquettish voice message to the other side. The viewers didn't notice at all, thinking the host had gone off-screen to drink water. At the hotel, July and Nan-in ran into Wenhan, who looked as refreshing as spring breeze. They had never seen such an expression on his face before. Thinking about what happened a few days ago, they suddenly understood. They really had a sister-in-law now. Captain, what good news did you encounter? Why are you so happy? Who's sending you messages? Is it a voice message? What did they say? July, shameless, leaned over to ask for gossip, bringing his head close to his phone to see the name. Just then, he saw Wenhan exit the chat and return to the homepage. He only caught a glimpse of a few pinned profile pictures. Over the years, they all knew that the captain didn't get along well with his family. The pinned profiles had been there for years, and no one had contacted the captain. July, with sharp eyes, noticed a new black and white profile picture among them. It could only be that person. Wenhan put down his phone, glanced at the shameless July, and avoided the topic. Didn't you go out? We did. We came back early. There were too many fans outside. It was no fun. July pouted. I see you're having a good time. You couldn't be pulled back, Nan-in said, poking fun. Oh, of course I have to be happy in front of fans. Otherwise, I get caught taking ugly photos, and that would be a black mark on me. July, shameless, said, then looked at Wenhan. Captain, you haven't said who that is. Why are you so concerned about the captain's affairs? Don't pry into people's privacy. Nan-in pulled him back. Wenhan, with his hands in his pockets, heard the words, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chi-yu was stunned by this. He couldn't believe Wenhan was still smiling and not angry. Could it be that he was truly experiencing his first love? Captain? Is that the person you played games with the other day? Hey, are you in an online relationship? Nan-in stopped bothering him and also became curious about this matter. The captain used to focus only on gaming. Even during holidays, he would only go out with them occasionally. He never contacted anyone outside their group. Now that there seems to be a change, it's a good thing. Wenhan walked ahead, while the two of them lagged behind. Wenhan, tall and striking, stood out among them, like they were on two different layers. After a few steps, Wenhan's calm voice came from behind. Yes, I have a girlfriend. Chi-yu and Nan-in looked at each other, eyes wide. Really? An online relationship? Are you a fan? No, I've met her several times in private. We are serious about each other, Wenhan said sincerely, making them feel like he was deeply in love. Chi-yu hurried to catch up. How is she? Wenhan paused, turned to look down at them, and slightly moved his lips. Very good. He turned around, swiped his card, and opened his room door. With a loud click, Chi-yu and Nan-in were left outside, preventing them from asking more questions. Chi-yu grabbed Nan-in's hand. This isn't good. Captain has fallen for someone. What's wrong with that? Just dating. Have you ever dated? Nan-in said with a shrug. Chi-yu shook his head. That's different. Captain is obviously serious. What if he gets hurt by some bad girl? No, we need to find out who she is. We can't let her play with Captain's feelings. Nan-in rolled his eyes. I think you just like gossip. Back in his room, Wenhan didn't rush to do anything. He lay on the bed, his mind warm and soft, filled with the image of Soo Jiner, who was no longer with him. Sweetness spread in his heart. Sometimes he remembered her carefully approaching him before, making his heart race. Other times, he thought about yesterday's meeting, where she teased him, and the scene of him pressing her down at night to take what he wanted. Each moment, each memory had a different flavor. His face gradually warmed. When Han picked up his phone and saw that there were no messages, his mood sank. After thinking for a moment, he decided to send a message to Soo Jiner. When Han, "What are you doing?" Waiting is painful, and when Han has always known this. In the past, he waited for news from family and friends. That soft, stabbing pain gradually numbed him, and he built a wall of defense. Now, the wait for Soo Jiner's reply feels even longer and more nerve-wracking. He is completely controlled by these feelings, ignoring everyone else's messages and focusing only on her. He wants to hear her voice, to see her again, to hold her tightly in his arms, making her his and no one else's. This wait lasts for half an hour. Thoughts about her at school come to his mind. She has many admirers. Could she be in trouble? Or maybe she's out with her roommate. In the end, when Han can't hold back and sends a voice or video message. Just as his phone vibrates, he's starting a new game, choosing a hero. Soo Jiner glances at the comments, then picks up her phone outside the camera frame, answers the call, and faces the camera. "What are you doing?" When Han's voice comes through, curious and a little sad. She notices he has already sent several messages earlier. In the video, he shows most of his handsome face, with messy hair and deep eyes looking at her.
Soo Jiner chuckled softly.
"Just busy, handsome. If you knew you wouldn't be training, you could spend more time with me. I really like being with you." She's being a bit cheeky, but she's the one who asked to come back early, mainly to stream and earn money. When Han, on the other end, doesn't sense anything wrong. His sadness fades, and his eyes shine as he looks at her. "Really? You're quite clingy. Next time, I'll find time to spend with you." "Who's clingy?" she doesn't say. Soo Jiner smiles sweetly. "Okay, but don't hold me too tightly." When Han frowns.
"Why?"
"Because it hurts when you squeeze too hard." When Han blushes and clears his throat. "I'll hold you, but gently." "Just hold me?" Soo Jiner teases, her eyes fixed on him. When Han feels himself sinking into her words, his mind spinning. Her almost straightforward teasing makes his mind race with all sorts of naughty thoughts. He tries to stay calm and cool, but his hands on the screen turn white from gripping so tightly. Just hold you." Looking at his confused expression, Soo Jiner chuckled softly. "You're such a good little obedient baby. What's wrong? Why is it so quiet over there? Are you alone?" She chose a hero on her screen and continued chatting with him, balancing work and flirtation. The system admired her dedication. Since the host was working so hard, it decided to help by supporting her career, sending gifts to fans. "Yeah, I'm not training today," when Han said softly, sounding surprisingly obedient. "How are you spending your time? What about your teammates?" "They're preparing for a live stream to make up for lost time." Soo Jiner nodded. After a short break, a new match schedule was about to start, becoming more intense and challenging. As contracted players, they had fixed live streaming hours. The game had already started. She controlled a mage chosen by fans to circle around the map supporting the team while chatting with Han. "Do you have time to catch up? As your sweet girlfriend, I can join your live stream." Her playful tone and the lingering sound made Han blush. He stood up shyly. "That's what you said. I'll go to the live room now." Thinking for a moment, he paused. "I need to handle something first. I'll find you later." Soo Jiner raised an eyebrow but didn't end the call. When Han watched her test screen quietly for a long time, feeling warm inside because he knew she was busy with other things but still talking to him. Finally, he reluctantly ended the call and opened Lu Wanyan's chat window to take a look. "Lu Wanyan. When is your match? Is there a game today?" Lu Wanyan's closeness was too obvious. If it had been before, Han might have been happy about her reaching out first, since their past wasn't easy to break. When he left, they hadn't even said a proper goodbye, only cold silence. But now, seeing Lu Wanyan's intimacy, when Han felt nothing special anymore. He had someone better by his side now, someone who could truly move his emotions, and he was content with that. Compared to the blurry past, reality mattered more to Han. The past was no longer so important. The reflection on his phone's screen showed his cold face. He lightly tapped his finger. I don't know. The official schedule isn't out yet. I have things to do, so I'll be busy for now. He exited the page and looked at the contact list, but in the end, he didn't choose to do anything. Maybe deep down, he still had a little bit of friendship left in his heart. When Han opened his contacts, found a few business contacts, and called to discuss some matters. Then, he quickly washed up and went to the studio to prepare for the live broadcast. Captain, the coach is calling you. July knocked on the door and called out. When Han paused, opened the door with a blank expression, and asked, What is it? July always felt that the captain's gaze was a bit cold. He nervously smiled and said, maybe it's about training? When Han shot him a quick look, decided to ignore it, and said directly, Just stream your content in my live room. No problem, Captain. You can go ahead, July said, not daring to challenge him. His instinct told him to stay safe, so he obediently helped stream to increase the time. When Han was called by Wang Hai to discuss new business deals. This time, a major sportswear brand wanted Wen Han to be their spokesperson, offering very good pay. As the team's main earner and a champion, Wen Han received very good treatment from the team, including the largest share of business profits. Of course, the team also earned a lot from winning competitions and fan events. Having new business opportunities was definitely a good thing. They're betting on us winning the championship this year. They really have good judgment. Our team is strong, and with our skills, no team can beat us, Wang Hai said proudly. At the table, Wen Han looked over the contract and benefits, and he discussed the details with the staff, negotiating for better terms. He had signed many business deals over the past 2 years, and was experienced. Plus, he was very smart and, influenced by his family environment, had a natural talent for business negotiations. This was also why his family insisted he take over. Signing a contract wasn't something that could be done instantly. It took time. Unable to proceed with the plan, Wen Han had no choice but to message Su Jiner to stay in touch. That was also why Su Jiner often checked her phone. Her live stream was going very well. After receiving official support, her streaming sessions extended from one afternoon to the next evening, and her followers surpassed 500,000. Among new streamers and gaming hosts, this achievement is truly impressive. On the same day, before she finished streaming, the platform's official team sent her a contract offer with very good benefits, showing they wanted to make her the top streamer on the platform. The system reviewed the contract, found potential traps, and contacted her to negotiate better terms. It also helped her discuss favorable conditions. Of course, these terms weren't the best before she decided not to show her face on camera, as she wanted to avoid unnecessary trouble. Fortunately, the system negotiated a 2-year short-term contract with decent pay, requiring her to stream a certain number of hours each month. At 10 p.m., her roommates returned home. After greeting her fans, she ended her stream and went downstairs alone with her headphones to the sports field, planning to jog a bit to loosen up her stiff body from sitting too long. Just below the dormitory, she looked up and saw a tall, slender figure standing faintly under a dim streetlight. He had his head lowered, hands in his pockets, giving off a cool, handsome vibe. Su Jiner paused, pressed her lips, and pretended not to see him, planning to walk around him. She moved quietly, but suddenly heard a teasing laugh behind her. You're pretending not to know me again. The voice sounded a little sad, with a hint of huskiness, like she had been crying. Su Jiner stopped, didn't turn around, and stayed silent. Seeing her graceful figure standing coldly in the dark, unwilling to even glance back, Ji Hua felt a sharp pain in his heart. He opened his mouth slightly, eyes trembling, and asked, Who is the person who brought you back today? Su Jiner sighed softly, turned to look at him, and said, You guessed it, didn't you? Ji Hua felt like he had lost all strength. He staggered as he tried to walk toward her, and finally stopped carefully half a meter away. He looked closely at her face, without makeup, yet still beautiful and charming. Every movement she made drew attention effortlessly. This woman, who had fallen in love at first sight, might already have someone else. He smiled bitterly and asked, "Did you go out this weekend just to see him?" Such a man, and he didn't come to pick her up himself. The rude man with no manners doesn't deserve to have her. Ji Hoon felt unhappy, but didn't dare to cross the line. He knew she would really get angry. "Sorry, Ji Hoon, I really can't be with you," Soo Jiner sighed inwardly. She looked up at his slightly red eyes for a moment, feeling soft, but she also knew that being firm was better. Cutting things off quickly would prevent future trouble. Her clear rejection made Ji Hoon feel hopeless. If it had been before, he might have convinced himself there was still a chance because she was still single. But after seeing the photos on the school website, where Soo Jiner looked at another masked man with a different smile, he knew that person was truly different. He wasn't that person, and he wouldn't get special treatment. Ji Hoon didn't understand why he didn't have a chance. He also didn't understand where that rude man came from, who could attract her attention. All his frustration and confusion had to stay inside. Soo Jiner patted his shoulder to comfort him, then without hesitation, turned to leave. "Don't follow me." She took a step back, like a butterfly, gradually disappearing into the distance. All that was left was Ji Hoon, heartbroken and standing alone. At the corner of the crossroad, Soo Jiner looked at the people passing by, but didn't stop. Xia Chenai didn't go over to her, politely keeping his distance. He stood quietly for a long time, then disappeared at the corner without saying a word. At 10 o'clock at night, the playground was still busy with students walking or exercising. The lights were dim, and the night breeze was gentle and refreshing, making everything feel relaxed. Soo Jiner, dressed differently, jogged along a path, with the sound of Wenhan breathing in her headphones. After entering the playground, Wenhan called her on voice chat. He was probably live streaming, so only the sounds of his breathing and the game could be heard, quiet and peaceful. Neither of them spoke, just enjoyed the feeling of being together. Sometimes, Soo Jiner stopped to drink water or catch her breath, and Wenhan would ask if she was tired. "Did training start this afternoon?" After a light jog, Soo Jiner walked slowly on the sports field, her misty eyes looking ahead, her voice soft and gentle. Her natural speaking voice was warm, but because she was wearing headphones, it sounded like she was speaking softly in her arms. Manhwa, who also had headphones on, blushed slightly, and his deep eyes trembled. "No. Training starts tomorrow. Today was for business matters. Sorry I couldn't stay with you this afternoon." In fact, after signing the business deal, it was already dinner time. Wang Hai had asked him to handle some other arrangements, so he only just had time to come back. His plan to play games with Soo Jiner was naturally cancelled. The timing didn't work out. "No need to apologize. You're busy with your career. I'll be waiting for you to win the championship at this year's finals," Soo Jiner said with a light smile. Her calm tone was full of trust. Wenhui smiled confidently, his eyes shining with determination. "I will. When the time comes, I'll invite you to watch my match." He wanted her to see him win the championship with her own eyes. When in love, even just hearing the voice felt sweet. Soo Jiner walked back to her dormitory, unaffected by the many sad, disappointed looks she saw along the way. She placed her phone, which was playing voice messages, on the bed, took a quick shower, and then got into bed. "Are you still there?" she asked, turning on her second-level voice mode. All the faint sounds on this side reached Wenhui's ears, especially the noise of clothes rubbing against bedding, which was very clear. Unconsciously, he thought of last night. Wenhui's face flushed slightly. He pretended to be calm and said, "Yes. I'm also washing up. I'll keep you company." Even when sleeping, he wanted to be with her, such a childish man. Soo Jiner chuckled softly, pulled the curtains closed, and quietly chatted with him in the quiet space. She didn't speak until the lights went out, instead listening to his breathing and closing her eyes. His shallow breathing echoed in her ears. Wenhui covered himself with a thin blanket, lying peacefully, feeling incredibly calm inside. The new season was about to begin. Each team was busy preparing for the final competition. While adapting to the new game updates, they also continued training against each other in private, aside from official practice matches. As the reigning champion, VQ was competing against teams in Group S. The pressure of these practice matches was just as intense as official games. Wenhui was busy from morning till night every day. As team captain, he not only trained himself but also reviewed strategies with his teammates. Sometimes, during meals, Su Jiner could only have a brief phone call with him. He was busy, and Su Jiner also focused on her career. Her live streams were doing very well, supported by a system. Every day, her earnings exceeded 5,000, so money was no longer a problem. That Friday had no classes. The VQ team's match had already been played on Wednesday. Su Jiner planned her day. After her morning classes, she took the subway to the team's hotel. As soon as she got out of the subway station, she saw a familiar figure wearing a mask and a hat, covering their whole head, standing at the entrance. Su Jiner looked up, paused for a moment, then smiled softly. She excitedly ran over and threw herself into Wenhan's open arms, affectionately touching his chin. His messy hair peeked through his clothes and tickled her skin, making her feel a little itchy. Wenhan gently held her tighter, smiling at her bright face, his eyes full of gentle warmth. His long, veiny hand brushed her smooth black hair, and through his mask, he leaned down to kiss her on the top of her head. He softly asked, "Are you so happy?"
Yeah.
"Why are you here waiting for me yourself? There are so many people here." Su Jiner smiled as she hugged him. "I don't feel at ease leaving you alone. And isn't it natural for a boyfriend to wait for his girlfriend?" Wenhan's tone was a little playful. He gently touched her cheek and reached out to hold her hand. It was a bit tight, and Su Jiner felt his firm grip. She followed his steps, her gaze meeting those of passers-by. Instead of avoiding attention, she casually wrapped her other arm around his hand, showing affection. Wenhan's ears turned red, but he said nothing. He let her lead him to the car. It was the same black car as before. He opened the passenger door and carefully helped her inside. After closing the door, Su Jiner looked around the car. She saw several large bags of clothes on the back seat. Wenhan sat in the driver's seat, closed the door, and activated the privacy film, blocking outside view. He took off his hat and mask, revealing his messy, fluffy hair and a young, sharp-featured, handsome face. Turning his head slightly, he looked at her with a tight jaw and deep, smiling eyes full of tenderness. "Can you drive?" Su Jiner was a little surprised. She was being stared at so openly. Her face turned red. "Yes, I can, but I don't have a driver's license." "Be good. Go get your driver's license. I'll let you drive the car." Inside the closed car, a faint, fresh scent slowly spread. It wasn't strong or overwhelming, but a familiar aroma that Wenhan recognized well. Every night apart, he secretly missed it. At this moment, he couldn't hold back any longer. His handsome face moved closer. His straight, elegant nose gently bumped into her face, then pressed firmly against her long-desired red lips. He licked and nibbled, shifting back and forth. The warm heat from their lips and teeth spread through his body like warm air, making him feel a wet heat rising from his heart. Su Jiner closed her eyes and endured it, letting out a soft, weak whimper.
Det han suddenly stopped.
He didn't want to be too bold or hurt her. He gently released her, took a deep breath with his lips touching her cheek, and suppressed his feelings. He felt like he was craving skin contact, wanting to stay close to her all the time. Otherwise, time felt long and painful. A cold hand touched his face. Wenhan grabbed that hand that was messing with his face and kissed her delicate fingers. "Miss you." His breathing slowed. Su Jiner looked at him with wide, round eyes, her tone playful. "But we call each other every night." They fall asleep listening to each other's breathing after talking on the phone. Nothing more innocent or sweet than that. "But I can't see you," Wenhan said stubbornly, feeling so much longing after a week apart that he couldn't care about being shy anymore. He expressed his feelings directly. His beautiful eyes showed a hint of playfulness, and his messy bangs touched his forehead. His hand was tightly held. Sue Jenner didn't expose the fact that they also made time during lunch to video call and see each other's faces. She held his face and kissed the corner of his mouth, then whispered in his ear, "Now that we've seen each other, how much time do you dedicate to your girlfriend, mister?" Big shot. Today is Friday. If she remembered correctly, they still had training tonight and other teams had matches. Their schedule was non-stop. The weekend was even more important, packed with competitions. Originally, Sue Jenner planned to visit Wenhan today, but didn't expect him to come personally to the subway station to pick her up. Seeing him ask if she could drive, she thought he might want to give her the car, so she could come visit him more often. Today, just for the afternoon, and then dinner. Tomorrow and the day after, I will make time to be with you, Wenhan said while observing Sue Jenner's expression, with a hint of hesitation in his voice. This was a subtle hint. He wanted to see her, both days. Of course, it would be best if she didn't leave. He took the weekend to suggest staying here, knowing he was being a little greedy, but he just wanted to see her whenever he could. Greedy, Sue Jenner looked at him steadily. When he showed a faint look of disappointment, she smiled and said, "But it's okay. I need my computer and phone." Wenhan's eyes lit up with happiness. Being spoiled made him feel very sweet inside. His handsome face softened, and he smiled freely. "I've already prepared a room for you here in our hotel. I have your phone and computer, so you can play with them." Sue Jenner looked at him with amusement and nodded softly. After they got in the car and it stopped by the roadside, Wenhan leaned on Sue Jenner's shoulder, cuddling and being affectionate for a while. The normally cold and distant young man suddenly acting this way made Sue Jenner feel a little overwhelmed. Love can change a person completely, making them unrecognizable. Wenhan was a perfect example of this. "Drive, no more hugging." "I'm hungry." Sue Jenner pushed him away while he tried to lean in again, with a hint of annoyance in her eyes. Wenhan, rejected, smiled proudly, but didn't get upset. He drove to a private restaurant he had booked earlier. He looked at the girl sitting in the passenger seat through the rear-view mirror. Today, she wore a simple t-shirt and shorts. Her skin was white and tender, and her slim legs drew attention. He remembered seeing a popular post on Jenner's school forum. Wenhan kept his expression calm. "Jenner, do you have good friends at school?" "Friends?" Sue Jenner turned to look at his side profile, which was sharp and defined, with a slightly curved Adam's apple. After a moment, she looked away. "College is often apart. I don't have many close friends besides my roommates." "Really?" A secret pride flickered in Wenhan's eyes. "And boys?" "No." Sue Jenner thought for a moment, tapping her chin as she looked at him. "Boys?" "Not exactly." While Wenhan was momentarily stunned, she smiled. "Are you worried?" He unconsciously tapped the steering wheel with his fingers. Wenhan's face turned a little red as he gave her an innocent look. "I keep my distance from you, but your heart is always close." Sue Jenner smiled helplessly. Besides calling, she often sent messages when she was free. She was never truly at rest except during competitions. She also had to stay with him on weekends, which was quite bossy. She explained with a slightly helpless tone. Wenhan, who was just testing, was delighted to hear this. His eyes sparkled as he looked at the road ahead, and a high smile appeared on his lips. While waiting at the traffic light, he suddenly turned to the side and kissed her on the lips. "That's what I should do as your partner." He smiled like a child who had stolen honey. After a boring moment of jealousy, their car quickly stopped at a private restaurant. Both of them got out fully armed, and Sue Jenner also put on a mask. "I ordered you some milk tea." "I also pre-ordered takeout for the boss to bring in," Wenhan said as he entered the private room. He placed the milk tea in Sue Jenner's hand, then picked up the menu to order food. "You like spicy food, so I recommend spicy fish and braised prawns. They won't make you gain weight." Seeing him so eager to help, Sue Jenner silently nodded. Her gaze swept over his handsome young face. When he looked at her, his eyes were full of happiness and energy, unlike when they first met, when his eyes seemed heavy with thoughts. It was clear he had truly let go of past unhappy things. According to the system, over the past week, Lu Wanyan had tried many times to contact Wenhan. His replies were always calm and silent. He didn't ignore her completely, but responded in a very neutral tone. She could imagine how upset Lu Wanyan must have felt. After failing to match with the young master of the Wang family, Lu Wanyan had another argument with her parents. She instinctively wanted to hold on to Wenhan, who was like a lifeline. But unfortunately, the previous indulgence was gone, and those standing still wouldn't wait forever. That's all. Do you want to eat anything else? His deep, gentle gaze was focused, like stars shining in his black eyes. Su Jiner snapped back to reality and smiled sweetly at him. That's all. You like everything I choose. Her obedient eyes curved with a gentle smile, her lips full and rosy from the milk tea, and her small face radiated a captivating charm. When Han put down the menu and handed it to the waiter. After the private room was empty, he couldn't hold back his impulse and embraced her, capturing her lips that he had tasted many times before. The sweet taste was just as delightful, and their breathing grew warmer and more intense. Because someone might come in at any moment, when Han stopped his actions at the right time, reluctant to let go of her. Su Jiner quietly stepped back a little, genuinely doubting whether when Han was craving affection so much that he developed skin hunger, acting impulsively and passionately. If this continued, her lips might swell. They sat face to face, their breathing spreading between them. Su Jiner took out her phone to watch videos, glancing at him while distractedly asking, "Do you have training this afternoon?" "Yes, you can do whatever you want this afternoon. I'll have dinner with you." When Han nodded, his eyes lingering on her with a look of longing. "Okay, focus on your training. Don't let me affect your career," Su Jiner said sincerely, knowing how much when Han had sacrificed for esports, pausing his studies, and being estranged from his family for years. He had given so much. He deserved better. Her expression was full of genuine trust and hope. When Han had never felt this kind of trust from anyone before. A warm feeling rose in his heart. He looked gentle and nodded softly. "I will." He wanted to prove that his choice was right and show her that he wouldn't let her down. During this meal, when Han took more care of Su Jiner, eating only a few bites himself. After paying the bill, they took a car back to the team's hotel, which was parked in the underground garage. "These brands want to send you clothes, and there are many. They will be sent directly to your school. I think they all suit you. You wear this set first, and we'll go upstairs together." The car stopped in a corner of the garage. When Han deliberately parked there and turned around to take several paper bags from behind, Su Jiner had already guessed that the bags contained gifts for her. Seeing his face show a bit of embarrassment, but mostly a hopeful look for praise, she smiled, hugged his neck, and buried her face in his chest, acting cute. "Thank you, boyfriend. The gifts don't matter. As long as you care about me, that's enough." "Did I do?" In the darkness, when Han's face turned red, he hugged her slender waist and awkwardly swallowed, a few silly thoughts crossing his mind naturally, but he quickly pushed them away. "There are still many clothes. I wear a different set every day. I like you to wear different clothes," he said seriously. "There are 4 bags, each filled with neatly folded clothes." Su Jiner looked inside. They were good quality brand name clothes, bright and suitable for young girls. She smiled and nodded. "Got it. I'll send you pictures every day." After putting on her mask, she got out of the car. When Han, following her lead, carried one bag in his hand, as if it were her change of clothes for tomorrow. The rest was left in the car, ready for her to pick up if needed. "I also have many loose men's clothes in my room. When we get back, I'll give you a set of pajamas," when Han said, holding her hand as they waited for the elevator. He looked at her sideways. Her long hair brushed against her delicate back. Her innocent eyes made her seem a little more fragile. When Han's heart moved slightly, he wanted to hold her and kiss her, but because they might meet acquaintances in the elevator, he didn't act on it. Su Jiner didn't say anything. She just looked at when Han's expression. He seemed honest, but secretly, he was quite active. He even had pajamas for his boyfriend, which was quite bold. The elevator doors opened and people came and went. They entered the elevator together. When Han pressed the button for the 5th floor, their teams, which still had matches, lived on the top floors. As the strongest team, VQ and others were on the topmost floor. The fifth floor was a lower level, used for regular hotel guests. Many spectators stayed here. When Han sometimes saw fans taking photos inside, because the top floor had a special private passage. As long as they didn't wander around, their privacy was protected. Now, to make things easier for himself, when Han didn't mind, he disguised himself completely, even covering his eyes with scattered hair, and led his girlfriend down the corridor on the fifth floor. Maybe because when Han usually looked too aloof and cold, never doing public appearances or taking fans, no one expected that this normally solitary man would suddenly spend a day living in a hotel with his girlfriend. Even if there were guests before, they just casually glanced at the two people and didn't notice anything unusual. At most, they only looked at the backs of the handsome and beautiful people without any suspicion. Soo Jiner was pulled into the room by Wen Han. She observed the suite alone. It was large, with 2 beds and several bags of snacks and dried meat inside. These are all for my teammates. Feel free to eat. If you want something, tell me and I'll go buy it. When Han closed the door, turned on the lights and TV, and looked at her intently. It's not a trouble for my boyfriend. I know what I want to eat and can buy it myself, Soo Jiner replied with a sweet smile. When Han pressed his lips, hiding the smile at the corner of his mouth, and took out his phone. Then I'll transfer you some money. He swiped his phone, and 5,000 yuan appeared. Soo Jiner glanced at it. Well, it was her daily allowance, and it was her boyfriend's kindness. She walked over to him, hanging around his neck with a smile in her eyes, and was embraced by his large hands around her waist. She tiptoed and kissed his lips, saying, "Thank you, boyfriend. I need my phone and computer now. Can I get them from you later?" There are quite a few people upstairs. I can bring them down for you, Wen Han said carefully. It wasn't that he didn't want to be open about their relationship, but the timing wasn't right. There were many people watching, including official staff, and he didn't want Soo Jiner to face the storm outside so soon. He also needed enough time to prepare. In the past, Soo Jiner might have thought he was uncertain about their relationship, but now, after seeing how much Wen Han had changed, she didn't think that anymore. She nodded casually. Okay, I'll listen to you. But if you come down too often, it might cause trouble. Shall we meet in the basement? Her mysterious tone made Wen Han smile. He spoke softly. No, I'll come find you. After wasting some time, it was almost 3 o'clock. Soo Jiner urged him to bring the things down so he could go back to training. All afternoon, she started her live stream at the hotel. The camera was gone. Only the game was live, but she could speak more freely. Fans were happy and sad at the same time. At least the streamer didn't take a break like last weekend and go out without streaming. Captain, you're finally back. I called you several times, but you didn't answer. The coach has already called us for training. Nan Yin asked casually what he saw when Han returned. He had seen the captain several times before and was about to mention going to training, but then the captain disappeared, only to reappear a few minutes later, which seemed a bit mysterious. When Han, with his hands in his pockets, pretended not to know. Really? I went to the bathroom, didn't notice. In fact, he had gone to deliver equipment and snacks to his girlfriend. Nan Yin didn't know this and thought the captain hadn't seen him. He nodded and said, "Let's go, the coach is waiting." Throughout the afternoon, when Han's training was very good, he was relaxed and in good shape. Wang Hai was very pleased, proud to have such a great player. He thought they could fight together for many more years. Tonight, we have an important match against the Jazz team. I ordered fast food for everyone. We'll eat and watch the game, Wang Hai said happily, putting down his phone. Just now, he had ordered dozens of fast food meals. It was another busy Friday. Suddenly, a loud noise. Wang Hai was startled and turned to look. He saw that when Han's phone had fallen onto the table. Everyone, except for him, turned to look. Having been teammates for so many years, Wang Hai and others noticed that when Han's expression was unusual. They didn't understand what was happening, and Wang Hai was also surprised. He looked at his star player and asked, "Ling Qing, what's wrong? Are you unhappy with the training results?" They had just won all 5 rounds of the training match, So why did he look like that? As everyone watched, when Han's handsome face slightly drooped, his thick eyelashes covered his deep expression. He slightly tugged at his mouth and said, "I have something to do tonight. You can eat and watch by yourselves. I'm taking a leave. You have something important?" Wang Hai asked carefully. It was clear that Ling Qing was not very happy. "Yes, very important. I'll be gone for an hour. I'll come back after an hour." "Don't worry, I'll find time to watch the game," Wen Han said quickly. He stood up, his gaze giving Wang Hai a lot of pressure. Wang Hai awkwardly smiled and nodded under his intense stare. "If you have something urgent, go ahead. Will an hour be enough? It's important. Maybe not enough. I'll come back as soon as I can," Wen Han said quickly. He picked up his phone from the table and quickly left the training room. The door closed by itself due to gravity. July and his teammate exchanged a glance. He had just clearly seen that the phone was clearly knocked onto the table after the captain heard the coach's words. It wasn't pressed down hard, but it was obvious he was upset. Why did he suddenly get angry? Because of training? But wasn't it always like this before? During other team competitions, they ate and watched the matches. Wang Hai couldn't quite figure it out, but as a coach, he naturally wanted to show respect to his main player. Also, Ling Qing was talented and worked hard, so he didn't need much supervision from the coach. Too much control might even backfire. The others were different, they still needed to listen and obey. Wang Hai cleared his throat and looked at everyone. "All right, since your captain has something to do, let's continue our training." When Han changed into a new outfit and carefully went downstairs. He had been stuck in the training room all afternoon. Some people smoked, some drank tea, there was a mix of smells. He was worried it might bother his girlfriend. When Han himself was a bit particular about cleanliness. Before going down, he took a quick shower and tidied himself up. When he reached the 5th floor, he swiped his card and pushed open the door. As soon as he entered, he heard a soft, grateful voice. Who was Jenner talking to? When Han's face darkened, he quietly stepped inside and saw someone with their back to him, wearing headphones and playing a game. They didn't notice him at all, and his mood was complicated. He carefully closed the door behind him. He walked quietly over. The tall figure was very noticeable. The system reminded him that Su Jenner turned her head to look back, her curved eyes meeting his puzzled gaze. She made a few lip movements, and her face, rosy and delicate, looked like a peach blossom. When Han's irritation eased mostly when she looked back. Her beauty was so captivating that he felt nothing else. He glanced at the computer screen in front of Su Jenner and quickly realized it was a live stream. A game live stream? When Han noticed that the game account Su Jenner was using wasn't the same as the one she used when playing with him before. It was probably a new account. He looked at the streaming platform, which was the same as his. He took out his phone, opened the streaming app, and searched for the live room, observing every detail carefully, almost like spying. The live room's info showed the number of fans, and the comments were calling her wife. No one called him, yet these fans dared to do so. When Han pursed his lips unhappily, he noticed that many people were calling him that. His eyes flickered, and he quickly logged out of his account, switched to a small account, and entered the live stream platform to start sending gifts. Don't call her wife, she's my wife. Don't call her wife, she's my wife. Don't call her wife, she's my wife. All gifts were luxurious, each worth 1,000. When Han sent 50 of them, with flashy combo effects to show off. His commanding tone made fans laugh happily. They didn't mind, and warmly welcomed new fans. 50 gifts cost 50,000 yuan. Sending 50,000 at once made him seem like a big shot in Su Jenner's live stream, which was just starting out. Fans who followed Su Jenner were naturally happy for her. The system also transformed into a cute customer service, thanking Wen Han for his gifts in various ways. Wen Han stood behind Su Jenner, watching the AI assistant's smart replies on the screen and hearing his girlfriend's soft, sweet thank yous. His mood was complicated. Su Jenner wanted to finish her game quickly. She had just scored a triple kill and was about to push to the high ground, replying to some comments. Suddenly, her vision darkened, and a hand grabbed her neck. She had to lean back, and he pressed his lips against hers, silencing her words. Her phone was snatched and thrown onto the bed, and her headphones fell off. When Han held Soo Jin-er domineeringly, forcefully taking her breath, holding her tightly as if merging her into himself. Their heavy breathing and faint moans intertwined. She closed her eyes, lost in the moment, not noticing the possessive look in Han's deep black eyes. Finally, he bit her tongue hard. He withdrew from her territory but lingered at her lips, rubbing them a few times before pulling away. He didn't let go, but held her in his arms.
Ha!
What are you doing? Soo Jin-er pushed him, but he didn't really let go. When Han picked up his phone, looked at the question marks from viewers confused by the sudden disappearance of the streamer, and some who noticed something was off, asking if someone was beside her. There was no real impulse. When Han turned off the microphone and naturally controlled the hero, leading his teammates to the high ground, he pouted and said, "Jin-er, you were live streaming and didn't tell me. Isn't he your boyfriend?" How could she hide such a big thing? When Han suddenly felt uneasy because he didn't know everything about Jin-er. "Are you jealous? I haven't streamed in half a month. I started doing it as a part-time job first," Soo Jin-er said, calming her breath. Since she couldn't resist, she decided to enjoy it. She lay in his arms, watching him play for her. Seeing he didn't speak, he must still be upset. She could only continue helplessly. "I didn't mean to hide it from you. When you came in, I wasn't hiding. Streaming is to earn more money to have an extra income. It also gives me more free time to spend with you. I used to work at a milk tea shop with fixed hours and low pay. It was troublesome too." She didn't mention this before, but when Han could tell from her expression that something bad might have happened. Maybe she had many persistent admirers, and he hadn't forgotten that several school idols were chasing Jin-er. So far, that topic was still second on the list. Of course, the first was about him and Jin-er. He felt he had gained a place in her story. Thinking of this, when Han suddenly wasn't angry anymore, he pretended to be wronged and said, "You saw me just now but didn't talk to me. Instead, you talked to your fans. They even called you wife. You can also call me wife. From now on, I'll talk to you first," Soo Jin-er said with a mix of laughter and tears. Meanwhile, under Han's aggressive gameplay, he single-handedly defeated multiple enemies, ending the battle within a minute. She put down her phone, took the microphone, and announced she was ending the stream. She thanked her fans for their gifts before shutting down. "Wanna have dinner?" She glanced at the time. "It's already 6 o'clock. "Yes, I'll take you out to eat," Han said, standing up while holding her. He bent down to tug at her wrinkled skirt, his gaze falling on her fair, slender thighs, and his face reddened. "Is there enough time?" Soo Jin-er pretended not to see and reached out to rub his head. "Don't be stubborn. You guys probably want to watch the next match live, right? After the game, we'll go out for a late-night snack. Just grab something simple for now." His affectionate gesture successfully calmed Han's mood. He smiled softly, his dark eyes shining like fireworks. "Okay, there's a dine-in option. I'll bring it to you." "Sure, just bring some snacks. I'll wait for you." Soo Jin-er sent the person away, then returned to the live stream replay page. She asked the system to cut out her best moments and add effects to prepare a video. She turned and went to the bathroom. When Han brought back 3 dishes, 1 soup, and 2 servings of rice. They ate facing each other in the room, then sat together watching the ongoing game for a while. After an hour, he reluctantly left. Back in the training room on the top floor, Han calmly pushed open the door and went inside. Everyone's eyes followed him as he sat down peacefully, showing no sign of his childish, clingy behavior in front of Soo Jin-er. Wang Hai carefully looked at his face. "Ling Qing, everything went smoothly, right?" "Yes, it's fine." "That's good. Just an hour passed. Come on, let's keep watching the game." At 11 p.m., after reviewing and playing a training match, when Han refused his teammates' invitation to have late-night snacks, he covered his face, put his hands in his pockets, and went to the 5th floor. He led Soo Jin-er, who was also disguised, out from the basement. They bypassed the crowded areas and headed to a barbecue restaurant with private rooms. "What do you want to eat?" Soo Jin-er looked at the menu, then at him. Grilled kidneys, grilled pork liver. Those don't taste good. Wenhan didn't notice anything wrong. He carefully explained and then ordered beef and lamb skewers for her. In the end, he couldn't refuse Su Jiner's request. 2 skewers of kidneys arrived, and when they sat in the private room, she placed them in front of herself. Wenhan's face suddenly turned red. His fluffy hair seemed to puff up as if smoke was rising, his eyes flickered, and his face was very hot. Su Jiner sat opposite him, smiling gently with her pretty lips curled up. I'm giving this to you. You have to eat it all. Wenhan's gaze flicked to her lips, his throat moved, and his tongue was dry. His dark eyelashes fluttered as he suppressed his emotions. A skewer of kidneys was handed over. Her white fingers looked soft and pink. Her smiling eyes were right in front of him. They stared at each other for a few seconds. Wenhan reached out and took the skewer, but he didn't touch her in a flirtatious way. Still, he felt his temperature rise to the limit. The slightly gamey smell wasn't pleasant. He looked down at the table, but secretly watched the person opposite him. Eat up. If you don't, you won't be allowed to see me tomorrow. Oh, Wenhan lowered his head, biting into a piece of overcooked meat and slowly chewing, his ears turning red. Opposite him, the mischievous Su Jiner chuckled softly. They didn't order many skewers, mainly just to enjoy the atmosphere. But as they ate, Wenhan started to lose his focus. Because Su Jiner was sitting far away from him, sitting across, not allowing even a casual touch or holding hands. Uninterested in the food, Wenhan finished the skewers at Su Jiner's request. His ears were still red as he went to pay, his mind still filled with her meaningful gaze. Wenhan wanted to hold her hand. But he didn't. He watched her walk ahead of him, and a sudden feeling of shyness made him hesitate instead of rushing forward to hug her. They walked one behind the other on the road, quiet but not awkward, until they reached outside a supermarket. Hey, shopping. Wanna come? Su Jiner stopped and looked at him. Wenhan, who was slightly distracted, suddenly snapped back to attention, seeing her bright, smiling face. He quickly shook his head. Jiner, this is too fast. No shopping? Then forget it, let's go. Su Jiner still smiled warmly, as if she hadn't heard his hesitation, turning around and walking briskly ahead. He didn't notice her regretful and hesitant expression behind him. The 2 of them took the underground stairs back up. It was late and fewer people were around. On the way back, Wenhan had time to calm down. When they reached her room, he had settled himself, not wanting to leave immediately. Wanna wash up? Su Jiner held the toothbrush he had prepared, foam covering her mouth, and looked at him from the bathroom door. Wenhan sat on Su Jiner's bed, adjusting the air conditioning temperature in the room. Hearing her, he stood up and took a new toothbrush to the bathroom. He had experienced this once before, but it was just washing up, so he didn't feel too embarrassed. Until Su Jiner handed him the pajamas he had given her that morning. Take a shower. A strange feeling of unease returned. When Han's mind raced, he thought it was just staying overnight, nothing more. Last time was the same, right? Yes, when Han hadn't planned to leave. They finally had some time alone. As long as he could sleep holding her, when Han felt very satisfied. Tonight, Su Jiner teased him by buying him a kidney, always making him think it was a hint. But when he refused to buy things for her, she agreed, and he realized it was just a joke. His body, bathed in warm water, was lean and well-shaped. When Han quickly washed himself and changed into his new pajamas before walking out, a faint red blush appeared on his face, whether from steam or something else. When he came out, Su Jiner was watching a video on her computer. When Han instinctively relaxed and chose a bed farther away to sit on. Su Jiner looked back at him. You're done? Can you check if the video is okay? I'm going to take a shower. She calmly picked up her bathrobe and left, her normal expression making When Han think he had misunderstood her. He didn't realize he had entered a dangerous situation. Host, are you going to complete the task today? Su Jiner carefully washed her long hair, her delicate fingers moving through her black hair. Almost done. No matter what happens next, now is the best time. Moreover, when Han was now indifferent to Lu Wanchuan's feelings and was clearly infatuated with her. She needed to take advantage of this and finish her task first. Yes, host. I wish you success.
Sujin smiled slightly.
Wenhan was originally watching the video, but it was too short. He replayed it 5 times. The sound of flowing water became clearer and more distracting. When he heard the door click, he instinctively looked back. His eyes immediately caught sight of smooth, white skin, blindingly white and dizzying. He stared fixedly at her. Although she was wearing a normal bathrobe, Soo-jiner was dressed very provocatively. The robe slipped down, revealing part of her arm and the key area of her chest, exposing her beautiful shoulders and delicate collarbones. Her damp black hair was wrapped in a towel, with a strand sticking to her curved chest. The wet hair clung to her, sinking into the deep, smooth valley of her cleavage. Apart from the bathrobe, there was nothing else. The only thing that might have made Wenhan feel relieved was that the robe was long enough to cover her waist, abdomen, and pretty legs. Her obvious seduction made Wenhan blush. After a few stunned seconds, he suddenly snapped out of it, his fingers unconsciously tightening. His voice was dry and uncertain. "Jiner, where are your clothes?" He looked down and avoided her gaze, then stood up stiffly. Soo-jiner slowly walked over, step by step. Her presence was gentle, but it made Wenhan, who was standing still, afraid to look up. "Why don't you look at me?" She spoke softly, with a playful tone and a hint of a smile. "Aren't you going to hug me? Isn't that what you want most?" "Jiner," Wenhan blushed, his mind filled with those words. "Hug me." A faint orchid scent brushed against his jaw. Wenhan could feel the warm, intimate touch, which made his muscles tense unconsciously. Hearing her coax him, he said, "Help me dry my hair, boyfriend." His heart pounded loudly. He quickly moved aside and nodded. "I'll find the dryer." The door opened and closed again. Had she left? Soo-jiner looked at the door, a trace of confusion in her eyes, then a sigh of helplessness. "The dryer is in the cabinet," the system explained. Soo-jiner didn't speak. She took out the dryer and prepared to do it herself, assuming the position. Because she didn't deliberately tug at her bathrobe, when she leaned forward, a large patch of smooth, white skin was exposed. The white bathrobe contrasted beautifully with her skin, making it look as smooth as jade and water, soft and alluring. Carefully, she plugged in the device. She reached to remove the towel wrapped around her hair. Just then, she heard the sound of a card being swiped and the door opening.
"Huh."
Coming back so soon?
Sujin glanced sideways.
After the door opened, Wenhan quickly stepped inside. When he saw her, his movements became even faster. His face was still a little red, but his expression looked much more natural. "I'll help you," he said, walking over and taking the dryer from her hand. He carefully parted her damp hair and tidied it. Even though he tried not to look too much, his fingertips still brushed her warm, smooth skin, passing over her beautiful shoulder blades. He withdrew his hand, his breathing a little faster. The sound of the dryer soon masked his awkwardness. His fingers moved carefully through her damp hair, starting from the strands to her scalp, trying not to burn her, testing the temperature with his fingertips first. After about 20 minutes, when her hair was smooth and no longer tangled, he gradually shifted his attention. His gentle movements made Soo-jiner feel sleepy. Noticing her yawn, Wenhan looked at the time. It was already midnight. "Are you sleepy? Go to sleep. I will handle the rest now." He gently supported Soo-jiner's side while she lay on the bed. Wenhan felt a bit shy and carefully pulled her bathrobe to cover more skin. Then he got up and went to the washroom, first taking a deep breath, then picked up some hair oil and left. Every strand of her hair was carefully taken care of and gently placed on her head to avoid being pressed down. The person being cared for closed her eyes as if already asleep. Her bright, charming eyes were shut, but her beautiful face still had a special attraction, like a flower quietly waiting to be picked. Wenhan suddenly realized he had been staring too long and quickly snapped out of it. His fingers curled awkwardly. He was brave but cautious, firmly keeping his boundaries. It was Jiner who was too bold. Wenhan didn't know how he managed to hold himself back, but He was just glad that the person lying below him was already asleep, so he didn't have to endure the temptation anymore. Patience was not easy to bear. When Han washed his hands and found the underwear he had prepared for her, it was supposed to go with her pajamas, but she had already put on the pajamas, so now only the underwear remained. Jeaner. He gently shook the person who was asleep. Be good, and put on your clothes. The person on the bed sleepily opened her eyes. When Han carefully moved closer, put on your clothes, be good. His soft voice was right by her ear. Sue Jeaner's mind cleared a little. She had fallen asleep unconsciously just now. Her dreamy eyes gradually woke up, her face like a peach blossom, her red lips slightly parted as she looked at the person above her, her gaze falling on his handsome, straight nose. His focused stare made Han pause, his breathing becoming tangled, and a warm feeling grew between them. His Adam's apple moved quickly a few times. He was about to say something when Sue Jeaner rested her arms on his neck, gently applying pressure and pushing him down. Her thin lips pressed against his lips. She moved slightly, giving him a gentle kiss on his straight nose. Her voice was hoarse with breath. Boyfriend, kiss me. He couldn't hold back anymore and pressed his lips heavily on her chin, then moved up to kiss her lips and tongue, entangling for a few moments as desire naturally surged. Moving up and down, like waves crashing, their hot breaths tightly intertwined. Sue Jeaner playfully tangled with him like a sea siren, holding on tightly. When Han, already overwhelmed, completely surrendered. Waves crash, and under the lights, shadows of people twist like tangled vines, using all their strength. Young people tend to be impulsive when their blood is hot, and the night only finally ends at dawn. At 9 in the morning, the phone on the bedside suddenly rings. Sue Jeaner struggles to wake up in someone's arms, feeling a dull pain all over her body. She opens her lips, her voice dry and smoky. Annoyed, she pushes the person beside her. When Han, your phone, the person holding her instinctively tightens his grip. When Han opens his eyes, reaches for the ringing phone, and sees it's a call from his coach. Let go answer it. Sue Jeaner, half asleep, continues to rest. When Han, feeling a bit ignored, touches his head. He doesn't get angry, having taken advantage of the situation. He leans down and gently kisses her rosy cheek before leaving. Coach, his voice is a little hoarse. Wang Hai finds it strange. Are you still sleeping? Yes. What's the matter? Most team members have a late-night schedule, waking around 10 or 11 in the morning. But when Han usually keeps a regular routine, no later than midnight at night, up at 7 for morning exercises. Today, it's strange. He's still sleeping now. Maybe he's not feeling well? It's not unusual for young people to sleep in sometimes. Wang Hai quickly dismisses his doubts and gets to the main point. Here's the thing. The league plans to shoot a variety show and wants you to participate. If you're interested, I can have someone from the league come this afternoon to discuss it. When Han, who is quite popular, comparable to a third-tier star, obviously has great value. It's normal for the league to be interested. For Wang Hai, it's also good. Boosting when Han's popularity helps with business and can improve the team's reputation. That's all? I'll think about it. I might come later at noon. When Han simply says and hangs up. He checks the time. Last night was too lively. No wonder he was pushed aside for being noisy. It's become a habit, so when Han doesn't go back to sleep, after careful washing and dressing, he leaves to buy breakfast and some contraceptives, then quietly returns home. He gently holds the sleeping person near the bed. His black eyes are full of focus and admiration. A faint smile appears on his face, feeling very satisfied. Jeaner, wake up. You've taken your medicine and breakfast. Now go back to sleep, he whispered softly, his breath brushing against Sue Jeaner's face, causing her to frown. What do you want for breakfast? She mumbled and turned away. When Han chuckled gently. I bought you porridge and wontons and other things. What would you like to eat? The warm temperature was close by. Sue Jeaner slowly woke up, her blurry, moist eyes looking at him, becoming a little clearer. Cough. Her throat made a hoarse sound. She paused, then, with Han's help, sat up halfway. The bedding slipped, revealing skin with red marks and a smooth, pale surface. She could almost imagine the wild entanglement from last night. When Han blushed as he helped pull the blanket and handed her water. Take your medicine. I was at fault this time. Next time we'll bring tools. Birth control pills. Sue Jenner looked down and glanced at them. Her beautiful, moist eyes flickered with dissatisfaction. I won't take them. Don't be stubborn. This way, accidents won't happen. When Han said softly, his eyes full of tenderness. But Sue Jenner was not convinced. The system had already confirmed she was pregnant. Taking the pills wouldn't help and might even harm her health. She stubbornly tilted her head. I won't take them. If there's an accident, are you not responsible? When Han was stunned, instinctively thinking of that scene. If this accident really made her pregnant, could he take responsibility? He looked steadily at the angry yet adorable Sue Jenner, his heart softening completely. He only knew that now, she was willing to give him her heart. He placed the white pill from his long fingers and handed her water. If you won't take it, then fine. If there's an accident, I will face it with you. Be good, drink some water to soothe your throat. Hearing his gentle tone, Sue Jenner turned to look at him, her eyes shining with happiness. You said it. She took a sip of water, leaning into his open arms, eating the breakfast she bought little by little. Even though she had intentionally seduced him last night, when Han didn't relax at all. He spent the whole morning taking care of Sue Jenner, helping her clean up and making her comfortable. At noon, they ordered takeout for lunch. After a short rest, when Han went upstairs to train, while Sue Jenner started a live broadcast downstairs. Wang Hai felt today was very strange. Was Ling Qing feeling unwell? Why did she need to go to the bathroom so often, almost every hour? Going to the bathroom is easy, but he keeps looking at his private phone, not knowing who he's messaging. Oh, he also secretly watched a few live streams, not knowing who was playing games. When someone else went to the bathroom again, Wang Hai looked at July and the others. What's going on? Our team leader doesn't seem right today. Really? Nanine smiled awkwardly. July smirked. Of course. The team leader must be in love. What? In love? Wang Hai and the others were surprised. Everyone knew when Han was usually very reserved and didn't like talking to strangers. Seeing everyone's reaction, July and Nanine exchanged glances. They didn't dare mention last night when they knocked on the team leader's door and no one answered, or how they secretly saw the team leader go downstairs and not come back. They quickly changed the subject. Haha, I was joking. The team leader probably has some personal matters. Everyone has busy days. Yeah, the team leader has been out for business these days. Maybe he's got other things to do. Nanny nodded in agreement. Wang Hai responded with an, oh, not understanding the young people's secret language, feeling doubtful. The others, however, quickly realized that what July might have said was true. But it was strange. None of them noticed anything unusual. How did these two figure it out? They were very curious but dared not ask directly. When the team leader returned, they wouldn't say much. Wang Hai ordered fast food just like yesterday, but once again, his request was politely refused by his commanding officer. When Han left the meeting room holding his phone, after the door closed behind him, a group of young people immediately became restless. They rushed to the door and peeked through the, Hey, where's the team leader going? Probably not far, within eating distance. Nearby. So, does that mean the suspicious wife is waiting nearby for our team leader's date? Exactly. Maybe right under our noses. July nodded. They knew the hotel they stayed in also allowed outsiders. Really? Do you think you're wrong? The team leader doesn't seem like he's in a relationship. No need to lie to you. The team leader even admitted it himself, just recently. July still remembered how they saw the team leader looking as happy as a peach blossom. Today, although the team captain seemed focused on training, he was smiling more than before. Most importantly, he was checking his phone more often. Even the coach noticed. What are you guys talking about? Wang Hai asked, seeing a group of people blocking the door while returning with a glass of water. Huh? Oh, we didn't say anything. Please move aside so the coach can pass. July quickly stood up. Everyone else dispersed quickly. That strange feeling was back again. Wang Hai looked at the office, glanced at the empty seats, and looked thoughtful. I bought you some shrimp and the meat sandwich you like. When Han, fully prepared, entered carrying things. Seeing Soo Jiner sitting on the bed playing a game, he wasn't surprised. He put down the things, grabbed her phone, and said, "I'll let you play. You should eat first. Are you feeling okay this afternoon?" "You're asking again?" "Now you're like a caring dad." Soo Jiner smiled helplessly. When Han's concern, which was so open, was obvious. He spent the whole afternoon either sending gifts during the live stream or chatting online, making him very noticeable. She really doubted whether he was serious about training. "Don't call me dad. If not dad, then call me brother," when Han said, controlling his mage on the map. He then leaned over and kissed her lips happily, looking satisfied. No. Soo Jiner slowly ate her meat sandwich, the oil making her lips shiny and more attractive. While helping with the live stream, when Han kept an eye on her movements. When she was about to get off the bed after eating half, he casually used one hand to lift her up, showing off his strong ability to act like a caring boyfriend. Soo Jiner carefully stood, rubbed her sore legs and waist, and said, "I'm going to the bathroom. Wait, I'll go with you," when Han said, putting his phone aside and bending down to carry her in a princess carry. Why is the stream paused again? Where's the host? The host must be busy. She was talking earlier this afternoon, but just now she turned off her mic. Curious about what the host is doing. I want to hear her husky voice. The comments were lively. Meanwhile, Soo Jiner, blushing, came out holding Han's neck and carefully placed him on the bed. She looked at his handsome face and asked, "Aren't you going to training? Just having dinner with you." "No rush to train," Warm calmly said, then continued live streaming on his phone. Soo Jiner took a sip of the soup he brought. "Focus on training. If I feel unwell, I will tell you. Here, eat your meal first." Warm took the remaining half of the meat sandwich and other leftovers, wrapping them all up. He then sat close to Soo Jiner's bed, their thighs touching. After quickly finishing the meal and tidying up the trash, he didn't leave. Instead, he brought in several bags from outside, busy and bustling. Soo Jiner glanced around and saw large bags of snacks of all kinds. "Stop taking more. There's too much to eat." The snack bags from yesterday still piled on the table. "Take them back to school tomorrow," Warm said seriously. "Eating them now doesn't stop me from buying more. Many are also from other teammates' rooms." Soo Jiner felt like she was being fed like a pigeon, hoarding a lot of food. She looked at the time and asked for half an hour off the live stream to spend time with Warm, who had come down to join her. At first, she was a little upset about not having close contact, but now she was much happier, sticking close to Soo Jiner, hugging and kissing her. Warm had never felt time pass so quickly. It was like blinking, and he had to let go, reluctant to leave his wife, as if he were a husband leaving his wife to go out. This word kept appearing in Warm's mind. He even had a secret urge to register their relationship officially. But everything was too playful, and even if he wanted to, it wasn't the right time now. Mask. Inside, Soo Jiner pointed to his mask, which was mostly off his face, reminding him. She was afraid he might be noticed if he went out like that. "Give me a kiss," Warm said softly at the door, looking down at her. No one was outside. Soo Jiner pressed close to the door and was suddenly kissed hard. "Good girl," Warm said happily, satisfied with the bite mark he left. He rubbed her long hair, put on his mask, and took a few steps back. Soo Jiner rolled her eyes at him and closed the door without mercy. Only then did he awkwardly leave. "Wow. Captain, what's that on your neck?" Just as he came out of the bathroom, he bumped into Warm, who had a red mark on his neck that Seven quickly noticed. It's not very obvious, but a strong beam of light happened to shine on his neck, making his face look more three-dimensional and also revealing marks on his skin. The red mark wasn't in a very noticeable spot, but just for a moment, the light hit it, and July saw it clearly. Soon, July noticed that he was fully dressed, not just wearing a mask but also a hoodie, clearly having gone out to do something private. Discovering this little secret, July immediately became curious. "Captain, is that the girl you mentioned before?" Your girlfriend? Huh, When Han stopped, his black eyes under messy hair looked at him without emotion. After taking a few big steps forward, he said, "It's enough that you know. Don't tell others. The captain really got a girlfriend." His actions were so quick. He wanted to ask more, but unfortunately, when Han clearly didn't want to share much about his private life. He had already entered the office. July hurried to follow. That evening, when Han came again, even earlier than yesterday, while others still had to go back to stream, he took leave and left directly, walking to the 5th floor amid July's gossiping gaze. Sue Jenner had already finished her live stream. Hearing the noise at the door, she turned to look. When Han had changed into a new outfit and was carrying 2 shopping bags. "What did you buy?" "Clothes. I saw them online, and I think they'll suit you." When Han put down the bags, reached out to hug her, and rested his head on her shoulder, deeply breathing in her scent. One hand rested on his fluffy head, and her slender fingers gently touched his forehead skin. "What's wrong? Are you tired?" "No, I just miss you." When Han's ears turned a little red, and he held her tightly, not letting go. You used to not be so clingy," Sue Jenner complained with a smile, touching his earlobe with her finger. "It will be more clingy in the future." His voice was muffled and commanding, full of natural authority.
Sujin sighed helplessly.
"All right, are you hungry? Want to eat something? I want to take you out to eat. Can we go?" Compared to staying inside and being bored with her, he preferred to take her out to see more places and make more memories.
"There's a big park nearby.
I can carry you there and back. No need for that. I can walk." Sue Jenner pushed the person away without changing clothes. She picked up the mask handed to her by Wen Han and put it on. He then took her hand and led her to the elevator. Coincidentally, the elevator stopped on the 5th floor and a familiar person appeared inside. Wang Hai, the coach of EQ. Sue Jenner glanced at the person, who was fully disguised with a new outfit, covering his head and arms. He didn't react to the people inside, simply treating them as strangers and naturally pressed the button for the basement level. That was fine, but he also naturally reached out with his right hand to hold her in his arms, leaning his head on her side. His affectionate gesture was obvious. Cough. It was so late, and seeing such a loving young couple was like being served a dose of dog food, even at their age. Wang Hai took a quick look and didn't recognize them. He just thought the couple with masks looked good. The guy was possessively holding her tightly, and she was indulgent toward him. Their atmosphere was clearly different from others. As the only third wheel in the elevator, Wang Hai felt a bit awkward. Fortunately, they soon arrived at the 1st floor. He quickly stepped out, sensing it was better to leave. "You're their coach, right?" Wang Hai, who had already walked far away, didn't hear the brief conversation about him inside the elevator.
Wen nodded softly.
"Yes, after the competition ends, I'll introduce you." Sue Jenner was surprised. She didn't expect him to have already thought of that. She smiled slightly. Okay. They didn't walk far before reaching the park. Sue Jenner was carried on Wen Han's back, and they spent half an hour strolling together. The park lights were dim at night. Although there were many people, faces were hard to see clearly. Here, they freely showed affection, occasionally removing masks to eat something. They only returned to the room at midnight. After a simple wash, they got into bed. They didn't do anything extra, just hugged and slept peacefully. After confirming their relationship, they mostly stayed in a similar routine. The next day, they had lunch with Wen Han, and Sue Jenner took a costly taxi back to school. A few more clothes and snacks were delivered to her door, all ordered online. Most of her belongings were stored at Wen Han's place since she couldn't take them with her. Sue Jenner didn't expect that. Within just 2 days of arriving at school, Wen Han had already spent money to buy a house in the city, and all her things had been sent over. Until she saw the address, room number, and password sent by him, she only then realized what was going on. 1 month quickly passed, and the summer finals were about to take place. Thanks to VQ's hard work and high hopes, they finally made it to the finals and became strong contenders for the championship. Each player received a free front-row ticket, and Sue Jenner easily got one. She also gave a few extra tickets to her roommates. The finals happened to be on the weekend, so the 4 of them could go together. At this moment, Yang Huan finally realized that her online boyfriend might actually be a real member of an esports team. Otherwise, such good front row seats wouldn't be available to them. Even if they wanted to buy, it would cost several thousand yuan. But there were 10 possible candidates, and she wasn't sure which one it was. Meanwhile, Lu Wanwan had been trying for a month to get any news from Wenhan, but she hadn't succeeded. During this month, whenever VQ had a match, she tried her best to watch it. However, the city where the matches were held was far from her school, and VQ, being a popular team, often played on Saturdays or Sundays at 8 p.m., when tickets were most in demand. Several times, Lu Wuan couldn't get tickets because she was unfamiliar with the process. In the end, she bought 2 tickets from scalpers to watch 2 matches, but the seats weren't very good. She tried to meet Wenhan alone and would send him messages privately, but each time, he replied only that he was too busy and couldn't meet. At first, she doubted him, but eventually, she accepted that he no longer cared about her. But she didn't want to believe it. Their friendship since childhood made her refuse to think he could be so cold. So, for this finals, she contacted a scalper she knew in advance and managed to buy a front-row ticket, hoping to see him. The finals were scheduled for Sunday evening, starting at 6 o'clock. Lu Wanwan took a day off specifically to meet Wenhan and talk with him longer. She arrived early at the venue and found it crowded with young people all eager to watch the matches. Among them, many fans carried banners supporting VQ, and most of the fans were Wenhan's supporters. At this moment, Lu Wanwan finally felt truly appreciated and liked, realizing she hadn't missed out. So many people liked him. What did it matter that someone she used to know long ago no longer contacted her? Lu Wanwan smiled bitterly. Suddenly, a scream came from behind her. She instinctively turned around and naturally focused her gaze on the tall figure in the crowd. He was wearing a black and white team uniform, hands in his pockets, casually greeting fans with a gentle nod. His handsome, tall face shone like a star among the crowd, instantly drawing everyone's attention. All the girls screamed for him, mixed with the shouts of male fans, all eagerly greeting him. Compared to the big brother figure she remembered, Wenhan looked much more handsome now, but also colder. For a moment, Lu Wanwan felt strangely scared. She stared fixedly at him, unwilling to look away. Suddenly, Wenhan seemed to sense her gaze, turned his head, and looked directly at her. Her hand behind her clenched tightly. Lu Wanwan kept her eyes on him, hoping he would react, recognize her, be happy to see her at his game. Unfortunately, his glance was calm and brief, like he was looking at any other fan, not even truly making eye contact. When Han withdrew his gaze, still calmly nodding to the fans around him, as if he had never noticed her. Lu Wanwan's heart sank. The smile she had just raised disappeared instantly, and she froze among the crowd. "Captain, look at all these female fans today. So many beautiful girls," July whispered to Han, glancing around and talking nonstop. "Is your girlfriend here today? This is your first championship since you started dating, right?" In July's mind, this championship was a sure thing. When Han looked ahead, signing his name on a poster, then turned and whispered, "Not here. I'll bring her backstage later." "That means you'll finally meet her." July was excited. He had been eager to meet this sister-in-law for a long time. God knows how many unusual things their captain had done in the past month, breaking many old habits. Not only did he buy a house, but he also bought furniture, clothes, and shoes for girls, without hiding anything. Even their slow coach, Coach Wang Hai, knew about it and secretly talked to the captain. "Calm down, don't scare her," he said coldly before walking quickly toward the interview area. After the interview, there was still a meet and greet with fans for signing autographs as a way to thank them for supporting the team. When Han took a moment to glance at his phone, and his expression softened. "Captain, you should go ahead. We'll cover for you here." Chiu subtly signaled everyone to help distract the fans, and the others quickly drew attention away, allowing Wen Han to leave the crowd unnoticed. As Wen Han left the backstage area, he didn't realize that a shadow among the fans was quietly watching him. When he disappeared, Lu Wanyan waited a few minutes but didn't see him reappear. She didn't want to squeeze in with the others anymore and left the crowd feeling disappointed. Since she confirmed a certain possibility, she couldn't feel happy anymore. Without being recognized by Wenhan, she even had the urge to go straight home. Lu Wanyan was always proud and confident. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone over 2 years without lowering her head. Instead, she ended up in a cold war with Wenhan. Now, thinking about the awkward scene of possibly not being recognized if they met again, she felt like turning around and leaving. Unknowingly, she found herself outside the competition venue. Her gaze suddenly stopped, settling on a black car nearby. A figure she had just seen got out of the car and sat in the front passenger seat, disappearing from view. It was Wenhan, wearing a loose coat and a mask, just as she had seen him earlier. An uneasy feeling grew in her heart. When the car door opened, she noticed a faint pinkish fabric inside. Such a color was hard for Lu Wanyan to believe belonged to a man. Thick window tint blocked the outside view, and after he got in, the car didn't start immediately but stayed parked for a long 2 minutes. How long the car stayed there, Lu Wanyan watched from outside. She wondered what was happening inside and who he was meeting. Then the car started moving, heading toward the stadium parking lot. After swiping an internal staff card and making a few turns, it disappeared completely. Lu Wanyan felt heavy-hearted. She looked at her phone, seeing the message she had sent but received no reply. During this time, she kept sending messages to Wenhan, but his responses were always lukewarm. Another sincere guess appeared in her mind, but she was unwilling to admit it. Lu Wanyan took a deep breath and turned to walk toward the competition area. She wanted to see who it was. If they really came, they would definitely show up, right? Host, Lu Wanyan just saw you outside. The plot was simply introduced with the term acquaintance, showing that Lu Wanyan had completely stepped out of the original story. The system found Lu Wanyan's location using nearby cameras and confirmed her identity. Yes, but the person arrived a long time ago. I checked the plot and found that Wenhan saw her early on, but he didn't choose to meet or recognize her. The system recounted the scene at that time, emphasizing Wenhan's calm and emotionless mood. The task was so easy to complete. Wenhan remained indifferent throughout, which was not surprising. She parked her car and unconsciously touched her belly. Actually, there were signs earlier. Recently, her career was going smoothly, her live streams were very popular, and her fans had already exceeded 2 million. There was no safety concern. Such results probably meant Wenhan had already accepted her in his heart. It made her realize that her previous confident statements might have been too presumptuous. What's wrong? Feeling uncomfortable. A caring voice with a large hand on her back sounded in her ear. She turned her head and saw Wenhan's dark eyes like shining stars gazing at her. His handsome eyebrows slightly lifted. She smiled and kissed his forehead gently. Don't overthink. Actually, it's good news. Wenhan paused at her touch, his eyes widened, and he instinctively thought of their first time together.